Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to a meeting of the Town of Greenwich Planning and Zoning Commission being held virtually on Tuesday, March 31st, 2026. There are two items postponed on our agenda this afternoon. The first one is item number 3, Eggleston Holdings LLC for a final coastal site plan at 14 Eggleston Lane. The second one is item number 8, which is Hill House for the Hill House for a final coastal site plan and special permit at 10 Riverside Avenue. And this evening, I don't know if we're going to need any alternates, but Mr. Harris would be the first up. And with that, I have no further announcements. Mr. LaRoe, do you have anything? No? And we are recording. We are ready to go. All right. So with that, we'll begin with Start Capital LLC for a final coastal site plan to remove the existing dwelling and site features, replace the existing seawall, and construct a new single-family dwelling with a driveway, in-ground pool, spa, retaining walls, patios, walks, floating dock, boat lift, and timber pier, subsurface stormwater management systems, with associated storm drain piping and associated site grading and landscaping on a 0.665 acre parcel located at 9 Meadow Place in the R12 Coastal Overlay Zone and Flood Hazard Overlay Zone. Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. We filed this back in January, had a pre-application discussion, the commission did, and we've been working on this since. We did go to the Zoning Board of Appeals and received a street side yard variance off of the easement on the south side of the property from the Zoning Board of Appeals earlier this month. We've made revisions to the landscape plan that were asked for by conservation, put more shrubs along the shore, and have a confirmation letter that I just received within the hour from Bill Kenny's office indicating that the trees along the south side or shrubs along the south side along the easement area would work, even though there is less area than there was when the initial plan was proposed. Public Works has indicated that they have no issues. We provided cut and fill numbers. The house has been moved from what you saw in January to the east. All construction is out of the VE zone, and the patio area and deck are separated structurally from the house. Race is working on the application for the dock, which of course is Tracy indicated to you yesterday, is something that the staff would not sign off on until the DEP has approved the dock. So with that, we would ask for your approval.
Any comments from the commission? Any questions? Mr. McRae.
Mr. Hegney, Mr. Kenny's comments just came in. Were they those were addressing outstanding conservation comments?
Yes.
But we have not had any update from conservation since then.
Yeah.
This is certainly something that staff could review on your behalf as part of the zoning permit sign-off.
So the comments from conservation was, as I recall, Conservation Commission staff noted to the Planning and Zoning Department that it has not received a response to its 11526 comments and that the landscape plan has not been revised. The revised site plans do indicate that the proposed location of the house has moved 3 feet closer to the east or towards Meadow Place to provide separation from the VE. I'm not clear on the cut and fill numbers, Tracy. I forgot to clarify this with you yesterday. In one place, it says they never gave them to conservation, and another, it says they do have them. So one may just be out of date.
Well,
Um,
they're listed there, aren't they?
Right,
Yeah,
we did
okay.
get the cut and fill numbers.
Okay, all right. So, and then,
But the response to conservation's comments, conservation and myself just received this afternoon, so
so
it's,
nobody's had time to review,
no, we
including
can't
you.
ask Rebecca to turn that around that fast.
No.
And I frankly told her that when I emailed them to her, that I did not expect her to drop whatever she was working on to be able to turn that back.
They also commented on they had also commented on the S&E controls. I don't know if that was responded to and what was submitted, since it says here that there has not been a response to conservation.
Right. The Bill Kenny's response is quite comprehensive and does go through all of the points.
Mhm.
I've only been able to skim it myself, but it does
I have not even looked at it.
right. It does respond. It is about 3 pages long. It does respond to all
Yep.
of conservation's points, but we obviously don't have conservation's counter back.
Okay. I haven't seen it, and it came
Counter's
with
maybe not the right word, but
okay,
comments
and
back.
it came with revisions to the conservation plan.
The landscape
I'm
plan
sorry, the
actually,
landscape plan, meant
the
to say,
landscape
thank you.
plan actually was revised twice today alone. So yes, we have revisions to the landscape plan. That also came in this afternoon with the response to conservation's comments.
Okay.
And
Mr. Lowe.
then my question about the space for the 24 trees along the southern boundary of the property has been addressed.
Okay. Mr. Lowe.
Yeah, did we get an answer? I brought up the notion of they were the narrative was trumpeting their understanding of today's energy efficiency opportunities, and I don't know whether we got an answer to whether or not the pool's heated, and if so, with natural gas, and whether or not they're going to install solar panels.
Madam Chair, would you like me to respond to that point?
Please.
I did speak with my client. The pool will be heated with natural gas, and they are not intending to install solar panels on the roof or in the yard for that matter.
What I'm just curious, Mr. Hegney, do you have a general observation about why applicants, to the extent they don't install these panels, why it is? Is it just the taste and appearance, or is there some generality you can make about the resistance to installing them?
I think it has a couple of different things. One is the analysis of whether they will function well, either because of existing trees surrounding the house or because of the orientation of the house and the ridge of the house. Some is because of number of dormers, so it limits the amount of roof area that you can use. For example, I did speak on one that number 5 for this afternoon to the client, and he said, with the roof lines the way we have, it just doesn't make sense to put the solar panels on there because you don't have that level area that faces in a particular direction. It's more of a case by case basis.
Yeah, that would suggest that they're more often than not, the houses or of these applicants are just not candidates because of how they're built or how direction they're facing, and I don't know. That seems I just wonder about that, how true that is.
I think if we had better solar shingles that were more attractive, we may see more of it. But
that would get
really
to the
sort of
first part.
Depends on the roof itself.
Right, that's what I mentioned. And sometimes I get the sense that some people are saying, "Oh, gee, we can possibly use them because all of our surfaces are facing north in the wrong direction." But anyway, thank you for your perspective.
Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, I didn't have a chance to look at the landscaping that came in today, but I noticed there were no tree loss, but we still didn't have caliper on the replacement trees. Minor point, but that was the one thing I was looking for that I did not see in a quick review.
And did-
You're right, Mary, that is not there.
And-
will still need
Okay.
clarification from the landscape architect that it meets the standards of the BZR, which is the 2 to 3 inch caliper and the number 3 or larger containers for the shrubs.
Great, thank
So,
you.
Mr. Hegney, do you know why, if the comments from conservation went out in the middle of January, why there was no response until today?
I think it was really because we were focusing on the variance from the zoning board of appeals. That's why
I
I
see.
was brought in. Mr. DeAndrea filed this initially
I
with
see.
the
Okay.
commission, and then uh, the whole issue with the variance really became the primary focus.
All right, since this material came in this afternoon and nobody's had a chance to look at it, we can't, I don't see even how we can condition a decision. Is anybody comfortable moving ahead? Those of you, I will defer if you are comfortable moving ahead.
I didn't
if
read
someone-
anything.
Okay, if the rest of you are comfortable moving ahead and making a decision, I will happily defer.
No, I'm not
Okay.
comfortable.
All right, let's get some public comment. I don't see many people here. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on 9 Meadow Place? Anybody from the public, please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on 9 Meadow Place. All right, I'm not seeing anyone. So Mr. Hegney, receiving stuff the day of the meeting, especially, we can't even, how do we condition it? Well, whatever's in what Mr. Kenny put in, we want you to work with it. It's hard for us. It's an awkward, I would have tried even if we'd gotten it yesterday. Mr. Yeski.
Understood.
Well,
Mr.
I have a
Yeski?
question after we're done with his I mean, it's related, but
No, well, go ahead. I was just on my little
I-
soapbox, so go right
I
ahead.
would I was in and out yesterday, but I thought I heard something about new legislation coming out about coastal zone approval.
So
Uh,
what happened is HB 5290 has been submitted and it has moved out of, I think it was planning and development. And I guess there was a lot of reaction to all the coastals having to be reviewed by all the coastals that
Right.
now have to be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission. So there is now a bill to modify that statute that was approved in last year's legislative session and became, Tracy Patrick, correct me, effective October 1st with
Yes,
Public
Public Act
submissions as of
2533.
as of October 1st. My sense is, we're a good sized town. Yes, we have a lot of application volume. We're coastal, but we're good sized. For a small town that has application volume, having to see everything would have been a killer. It's got to be very, very hard.
so the
and we're-
new No, go
Well, it's
ahead.
also
Go
been
ahead.
particularly hard on DEP staff. They're
And there you
they're
go.
the ones struggling to keep up.
Yeah.
For instance, the person that reviews our applications also reviews Darien and
Braden
Westport.
Lynn.
Yeah,
Braden
and
Lynn.
Southington's,
Yeah.
not Southington, Stonington's, and he at one point I think also had the Westbrook Essex communities as well. I don't think he still has those, but
And that's my favorite legislative expression, an unfunded mandate. I love that. It's just, it's
You have a
like
lot
an,
of- I
it's an
remember this.
oxymoron.
I
So,
remember when this first came up a couple months ago on the amount of review, and I questioned it.
Yep.
Are the new changes, is there less regulatory review, or what happens with the
what the legislation would do is put back, so prior to October 1st, new houses were exempt from commission review. We were still reviewing them at the staff level, but you weren't seeing them. And the legislation would go back to putting that exemption back in place with the one change that the staff, we would do a quarterly report to DEP as to what we were approving.
and,
So
yeah, go ahead.
if you rip down a house, which we have a lot of, and build a new house, that exemption goes back in place, that they're exempt.
That exemption would go back in place unless they are within 100 feet. Any of the development was within 100 feet of the water, which is
Or
lot of
over
it.
150 cubic,
the 150 cubes is you guys, you would see as part of a special permit,
Yeah.
regardless of where it's located.
regardless.
That's
Exactly.
not coastal
Yeah, but I'm
specific.
just saying we would see
Right.
those, and often the coastals are very large houses.
Right.
So
You
we
also
do
see the
them.
large
Mhm.
indoor athletic facilities.
But a lot of
Yep.
ours are within 100
know that.
feet. I mean, they're literally on the coast. So that
Sometimes the property is, but not the house itself. It depends on, it's the location of the structure.
It's home related. It's not necessarily coastal adjacent.
Right.
well, yeah, I guess.
But
big
you
house-
still see, you do see a number of those, yes. And you would continue to see those as well.
No, it would help on cases like we had that one in Riverside that was up the hill, 2 miles from the reservoir or something, but it was still in the coastals. I remember that one, and it made no sense, but they were in the coastal. So I get it. All right, just wanted to know.
Right. And our staff's ability to refer applications to you would remain unchanged as well. So if there was something that came in that maybe wasn't 100 feet, maybe it was further away, but there was an issue that we thought you should see, we would bring it to you, just like we
And
always have.
then, as with Eggleston, for example, which is an open application before us, when we confirmed that lot, we asked that the development come to us. So we can always
right.
also ask when we see a subdivision that something come back to us when we think it's sensitive.
Right.
Okay?
Yep.
So that brings us back to Mr. Hegney. Do we have room on our next meeting? This is a must close on the 18th of April.
Of course.
No, I'm
Says
asking-
must decide by.
Yeah,
Agenda
yeah.
says must
Yeah,
decide.
I meant
I
to
don't
say
think we
must
can
decide.
extend it past that.
No, you can't, but my question
No,
is
there
actually
is no
not to
further,
you, my friend.
there is no further extension.
Mr. Hegney, the question is not to you, it's
Yeah,
to
right.
staff. Let me do that question again. Staff, do we have room, because we need to accommodate this item on our next meeting? Mr. Hegney, stay muted. Okay, go ahead. Staff, do we have room on our next agenda?
If the must decide is only
Is-
get this to the next meeting, we really have no choice. So we'll have to.
We have no choice, so you'll do it. Okay, so
I didn't hear any other outstanding issues other than the
we
conservation
just haven't had
comments.
a chance to
And-
review all the
And
final
I certainly
material.
understand that, as does my client.
Good. Okay.
We were late
If-
getting it
yeah.
to him. We apologize.
And if you could just do it by Friday, even if it's not in the staff report and it has to get posted afterwards, if you can get something to us on Friday, we will do our best. Even on Monday morning, we will do our best. But by Tuesday afternoon, it's tough. All right.
Yep.
So with that,
If you want the background on why the regulations that we have read the way they do, back in the 80s, the commission was looking at sheds 900 feet from the water. And I said, I don't want to look at sheds 900 feet from the water. So that's why we came up with 100 feet for new construction. And then for additions and alterations that it could be done administratively, with
so
the commission saying if they wanted to see it, they could see it.
in my next life, I'm going to say this to you now, Mr. Hegney. What bothers me a great deal about where we stand now is that we're not consistent. Coastal protection is not consistent with wetlands protection right now. And I feel that there should be more parity, but I'm not really sure when we're ever going to get to fix that unless the state does it for us, which would be
Yeah,
even more appropriate. If
I
the
think there is
state
more of a
remedied that,
parity now than there has been in the past.
but it's still, the coastals don't have the kind of overlay, the review area is much betterly thought out. But okay, so with that, I've heard enough reason to say that we should continue this application to our next meeting, and we will do so. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
Chair,
Thank you,
Lenny,
Madam
I
Chair.
thought your next life you were going to become a lawyer.
No,
No?
not after I watched Mary and Tracy work on 6110. I said, I am not made of this material.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
Lucky you have that. All right.
Nope, not made of their material. They have an ability. They just can bite down and work that wording until it's just accurate. And I'm like, okay, it's good enough. All right. All right. So SE Minor is up next with the locust collection. Hold on a second. Yes, Mr. McRae?
I will see you shortly.
Yeah, I'm sure you will. Bye. All right.
Did you need something?
No, I thought you said something. We got SE Minor
No,
in.
I'm not
Okay.
saying it. I'm not saying nothing.
Okay. Our next item is the locust collection for a final subdivision for a proposed lot line revision between two existing parcels to transfer 978 square feet from 21 Locust to 15 Locust. The subject parcels located at 15 and 21 Locust Street in the R6 zone. Ms. Orsi, if you would go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. Madam Chair, members of the commission. Rachel Orsi from SE Minor on behalf of the applicant for 15 and 21 Locust. Joining me this evening might have John Tessie in the audience. Tonight, we are requesting approval of a lot line revision.
I'm sorry. So was that meant that you wanted John Tessie to be promoted? You just said I might have John Tessie in the audience. We do.
Yeah, he's on our team. So if he raises his hand and wants to join, he's part of our.
Well, that would be your decision. He has not raised his hand yet.
Okay, then we'll wait.
Leave him be. Okie doke. Go ahead, Ms. Orsi.
And am I able to share my screen this evening?
Boss.
Okay. I'm going to share a presentation.
That's on me. Sorry. Sorry, Rachel.
Yep.
Oh, co-host and attendee are right next to each other. Sorry.
That's okay. Here. I'm pulling it up now. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. We're requesting approval of a lot line revision between 15 and 21 Locust Street, and for the commission to determine that this application is not a subdivision nor a re-subdivision. This is a rather straightforward application that reduces existing nonconformities and does not create any new ones. The proposal shifts the common lot line approximately 6.7 feet to the south into 21 Locust Street. The adjustment would allow 15 Locust to meet the minimum required lot area for the zone while maintaining conformity for 21 Locust. Here on the screen, the northern property is 15 and the southern is 21. As a result of this revision, the deficient lot area of 15 Locust would be eliminated. The required frontage of 15 is improved. The sum of the side yard setbacks for 15 is improved. The existing side yard setback for the residents at 15 would be maintained, and the accessory structure setbacks for 21 would be maintained. Overall, the proposal improves zoning compliance across both properties. This is the proposed lot line revision map included in the application. And we had a summary of all the improvements we're making from a zoning perspective. So briefly in the property history, both parcels originate from a 1927 map on file with the town. This is Greenwich Land Record map number 1213. These lots were shown with approximately 50 feet of linear frontage and were conforming at the time. The current lot configuration has existed in the deeds since that time, and both properties were developed in the 1920s with permits on records. Here we have an image of how the properties are described in the deeds, the northern portion being 15 Locust and the center tract B along with a portion of tract C would be 21 Locust. Today, both properties are developed as they have been for the last century with multifamily residences, associated site improvements, as shown in the existing condition survey, as well as in this aerial photograph. Following yesterday's briefing, we understand there were two outstanding items on the application. The first of which being the sewer acknowledgement letter that has since been prepared and submitted to staff earlier this morning, as well as there was a comment made from DPW Engineering regarding retaining wall near the shared property line. and whether an easement may be required. Based on our review, we do not believe that an easement is necessary.
Can you
after-
just, oh, go ahead and explain it to us.
As after the lot line adjustment, the retaining wall would be located entirely on 15 Locust and would no longer serve 21 Locust. And then we have a visual. I know yesterday during the briefing, we were using some aerials, so I wanted to prepare this for you today. So 15 Locust on the left, 21 Locust on the right, and the retaining wall in the middle. With the proposed lot line shift, the existing lot line actually cuts through the middle of the driveway, but when it's shifted to the south, that's 6.67 feet. That retaining wall would be entirely on 15, and that driveway would serve 15. So we don't believe the easement is necessary. And with those items addressed, hopefully we would request that the commission find this to be neither a subdivision or a re-subdivision, and happy to answer any questions.
I think I missed, you did say that you had sent the Sewer Act letter in today, right? Because we
That is
saw it.
correct.
Yeah, okay, we saw it come in. All right, any questions from the commission?
Ms. Horsey, what's the status of the current status of the buildings? Are they multifamily, two-family, three-family?
These buildings were originally constructed in the 1920s. They have building permits on file with the town, as well as CO, originally constructed as multifamily buildings. And through the building department records, it does not appear that much has happened to these buildings since they were originally constructed over a century ago, along with the garages that went in around that same time, right around 1924 to 1925.
Okay,
Excuse
thank you.
me, I didn't hear a number there. They're multi, but you don't have a number like 2, 3, or 4 family?
We have based off the tax records, which I think was discussed at the briefing yesterday. Believe there are either 3 or 4 family units, but not certain on the exact number currently. Just going off the CO and the building permits from the 1920s.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got a whole bunch of hands up. Ms. Jones.
Okay, so I have a question regarding this wall that you were saying that you don't think needs an agreement between the two. It looks to me from the images that you've sent us for the presentation today that that wall and the portion of the wall that would then be on the 15 Locust property is a retaining wall for the front yard of 21, and that the corner of that would also be on 15. And is there not needed an agreement to, if something happens to the wall, or that wall needs to be repaired to maintain its position as a retaining wall for 21, but it is actually part of 15's property? Should there not be an agreement between the two properties as to how to address that?
I think based off our review, we see that this retaining wall mainly serves for the driveway to hold back that portion of the front yard. This retaining wall, I'm not sure if this image really shows that retaining wall at its highest point or its tallest point is not even 2.5 feet tall at that front corner. So in terms of the amount of earth that it's retaining, it's very minimal. So in whether 21, if they had any concerns in the future, that if that retaining wall would fail, ultimately it would impact 15 more since it's serving that driveway. But I think if in regard to that wall, it mainly be 15 that wanted to have long-term maintenance on it. And with this lot line revision, that wall would be entirely on the 15's property, whereas right now the existing conditions, it's mainly serving 15, the wall in terms of function with the driveway, but it's sitting on 21's property. So by shifting the line, we're actually improving it and allowing 15 to have that maintenance without needing the easement in place.
Right. It just seems that it might be a little bit cleaner to actually have something between the two that discusses, since it does have a role for both of the properties. Thank you.
I guess to build on what you're saying, Ms. Jones, part of the question is what happens in the future? So
Right.
let's hear from everybody else. Mr. Harris and then Mr. Yeski.
Sure. Is that driveway currently shared, and is there an agreement between the two sites? And similarly, there's a driveway on the other side that seems to potentially serve 21 and its neighbor to the right in this picture. So what is the driveway situation and what agreements exist, and is that satisfactory going forward?
Sure, I can answer that. And then also, John Tessie might have more background on this. And if he is in the audience and able to raise his hand, can speak on this.
All right, now he has raised your hand.
right.
You have done it. All right, go ahead. He's on his way in. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
You were answering
Okay.
Mr. Harris, so why don't you go ahead and do that? Or Mr. Tessie came in.
Yeah, I studied the title histories of both properties back to the basically to the 1920s, and there are no easements of record on either side of that 21 either between the properties or with the neighboring property to the south. I'm sorry, to the north. I'm trying to read this.
Okay, so historically, there's been no easement because historically there was no need because of where the lot line was. Now we're being asked if we need it. Mr. Harris, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the answer to this, but I mean, couldn't this potentially create problems in the future without resolving
Yes,
this issue? It seems amicable today, but
exactly.
Well, the short answer is that it's all private agreements. I think at the end of the day, these things tend to work out, but you never know, and that's something we talk to the client about. When it comes to an easement, joint easement with the neighbor next door, there's no control over how that particular party feels about having a formalistic type of agreement. You can reach out and try, but
Okay.
I think in terms of the lot line revision, as Rachel had pointed out, the wall with the shift of with the lot lines as proposed, that wall between 21 and 15 are on the what is that, the north side of 15, shifting where the property line shifts farther to the south. No, this is the proposed. This is the proposed, right? Okay, so to the north where the lot lines. I got that right, Rachel? I'm trying to.
It doesn't matter because I always have trouble with
bottom-
north and south on these. I got to look for there's a little
Well,
arrow.
no, I know where
See
that
it?
is. I'm just trying to see
Yeah.
which line is the there. That's the existing
There
line.
you
So
go.
the lot
Yeah.
line shifted to the south. I was
Yep.
right the first time. Yeah, as
Okay.
you can see, the wall winds up entirely on 15, as she had pointed out, making an easement essentially moot because the driveway itself is entirely within the confines of the now revised 15 Locust Street. But again, it's a private agreement. Different agreements can appear at different times. I don't think it takes anything away from or really benefits the lot line revision, because I think the lot line revision makes all the sense in the world for the reasons described by Rachel.
By Ms. Orsi. Mr. Yeski.
Yeah, this is in an R6, and it's right around the corner from the R6s on Millbank.
Mhm.
Is there any way, and I heard this discussion about multifamily, is there any way they can build more than 2 units on each of these lots? Because at Millbank, we had 3 and 4 built. And we changed the regulation, right?
Well, but that was the regulation changed to not to stop allowing that a merger of several R6 properties would allow multifamily instead of 2-family. In this case, I'm doing this from memory right now, you've got the ability to retain the nonconformity on demolition. We don't normally ask what the plans are for a property, but any nonconformities that they have will be remaining on demolition. So
Well, so long as with the
Yeah.
Right, with the caveat, right, that when it comes to this type of, in other words, use,
Mhm.
leave the
If you have
building,
a use nonconformity, you may retain it.
right, if you
Mhm.
choose to,
If you choose to.
right.
And you may not, here's what you're inferring here, that you might potentially demolish these structures, but you would not necessarily be retaining use nonconformities or even structural nonconformities as they exist.
Well, if they were a yard, well, you look
Yeah.
at each one of these applications, right? If there were material change to the footprint of the building, you've had some reservations in the past. If there were changes to that configuration, I
Yeah,
know.
I know. And it's tough
But,
because, yeah, go ahead.
but right now, if you just essentially stay at
Mhm.
about that box, you could build a building and a new building and retain those units as they had pre-existed. Presumably all legal.
Yeah, I'm not asking the applicant, I guess I'm asking the staff from a
Oh,
regulatory
okay.
standpoint. Do they have enough square feet on each of these lots now to build 3 or 4 units?
No, they can
No.
only, no, it's not square feet, but if today they have 4 in the beige building, can we do the street again, Ms. Orsi?
Sure. From the
All right.
front, from the front
Yeah, from the
view?
front, and and goes through, okay, so how many units in each?
They were saying 3 or 4.
I
Right,
don't know.
okay, so I believe it's the right building. I'm going back, but
21.
okay, so 21. So if today they have had this legally non-conforming use of having 4 units, somebody would be, I believe, under the law. I'm trying to stay away from predicting on a specific application, so I'm kind of waiting for staff to say it. Under the law.
I have my
if
hand up,
you-
Madam Chair. Sorry.
Okay, why don't you say it? Because I don't want to say something about a future application, whereas you can cite the law of the 2017 law about retaining legally non-conforming uses, even subsequent to demo. Oh, I just said it without referring to anything. So a legally non-conforming use can be retained subsequent to demolition. And therefore, if you had 8 units, just pretend, that had gone into a property, Mr. Yeski, in the 1920s and been legal then, they would argue, the applicant would argue to retain them.
Right.
Patrick?
I'm
Patrick,
sorry,
go ahead.
what's the question now? Because
Do you
feel like
want to
you
add
made-
anything to what I said?
not to you, no, your response. Mr. Yeski asked about potential
Could 4
redevelopment.
units, if it was redeveloped, could they have many units? And without speaking to
as
this
of right-
specific property, I said, if they already had many units that were legally non-conforming, they would be able to retain them.
That is correct. The answer
Thank
to Mr. Yeski's question is the zoning here does not permit,
Right.
as of right, more than 2 units per lot. But they do have pre-existing conditions that they could make use of
There
and
you go.
perpetuate. So,
Okay.
but not greater than what they have today.
If they want to take advantage of pre-existing conditions, must they remain in the existing footprint or no?
They must, well, it's a little bit dicey when you're talking about uses here, but the building itself, if the building is non-conforming, then it can remain as is. If it is conforming and they want to change it, then the use has to be, we have to talk about expansion or intensification.
So here's the way it gets divided up. You have use nonconformities and structural nonconformities, and the law is somewhat. There's a little bit of difference in how the law handles each. Technically, you cannot expand a structural nonconformity. However, Greenwich's regulation has a little more leniency in it regarding structural nonconformities,
But
then,
even that, Madam Chair, doesn't extend to it only is available to single and two families, not
yes,
multifams.
right. So there you go. And so, but again, the key is, and you'll notice that the commission sometimes really struggles. You have to know whether it's a use nonconformity or a structural nonconformity. And then you go down, it's, one of those forks in the road, and then you got to go down that path depending on which it is.
So this is
So-
a use nonconformity, and if they
No,
can
they,
stay with,
right,
oh,
right.
sorry.
Yes,
If they
no,
can
you're
s-
right.
If they can stay within the structural restrictions of this zone, they can change the footprint as long as they stay within the structural restrictions of the zone, and they can maintain their use nonconformity.
I
And
see it that way. Mary's got her hand up. Mary, jump in because Mary's fabulous at this.
do I have to put my hand back up? Okay.
No, you don't. I know you want, but Mary wants to comment on this
Well, okay,
discussion.
yeah.
Yeah,
Mary.
I had to leave because I have 2 leaf blowers outside my window for perfect
We
timing.
can't hear them.
Well, I just closed the window, so it's going to be 110 degrees in this room any minute.
No whining.
I think the position is that if you have an existing nonconformity, like a structure with 4 units in it that would not be permitted currently, demolition is not considered abandonment of the right to recreate, to have what I call a ghost building of the same dimension with the same continuing nonconformities. When it comes to then adding to it, changing it, or otherwise modifying what was there, then it becomes a very strict examination of our regulations and the request that's being made. So you couldn't from scratch build a 4-unit multifamily in an R6 zone. So the right to a 4-unit structure is really based upon the ability to continue to use something which you had
Yep.
legal when
I
it
think
was created.
Brooks has it. And there's a great section in Mr. Ziska's book, What's Legally Required, on this. Okay, so that brings us back to Mr. Yeski and then Ms. Jones.
Okay, continuing on this.
Boy, that was a long answer to a short question.
Well,
Sorry.
no, it was going in the direction I was going because my suspicion is they're going to build 4 units. What happens if one of those lots only, first of all, shouldn't our tax records show how many units are there? And two,
Yeah, I just wasn't scrolling down. I think it's in here.
assume for a second there's only 2 units. That's a use. Is that a use restriction? Could they build 4 nevertheless?
No.
No.
As Patrick
Okay.
pointed out to you, the most you can do in an R6 is 2 per lot.
Unless they have conformity.
2 per 7,500 square foot lot,
Right.
by the way.
Right. Unless you have a legally
Correct.
non-conforming use.
We're assuming they do have it legally non-conforming. We're
Or
assuming
you're an 830G. Don't forget, we have some non-conformings that have come into us as an 830G so that they can have 3.
Got it. That's a
Got
good
it. Okay.
twist on the plot too.
Okay.
No, I'm just curious, and I'm not asking the applicant, I'm asking our own regulatory staff about their ability to build, and I get it now. I understand why I got the non-conformity. I was wondering if they could go ahead and build, because on Millbank, we had that issue. They had very large lots, and they were building 4 units, and it worked out. I think it worked out, so we'll see.
So I'm not seeing the tax card in the submittal right now, Ms. Orsi. So what do you have as a number of you? Oh, here it is. I found it.
It should be
Okay.
4 for both properties.
4 for both. So they would be able to retain the 4 for
Right.
both.
Yeah, I get it. I'm not surprised. I got it.
I think we said it in a meeting yesterday and then, all right, Ms. Jones and then Mr. McRae.
Okay, if Mr. McRae has something about nonconformities, then
No. Nope.
All right.
Then I'll just like,
Okay, so I actually going back to Mr. Harris's original question about the driveways, I just want to clarify. So 15 right now only has driveway access through the road that it currently shares with 21.
That is correct.
And so, and then when you move the lot line, that puts that entire driveway on 15's property. 21 also shares, I don't know what the share
23.
with 23, it shares an entrance with 23. So it would, so if 15 decided to close that off for whatever might happen in the future, that current driveway, they would still have some access through 23, the property that they share with 23.
Exactly. Yep.
Thank you.
All right, now, Mr. McRae.
Ms. Horsey, are there agreements for those shared driveways?
Not currently.
No, Mr.
Oh.
Tessie said he looked and couldn't find anything.
Mm.
No.
And historically anything. That's one of the things he said.
Right.
So I'm guessing that given the age of these buildings, and y'all don't have to answer that, it might be redeveloped, in which case the point may be moot. On the other hand, if you were to retain the curb cut, it might be a protection if we just asked you to look into it. If we asked you to look into obtaining an easement. I mean, I think if there was a way you could answer us so that we don't want to waste your time, go get an easement when you're going to knock everything down and redevelop, and do something completely different. But if it's going to stay like this, it would be better for the owners to have an easement.
If this offers the commission any
Comfort? Yes,
any
try.
comfort, the properties are currently owned by the same person. So should one of the properties ever get sold, I would imagine that either the current owner or the future buyer would want those protections in place.
All three, 15, 21, and 23 are all owned by the same person?
No, just 15
You're
and
talking
21.
about, you stated it well, between 15 and 21.
What about 23?
23, we don't have any control over. So.
Okay.
Okay, well let's talk about that driveway, because that driveway between the building at 21 and 23 goes to the garage behind
Mhm.
23. Getting back to what we were talking about, is there an easement for that driveway? Because that's clearly access
No,
to
Mr.
that site.
McRae. No, I said there's no easement of record, and you have, actually, the deeds were all submitted to you going back to 1920.
Okay, gonna get complicated.
Well, it may get complicated. There's nothing, they bought it. They're big boys, if you will, or girls. And
Yeah, Mike
they
Franco
bought
knows
the
what he's.
property with a shared driveway with 23, knowing
Yeah.
there wasn't an agreement. They can certainly reach out, and 23 and 21 probably should protect themselves and
Well-
have it, but we can't guarantee it. That's all we're saying.
Well, looking at it, actually, Mr. Franco must have inherited this from Francesco Franco. So it says Francesco Franco, and then it goes to Michael Franco. What looks like the purchase is 21, where it is owned by a different last name until Michael Franco picks it up in 05. So he would have known at the time. And again, now he's fixing this. I think we would just ask you to look into it as, not a condition, but that we ask you to, does that work, staff? If we ask them to look into getting an easement?
You're talking about an easement from 23, owner of
No,
23.
15 and 21.
15 and 21, they're actually not owned by the Francos. They're now owned by the new owners, new LLC.
Ah, the new owner
The new owner.
LLC, who is of course the Locust Collection, which I did not
Right.
know. Okay,
Right.
I didn't realize
So
that. Okay,
Maybe,
Okay.
yeah, so it's,
They're
it
both
is what
in
it is. As I said,
common.
the decision was made to buy it without an easement, buy the property without a driveway share easement with 23. I didn't represent them, so I don't know any discussions were had about it. But if you want us to, if you want to say what you
Mhm.
suggested, that we should look into
Right.
the cross easement with 23, I think that I would give my client the same advice. So
Okay.
perfectly
You would
fine.
give your your client the same advice. Mr. McRae and then Ms. Jenkins.
Oh, I'm done. We're good. Thank you.
Okay, and then Ms. Jenkins, and then we can.
I assume that this would be a situation where we are going to recommend a Mylar because we've had a lot of discussion about something
Oh,
that,
yeah.
at least on paper, looks very straightforward.
Yep, I would definitely, and staff had done that in their report.
Yes,
Um,
Sandra did.
That's
Uh,
okay, right, Rachel? Ms. Orsi, sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So the only technical question I have is, since they're in common ownership, wouldn't you have been able to eliminate the nonconformities anyway?
How?
Well, if you own enough adjacent property under,
Well, the adjacent property sucks up, they both have 4 units on it, so
no, I mean, no, to eliminate the lot nonconformity, the size nonconformity of the lot.
I'm not following you. I mean, do it
If
as
you,
of right-
if
do
you,
it as
in
of
other
right
words,
without seeing you?
well, that's what I'm asking Patrick, under the Supreme Court decision on this.
But merging these two lots would make it more non-conforming. It doesn't
Yeah.
alleviate the non-conformity.
So, but you could have just taken it, the way the law is written, it says enough sufficient property in common ownership to address the nonconformity.
But
to
it
address-
wouldn't, it would exacerbate it because there's
No.
two buildings.
No, you're just the same lot line could be accomplished by under,
Well, no, it wouldn't
under
be, you wouldn't be able to redistribute. You'd have to either merge or keep as is. You couldn't just shift.
you can't just shift the piece that is needed the way the law is written. Okay.
No.
I
No, you either absorb the other one
I
or you,
need to reread that Supreme Court decision because it's that, I don't remember how it went. What year was that? It was fairly recently, 23? It's the US Supreme Court that did it. I don't
Well,
remember.
Is this the Wisconsin case?
Yes, I think it's Wisconsin.
But I don't
It's-
think
it-
this
If it's
applicant
the
wants to
Wisconsin
eliminate-
case, I believe it is 2023. I don't know that got in. Again, that case relied heavily on the underlying regulation. So it would depend on how that regulation in Wisconsin compared.
Well, what's coming back to me now is that the US Supreme Court ruling was that the doctrine of presumed merger was upheld.
Right.
So
right.
that's
but it
really
also
where
but it
Patrick
also
is going.
depends
Yeah,
very
okay.
specifically on the local regulation.
Okay, we'll leave you, Mr. Tessie. You did the right thing because it's
But
obviously too confusing.
I don't think this
otherwise.
applicant wants to eliminate the nonconformities. They want
No.
to use conformity.
All right. Okay.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I turn to the public for comment? All right. Anybody from the public wish to speak on this application at 15 and 21 Locust? 15 and 21 Locust Street. This is a lot line revision for 15 and 21 Locust. Nope. I see no applicants, no virtual hands. Anybody want to speak? No. All right. So where are you guys on this? Is the commission willing to close and decide this? Does anybody object to closing it?
No.
All righty. Seeing no objection, this application is hereby closed and the regular members would be seated. And we would ask kind secretary to make a motion.
Okay, 1521 Locust Street, final subdivision. PLPPZ 2026 applicant seeking to revise common lot line to convey a net area of 0.978 square feet, resulting in a 8,000 square foot parcel and a 9,000 square foot parcel respectively, located in the R6 zone. Hold on 1 second. Okay, the commission finds that the proposal application is neither a subdivision or re-subdivision. Sewer division issued comments dated 3/26/26, requesting the applicant submit a signed letter acknowledging receipt of P&Z comments. Zoning issued comments dated 3/24/26, indicating no issues with the application. Conservation issued comments dated 3/23/26, indicating no comments to the application. DPW drainage issued comments dated 3/10/26, indicating no line revision is acceptable. And wetlands issued a urban needs questionnaire dated 2/24/26, indicating no action required. Therefore, a motion to approve with the following comments. Prior to development, the applicant shall return to P&Z Commission for review of both lots. For sewer division comment, the applicant has submitted a letter dated, I believe it was 3/30/26, acknowledging comments. And the applicant shall prepare a record map for recording on town land records. And the applicant shall address any and all outstanding staff or interdepartmental issues.
Do I have a second for that motion?
Second.
Mr. Wells has seconded. Any discussion? I would just like, I'd like to suggest that we add these great things that Ms. Villatoro has in the staff report in our findings. And that is that whereas the commission finds that the deficient lot area 15 Locust would be resolved, the deficient frontage of 15 Locust would be improved, the sum of side yard setbacks on 15 Locust would be improved, the northern side yard setback of the residents at 15 Locust Street would be maintained, and the accessory side yard setbacks of the existing garages on 21 Locust would be maintained. Does anybody have any objection to that? All right, okay, so let's consider that as amended. We've had a second. Mr. Yeski, how do you vote?
Aye.
Mr. Wells?
Aye.
Mr. McRae?
Aye.
Mr. Lowe?
Aye.
Albin is also aye, and with that, the motion passes 5-0. We move on.
Thank you.
Much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Did you say the easement, Nick? I suddenly don't remember hearing it.
No, I don't believe I did.
Okay, well, then we dropped it. Okay. I remembered too late. Okay, we'll leave it. All right, public hearing, Mr. Basili.
Yes, it is. Okay.
Hi. All right. And so now we open the public hearing. And our first application in the public hearing is SW82 LLC for a final re-subdivision to reduce 151 Old Church Road, Lot 1, from 1.6611 acres to 1.6190 acres, and to increase the size of 0 Old Church Road, Lot 2, from 1.7226 acres to 1.7647 acres for properties located at 151 Old Church Road and 0 Old Church Road in the RA1 zone. With that, Mr. Hegney, welcome back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. These two lots were created as part of a subdivision in 1989. There have been a couple of, which created the two lots and a 15% set aside reserve area. There have been two lot line revisions since, one in 2011, one 2012. One was to fix a pool setback, and the other was to provide for more lot area for green space for the lot with the house on it. Both lots actually,
2012 was that when we changed when we created the green space regs?
it was around there that it was done.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Actually, just as an aside, there have been very few variances
For the
of
green space.
the green space.
But don't
I
forget,
think
we
I've done
can,
maybe 3 or 4
but don't
over the last
forget that we
15
have
years,
flexibility
14
on
years.
them. And we
Yeah.
allow, don't forget, it's not a variance requirement that we're able to modify the green space.
Yeah, sometimes it comes in where a driveway for one lot crosses another, and
Yeah.
it's
But
using up
we're able to
its
modify, so
green
why not?
space.
This is the thing I always say, if the commission can do it, why not just come ask us? All right, go ahead.
Both lots received variances of frontage. So when we were talking about where's the lot shape and what frontage, they all come off with 20-foot access way.
Mhm.
And prior to coming to the commission in 1989, the property owner at the time first went in for separate use of lots, which was something else we could do in the 80s, to create two lots rather than doing it as a subdivision. And in 87, there was a variance for the frontage for lot 1. Property owner then went back in 1988 to get frontage variance for the rear lot or the other lot, I should say, lot 2, which is the vacant lot. And so it's different than the discussion you were having yesterday at the briefing, because these are two fronting lots because of those variances. Now, one of the questions that was asked is, well, what was the zoning lot area for this? And fortunately, I wasn't able to get that earlier, but it's interesting. The zoning lot area actually increases for both lots doing this lot line revision. And that
Because,
does happen.
because of the impact of the access way, right?
And because of areas that are narrower
Yes. Yep, got it.
and don't count as part of the lot. And then they
Got
do,
it.
when you move the lot line, they do
Okay.
count.
Okay,
So
I understand it conceptually. I'm not envisioning it. Can someone share what's the best way to look at it? Did you give us a, I don't think you
It's
gave
just
us a.
the subdivision map, but actually, because it's got the
That's the-
circles on
okay,
it, so on and so
Got
forth.
the circles. So we got, you heard we had some questions for you on that. So can someone put up the subdivision map and then, boy, if anybody understands what happens to the access way and the use of, so you're saying, so right now, we don't actually have in our summary, we don't actually have I'm not seeing I'm only seeing the total lot size.
Tracy, would you be able to bring up the map that Emma sent over to you, which is a supplemental to this one?
Hmm.
So it's not in the presentation? Is that what you're telling me?
No.
And is it in the public record yet?
That's what I'm checking.
Yes.
Hang on.
Well, only not so much if Tracy hasn't put it in the public record.
Well, no. Well, this
Okay.
isn't my application, so I wasn't dealing with all the documents. But Jackie, I'm just trying to find. Did
I
it get
believe
submitted
she did
today?
forward it
Did it come
to you.
today?
Yes,
Huh? Okay,
yes.
then hold on. Lot line revision is probably this map. Hang on.
Yes. So it's the same map that we were looking at before with a couple of additions. One is for lot 2, which is the one that is to the right and then circles around on the bottom of the map. It shows that area of the lot that does not conform with the 50-foot setback, which is twice the side yard setback of 25 feet. If we could enlarge the zoning data on the right-hand side of the survey map.
It's not legible anymore. Oh, there we
That's
go.
fine. You just got to give it a second.
Okay,
Got to give
yeah,
it a second to do
See,
its
no, see,
stuff
my
there.
iPad crashes when I do this. Okay, so 70.
So I wanted the zoning data that's at the top was part of what we had submitted. What was asked for was the zoning lot area,
Yes, yeah.
which for lot 1 doesn't
Amazing.
include what would be the northwest corner of that parcel prior to the lot line revision. And so it's 63,994 square feet. When it goes to what we're proposing, it's actually 70,530. And lot 2, because it's also receiving some land, goes from 70,177 to 72,006. So this happens on occasion because there are funny looking lots all over the place in town. And when you adjust the lot lines, you create more zoning lot area than you had before. So without adding land, you make for more zoning lot area.
Well, we've made this argument sometimes to applicants who give us a tortured rear lot. And we keep saying, why would you do it this way? When you're giving up your zoning lot area as a result of how the access way functions. Tracy, can you pull back so we can ask the rest of the questions here? So the next question. Yeah, you know what we're gonna ask.
So you see the former lot line that's in the circle on the right hand
Yeah.
side of the map. That is what is part currently of Lot 1 and does not count as part of zoning lot area because it pinches to a point that's less than 50 feet wide. So when we add that to Lot 2, that increases the square footage of Lot 2, and then we increase the lot area for Lot 1 by putting the lot line with greater space around the pool, which is already in Lot 1. And that's how we end up with both lots being larger than the current zoning lot area.
Okay, next question. The area subject to restrictive covenants, what is that?
So there's a line that runs up and down on the right-hand side of the page. It's a dashed and dotted line.
Yep.
That one right there. That was part of a settlement between adjacent property owners at the time the subdivision was approved in 1989. And what it says is that to the right of that line, you cannot build a dwelling. You can put things like tennis courts or something of that nature. And on the left-hand side is what is your building envelope or a dwelling.
But that intervenes with exactly where you've put the lot-shaped circle were you to further develop.
Well, this being both lots are owned by the same party, and they're looking to, well, it's not uncommon these days, establish more of a family compound in the future. And what they're looking for is an area where they could build some type of modest home that would be on Lot 2.
So they would
So
stay
that-
to the left of the line.
Correct.
And where does that put them relative to?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, go ahead, please do.
Mr. Hegney, that covenant, is that actually recorded with the subdivision and is part of the subdivision way back
Sure
when?
looks like it, because
No, that's a settlement agreement
okay.
that was arrived at between an adjacent property owner and the owner at that time, but it was not part of the subdivision decision.
Okay, so then that covenant is a civil thing between parties outside of the of the property owners.
Well, except that it's on the map.
Yeah, it's on the map, right?
It's filed in the
There is a
map.
recorded document
Yeah, it's
that
filed in the
is
map, so
private
it's legal.
between the prior owner of this property and an adjacent property owner.
But it's on the subdivision map, so it becomes part of the land records, right?
No, it's on this survey to represent the proposed subdivision. The subdivision map that the commission acted on, I think Mr. Hegney is saying, did not have that restriction because that was born after the subdivision.
Well,
No,
then,
I'm looking at the map from 1989,
yeah,
and it does show that
the
line
covenants,
on
yeah.
it. It does show
Okay.
that line on it.
So then the map has it, and even though you're calling it a private, it's on the map.
Who is the authority to assign the responsibility there, Mr. Hegney? Is it the parties involved, or does it say and the commission, or?
I don't believe, no, I think it's just between the parties themselves rather than the commission that is imposing a restriction on that use of Lot 2. Essentially, they didn't want a house closer to them, and that's why they agreed to, and why the prior owner of this property agreed to not build any closer to the north, as indicated on the restricted area line.
See, this is getting a little complicated here for me because it's on that subdivision or a subdivision map that's recorded and signed. This is May of 2011. And then again, it's on the same one that is November of 2012. So it's kind of coming forward, and I'm a little confused here as to if this is a restriction on this and it goes right through the circle. We're getting back to that point. Is this a buildable lot still?
Well,
For zoning purposes? And I think actually, I really would like to have the ZEO confirm a lot of this because, as I see it, I've got two lot circles that fit, but I have a lot of leftover land that actually, to me, may not be a zoning lot area. And where the existing dwelling, it is what it is. It fits. Yes, we get a circle in the we get a circle in the lot 2 area, but then what's left over? And I would think actually we would want to know that prior to doing anything on this. So as we move forward and we record this, we're confirmed in terms of what is the lot area and what is the zoning lot area.
Well, I mean, we don't have to decide about future. Our agreeing to the lot line revision doesn't mean we're.
But I'm saying, it's here we are today. Let's get this figured out because in 20 years, because somebody comes back to this, now we have actually established what is what today. As an example, Mr. Hagney, the area around the pool in the pool cabana seems very narrow. How would that be interpreted as zoning lot area?
It is wider than 50 feet, and the pool doesn't need to meet the 25-foot setback because it is in the rear yard of lot 1. So it meets the accessory setback in that area. I did want to address your earlier comment though, because your point would be valid if either one of these were rear lots, because then you'd have to build within the circle. Here, you just have to demonstrate that it meets the lot shape. And it's not an issue that you have with a rear lot.
I'm sorry.
These are
Matt
both
Gray,
fronting lots.
But Nick asked you a question and I didn't hear it.
Aren't they both rear lots?
No, they are both fronting lots, and that was
And what do they front on?
Of the variance. It's the access way that comes off of Old Church Road and meets this property. And that's what was granted as a variance in 87 and then again in 88 to declare that these are fronting lots, not rear lots.
So that's actually in the ZBA decision, granting them as fronting lots as opposed to rear lots off of a shared driveway.
Correct. And they went ahead and did that before they came to the commission in 89 for the actual subdivision itself.
Okay.
Question for you. The map also indicates wetlands right on the other side. Where are you relative to the URA here?
The upland review area encompasses, just to give a bit of orientation, the tennis court that is on lot 1 and the cottage on lot 1 and a portion of the circle on lot 2.
Okay.
And what dimension is the URL?
That I'm talking about just the upland review area is 100 feet.
And it comes in and it fully encompasses the tennis court, the cottage, and half of the circle. Next question. What is the cottage?
Yeah, it's a garage apartment that predates our regulations.
So you, all right, so now I'm going to get the number. 151 currently has 2 residences on them. One is this domestic quarters or is this an ADU, the cottage?
It's really, it's more akin to an ADU.
Uh-huh.
It's not domestic quarters. It is considered a dwelling.
And is this ADU, so you're saying it's a dwelling, you said it was an apartment, right?
Yes.
Okay, so is this, you said it was prior to our ADU regulations, which date to 1987?
No, I'm saying that it is prior to our zoning regulations in 1926.
That the apartment was over the cottage?
Correct.
Was
And
over the
really,
garage?
when we look at these, we really go back to September of 1947, when our residential zoning regulations, basically as we see them even today, were adopted by the commission. And so when the zoning enforcement officer is looking at, do you get to maintain 2 dwellings on a property? The question is, was it in existence prior to September of 1947?
Okay. All righty. Did you send in the acknowledgement letter? Because as of yesterday, we had not received it.
I know my office did send it over.
Okay, as of 3/27, our office did not have it.
No, because we didn't get it until yesterday. We sent it over yesterday.
So this is Jackie, right?
Correct.
So I don't know if we have it.
There were a bunch of materials that came today. I'm trying to
I
check.
think it was at 2:11. Jackie sent something from that Emma had sent saying it was a signed acknowledgement letter.
There was more than one. Mr. Harris, you've had your hand up. I'm sorry.
I just want to try and collate all the information I think I've heard here, and that is there's a private agreement that requires if a house is constructed on lot 2, it be in this diagram to the left of the straight line that runs up and down the page. And part of that area on lot 2, which is to the left of the line, will be upland review area. So if something is constructed in lot 2, it may be subject to that unless it's tucked down low enough on this diagram that it avoids that. And then all the other areas that belong to lot 2 are not really buildable for purposes of a residential development. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes,
Mr.
yes, I think you
Haganians,
do,
yeah.
because to the east, or the bottom of where that pool is, which is the other portion of lot 2, right there, that's a very steep slope. Because what this does is it goes down to where the high school is. And it's quite a steep drop from Old Church down to Hillside. And yes, the upland review area is not a prohibition. It's a area where you have to receive approval from the wetland agency in order to build within it.
I think Mr. Harris might know this one. He has a close relationship with somebody on the wetlands agency.
Yes, no, I know that one.
You might know that one.
So when members of the wetland agency are looking at this, they're looking, is there any kind of negative impact to the the wetlands as a result of the proposed development. And if there is there a feasible and prudent alternative that needs to be considered before the agency votes on the proposed development? So that's part of what goes through the wetland process. So, I'm not looking for an approval to be able to build here. I'm just looking at
No, we
for
know
the
that.
approval to be able to move the lot line. And
Yep.
of course, the decision letter I will receive, which I'm hoping to receive, will say that this does not guarantee development, and you still have to go through the process of all the other town departments, including the wetland agency. And my client's aware of that, and we're proceeding accordingly.
Thank you.
Madam Kulikowski, have you located something?
Yes, I've located the sewer acknowledgement letter. You do have,
Great.
it is in the record.
All right. So we have the sewer acknowledgement letter. What are the outstanding questions from the commission?
I'm still unsure about this covenant thing. I scaled 100 feet from the wetlands line as shown on here. It goes through more than half of the circle. I would like to have the zoning enforcement officer use the map that's in front of us and just to verify the zoning lot areas. More of not area size, but area location. Because I want to make sure that actually, as we move forward on this, if we move forward on this, that actually it's recorded so the next person in line understands what we did today. It seems there's a lot of history here, and we kind of had to unwrap that history. It took a long time. I want to make sure it's much clearer going forward. And if that covenant area was actually recorded on the subdivision maps, somewhere if staff could dig up, how it fits into any subdivision, re-subdivision, lot line change, so on and so forth, because it would seem to me it's recorded on the subdivision maps. If it's a private thing, that's great, but was it actually included in the original or those previous decisions?
Patrick.
But you answered the question I was going to give you. If it was part of the commission's decision and it was a covenant that agreement between the commission and the applicant, then it's enforceable by the commission. If it was a private party agreement that's referenced on the map that was signed, it's a lack of, it's probably not the perfect example, but an easement, right? So right to trespass of party X over lot of party Y, it may be recorded on the map that we all review and the commission approves, but it does not have any bearing on the commission's decision. It may not.
Okay, Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, I have a dumb question. This
No
map
such
we're
thing.
looking at right now, is this the official town map on this lot? Is this out of town records, or did we get it from?
No, this is the proposed
This is the
lot line
proposed
revision.
map. We do have the map from 2012, and actually, I'm looking at the decision letter that the commission approved back in 2012, and it does refer to restrictive covenant. It's just a few lines, if I could read that to you. The applicant has indicated that the restrictive covenants on Lot 2 are associated with a private deed restriction and were not associated with any requirements of previous subdivisions or re-subdivisions. Staff could not find any reference to the restrictive covenants in the previous approvals for this site. It is
Not
suggested that
factually
reference
comforting.
to map 6600 be placed elsewhere on the map so as not to imply association with the restrictive covenant on Lot 2 that are associated with the private deed restriction and not with any requirements of previous subdivisions. That was from Katie.
But the dwelling that's there, is it there now?
Oh yeah, this was developed in the early 20s. So both buildings that you see on this map were built before we had zoning.
Yeah, it just doesn't line up with some aerials I'm looking at, but if it's an official map and all that sort of thing, so be it. It just that when I
What do
looked
you
at the, I went into Google Earth and it just doesn't seem to line. I mean, it's kind of lined up, but not really. So I know it gets back to where he wants to build the circles. I get that. That's the major, well, long-term issue. But I was just curious the source of this map.
Yeah, if we go to the other presentation material I have, we do have the map from 2012, and it shows essentially what you see on the plan, except on the one map that we just had, except for the proposed changes.
Well, the aerials can be tricky and they come at angles and all that sort of thing. I was just curious the source. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Harris.
Does this covenant apply to lot 1 as well?
No.
No, it's only
Because the line runs through lot 1, at least as is presented
see.
here. Can I
Well,
recommend?
I suppose,
Sorry, go ahead.
now that you mention that, Mr. Harris, it would apply to that portion of the lot which is to the right or north of the pool.
Okay.
We go to the next 2 more slides over, please, Tracy.
Yeah.
So that's there. It
uh,
is where it doesn't go through the lot 1.
No, it does.
Yeah, it does.
No, actually,
No, it
doesn't.
actually currently does not. Right.
So what this
This
with
is what was
the lot line
approved in
revision, with the new lot
2012.
line revision, that restricted line will go through lot 1.
Correct.
Okay. I guess I was just going to suggest, if it's not inappropriate, that whatever the relationship is between this agreement and the commission and future commissions, that be clarified on what's ever filed, because
That's
if
what Nick is
we-
saying.
yeah, I agree with that 100%, because this will just lead to confusion going forward, and it
So-
would be great to clarify.
So, yeah, that's what Nick's point is, that we have this thing that says there's restrictive covenants. And yet there's a lack of clarity in 1989 about them. It should be part of the land records on this, and understanding that it's 37 years late to pick it up, but this should be, and the wetlands delineation. So my sense is what Nick's point was, Nick, you were asking for some answers. Do you want to clarify your request of Mr. Hegney specifically?
I think actually, kind of getting back, I think actually we need to really clarify the covenant and how it's worded. And now actually understanding actually it goes through lot 1. Does that covenant need to be adjusted? Because now it goes through lot 1 as well as part of this application.
Brooks's point.
So I think we've resolved that sewer septic problem. I would like to have the zoning enforcement officer through our staff confirm zoning lot area with the circles as a specific, so it can be recorded on this map going forward. So in the future, it doesn't come back to surprise anybody. Also, I think on this map as well is record those ZBA decisions. So actually that's recorded with this map, the fronting lots, so on and so forth, so everybody understands what's going on. And Mr. Hegney, just one more thing. You said that actually in this case, the north side of the existing house is the rear line. Is that correct? Or the right side?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so then the tennis court's in the front yard.
Correct.
Okay, and that pre-existing cottage is in the front yard or side yard, because it's actually bisects the back plane of the building.
The garage, the cottage,
Yes.
that would be in the rear yard, being behind the rear
not
wall.
It's not behind the
of
rear wall.
house.
It's not behind the rear wall. If you draw a line from the rear wall to that, it goes right through the one side of it. Okay, thank you very much. That was my questions.
Okay,
Is
so
it customary to record the upland review line on these kind of maps? Upland review area?
The
Usually
wetlands
not,
are-
no.
Yeah, the wetlands are dynamic, so to place it'd be only nominal for the period that it was filed, right? It could
Okay.
change.
Okay, thank you.
yeah. And normally they have to reflag. Okay, I'm gonna just go to public comment. Does anybody wish to speak from the public on this proposed lot line revision at 151 Old Church Road and 0 Old Church Road? Please raise your virtual hand. Please raise your virtual hand. 151 Old Church Road. I feel like I'm auctioning something.
I was hoping it was going to be an approval, Madam Chair.
I got that. But I'm hearing a commissioner who is seated who has open questions.
I hear those
If you
questions
wish
and we'll
to,
have
if you,
answers
would-
for you.
yeah, if you want to address his questions, if you want to give it a shot at making Mr. McRae comfortable, please feel free. But I'm hearing someone who is not interested in closing.
Yeah, and I'm happy to go to the zoning enforcement officer and clarify
Okay.
and confirm the zoning lot areas. And I will provide, not that it isn't in your records already, the decision letter from 2012. I don't know if you recall this one, Madam Chair. So you did vote on it.
I don't remember it.
And it contained very specific language on the restrictive covenants were separate and apart from any subdivision rulings or decisions.
Aha. So that's where it's lucky Nick wasn't voting because he wouldn't have gone for that. Mr. Hegney, I got a trivia question for you. When was Field Point Circle decision?
That was the Victor Borg. That was the Victor Borger property.
Yes, correct.
And
1989.
No, because it was our time. Hegney was
No.
already an attorney before us.
I was off the commission.
Yeah, it was
when that
somewhere
happened.
it was somewhere in the 21st century. But I
Somewhere
don't,
between 99 and 2003, I believe.
somewhere around that.
I
Yeah,
think
okay.
it was
All right.
somewhere right around there.
We were explaining it to Brooks yesterday. Okie doke. So based on the input of the commission, this application will be continued. Thank you, Mr. Hegney.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All righty. Okay, and so we go on with the public hearing, and the next one, I know we have Mr. DeAndrea and Mr. Rydberg. Anybody else? Oh, Mr. Hegney just raised his hand again. Oh, he's on this now, I guess, huh? Even though I kicked him out? Okay, sorry, Mr. Hegney.
Mr. Hegney's on the next few, I believe.
Oh, okay, well, we hadn't seen him much. What about Mr. DeAndrea? Is he gone from this one? And Mr. Rydberg is still on it, right?
Yes.
All right.
To the extent that you need to hear from them at all.
Well, we would
they
want to
they
hurt
are
their
in
feelings.
attendance.
Yeah, okay. I'll promote Mr. Rydberg. You may want Mr. DeAndrea, because I think there were questions about the flood proofing yesterday, if I remember correctly.
He actually has his hand up, so.
I know, it's impressive. Okay, all righty. Our next application is 221 River Road for a final coastal site plan and special permit for the proposed demolition of an existing two-family house and construction of a new 2-unit residential building on an undersized parcel of 7,052 square foot property located at 221 River Road Extension in the R6 and coastal overlay zones in the X flood zone. Mr. Hegney, if you would proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, Tom Hegney on behalf of the applicant. Essentially, it's demolishing a two-family house with two-bedroom apartments, two two-bedroom apartments, and constructing a new two-family house with two two-bedroom apartments. We had a hearing earlier this month. There was an issue with the comments from the town engineer, and Mr. DeAndrea prepared a very detailed letter that addressed each of those points. As a result, we have a responsive memo from engineering saying return prior to zoning. that we resolved the issues to their satisfaction at the site plan stage. The plan actually reduces coverage by a little over 1,000 square feet. We did provide an updated landscape plan to show tree protection and put another tree in the front yard. And there was a question, which I know the commission spent a fair amount of time discussing yesterday, on whether a sidewalk was appropriate here. And given the narrow right-of-way, which was our basis in getting a variance to be able to build the proposed house, there's really no room unless we wanted to make River Road extension a one-way street. There really isn't the area in this very narrow right-of-way. At one point, it's less than 30 feet to be able to include a sidewalk, let alone the grass strip that was also talked about by engineering. And I think that Mr. Paredes' memo to you from last week acknowledges that this is not something you can do unless the town is willing to confiscate front yards for a half dozen properties along River Road. I think that was all we really had outstanding at the.
Yeah, Conservation had asked for the cut and fill volumes. I think that those were not given to them. Mr. McRae, what you didn't list that one, and I think there was another question I had, but we'll get to it. Go ahead, Mr. McRae, and then Mr. Wells.
Mr. DeAndrea, are you available?
Yeah, look. Okay.
Okay.
I am.
Quick question about the stone wall in the front. Now I just lost it. It's going to be rebuilt.
The landscape plan has indicated that it will be rebuilt inside the property. That was Matt Pop's plan discussed by all of us with the owner.
Okay. Is that wall required for retaining or any other issues?
No, sir.
Okay. What did I do with it? There it is. Okay. Would the curb in the right of way be reconstructed, or is that just left over outside the wall?
Well,
there was no intention to change the edge of the pavement, if that was the question.
Yeah, as a curb, so separation between the asphalt and then curb and then lawn.
Well, they asked, one of the things I think DPW asked for is that the curb be replaced, if I'm not wrong about which application.
Right now, there's only edge of pavement.
Yes.
And no curb.
Okay.
The width of the pavement is approximately 26 feet.
Okay, so but DPW says the call out shall say the following: granite curb shall be constructed to Town of Greenwich standards along the entire property frontage.
Right. Madam Chair, that would be applicable if we were intending to place curb and sidewalk along the road. We are not.
Well, I mean, I've seen them do curb without a sidewalk.
If you were to place curb without a sidewalk, you would have an impediment to traffic on this street. It would probably not be
you're saying
advisable.
because it's so narrow.
So, Mr. Hegney, oh Lord, Mr. DeAndrea, thank you for using that. Thank you for using that word, impediment. I would suggest, just looking at, you have a good design that actually faces the street with what would say a proper architectural face. There was lots of discussion, as we know, about actually a curb. Maybe it's possible to explore not rebuilding the wall and redefining more of what's happening in the front yard. And then if you have that wall is gone, then maybe you have a better area for pedestrians to walk. Even though it's not a sidewalk, it's a little bit better, and you don't have this impediment, to use the word again, of the stone wall.
No, I said impediment of a curb.
Yeah, well, I know, I understand the curb, yes.
Oh,
I'm thinking of the wall.
he's agreeing with you on the curb, I think, and
I'm
dismissing
thinking
my,
actually, yes, impediment is the
dismissing
curb. And the
DPW's
impediment,
suggestion. Yeah,
impediment is a wall. Is the wall, if the wall's not necessary for retaining soils or grade, maybe it's not necessary at all, actually opens up the front yard. And then there's a little bit more room for somebody passing by the front of the house. See what I'm saying?
I fully understand.
Got it. Okay.
can we just put it up for a sec? Can we put up this,
Landscape plan,
yeah, the landscape plan will work well.
page, is this 5?
If the wall were to be reconstructed, and I'm really not the one to answer that unilaterally, but if the wall were to be constructed within our property along the boundary line, then there would effectively be approximately 3 feet of grass or other surface between the face of the wall and the current edge of pavement.
So that's kind of a nice idea because it means that somebody could jump out of harm's way without you having to do a sidewalk. But
Correct. So
again, here's the thing we got stuck on yesterday. Let me keep talking for a sec. DPW has this list of things that they are asking you to do. And as we kicked it around, we had very different perspectives on it. And that's, as you listened to us, that was putting it mildly. So we were sort of thinking, well, we send you to talk to DPW and seeing what agreement you can hash out. But this idea of Mr. Macrise is you create you remove the impediment for a pedestrian to get themselves out of danger. Because you know how crazy this is. I mean, most of us have walked here. So that would help, right? Mr. Macrise idea?
Yeah, see, and I think it kind of stems from, and could I hang myself here, that the architect's face of this building actually fits with the street. And that is the wall, actually, if it's not necessary
I think
for.
he just said something nice to you, Mr. Rydberg, so just take it and run. The architect's face of the building, go ahead.
If the wall is not necessary as a technical means for holding soils back or grade,
Okay.
is the wall necessary? Can you let the whole front yard just go right out to the asphalt? Give it a little bit more room for any kind of pedestrian passing by. More than the 3 feet.
So we would say to you something like, the commission, again, because DPW isn't just saying for you to consider, they are demanding that you do these things. They are making they're telling you to do these things. If the commission says, say we move this forward, we say, whereas the commission has reviewed the DPW comments and finds that such and such might represent a compromise to increase pedestrian safety without the current addition of a sidewalk or a curb. So that would be something that then you would go talk to DPW and say, look, the commission suggested this. The commission was saying yesterday, as you guys heard, we know of no immediate plans to enhance the safety of River Road extension in general with sidewalk. We know it's been identified as a danger area, but that doesn't mean there's any kind of plan. So if we created a compromise, which was what we were trying to get to yesterday, would this work? This works for you guys, right?
To
Rudy
Rudy and Tom, we
Yeah,
can't
Mr.
step
Rydberg.
aside and have a discussion, but which of you would like to discuss that issue relative to the wall?
Well, it's more of a landscape feature as part of establishing that this is the front yard of this house. And I would add, we've moved it back substantially from what it currently is. It's only 18 feet off the property line. Now we've moved it back so it's 26 feet off the property line.
All right, Mr. Hegney,
Mr. Hegney, but you're saying, oh gosh, I don't know if I like your compromise and I want to have it all. But the problem is I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney, that was probably a little too blunt, but here you have your comments from DPW. They say the plan shall show the installation of a granite curb. The plan shall show the installation of a 5-foot concrete sidewalk. Okay. then the
and
plan
yes.
shall show the installation of a minimum 3-foot grass strip. We're trying to get you out of that and give you a compromise. Can you live with it?
So we certainly can review that with our client, but to do what is suggested in this engineering memo, you would narrow this 2-lane road to less than 20 feet wide because there is no easement on my client's property or for the location of a sidewalk. This would all have to go in the town right
Perfect.
of way.
There it is. I think Mr. Hegney, you completely
Nailed it.
explained it.
Yep.
Nailed it.
Yep.
There's no room for a sidewalk. We see it. You see it.
Right.
Engineering suggesting it. I'm saying, let's go back with a compromise to say, yeah,
So-
no sidewalk, but we'll get rid of the wall so there's a little bit more room in the front yard. I
Yeah,
would
so-
also argue that actually the front yard is established by the front facade of this building or the side facade of this building, which actually emulates the front of the
So,
building
Mr.
and actually
Hegney,
creates its own front yard.
okay.
You know, here with the front door, the
No,
pediment.
Wait. I gotta
that is
jump
the
in.
front door.
We've got one mistaken thing in what Mr. Hegney just said. You said, Mr. Hegney, that doing the sidewalk would reduce the right of way. You may
Yes.
have missed point 6 of DPW's comments, in which they say the sidewalk will require a portion of the property to be given to the town to enlarge the right of way. So when you're saying that the sidewalk would reduce the right of way, that is not what DPW is thinking. They're thinking that you either give them an easement now or you reduce your property and give them a piece of it to enlarge their right of way, which I believe you meant to say you're not in favor of.
And my client is protected by language of both the U.S.
Yes.
and state constitution
course.
of taking property without just compensation.
and
And
you know-
that's what he's suggesting here. Give us your front yard so we can put in a sidewalk
Yes,
and do it to every other
Okay,
property
you
owner
don't need to protest.
along that side.
You don't need to protest because we had a similar reaction, although slightly less, with less edge on it. But what we said was,
vociferous? Yes.
no, just a little less edgy. But we said, well, we're not really comfortable with asking the property owner to give up their property. They could provide an easement, but I'm not sure, we weren't sure that that was sensible for the property owner. So we wanted to send you to DPW to talk about it, but if we can get you a solution, I think you're saying you need to talk to your client. We were hoping we could figure it all out tonight, but if you need to talk to your client, talk to your client. I'm not sure that you have many other outstanding issues, but if you want to talk to your client and say, look, P&Z is trying to help us out. And they're saying, why don't we get rid of the wall? And then it kind of creates that safe area and gets rid of the impediment. And then they're suggesting that DPW can step back its comments. Now, Nick, go ahead.
Okay, so we're gonna go. Glad we just talked about the sidewalk, not sidewalk wall, so on and so forth.
Okay, we're done, right, with that part?
That part, yes. Is Mr. Pop available? I have a technical question about the landscape plan.
I'm not seeing him here.
No, Matt didn't join us this
Okay,
evening.
that's fine. It's not a critical
sorry.
issue. Okay,
Wait,
I would like
no.
to talk about the.
But Rudy's good, you know, he knows things.
Mhm.
Okay, Mr.
Well,
Rydberg, I mean.
It's okay.
Yeah. I already gave him his kudos today, so. Waterproof foundation, watertight foundation.
Mr. DeAndrea. Okay, I think we
Well,
can
hold
take
on.
down the landscape plan, or,
Actually, if we can go to, let me see if I can right slide here. Can we go to slide 7 of the presentation? That's the foundation plan. Mr. Rydberg, I know that the waterproof foundation actually is achievable. Because in engineering and conservation are both clamoring for this. We can do this with the window wells as well,
Yes.
as they're proposed, all 4 of them.
Yes, we'll make it a bathtub, essentially.
Okay, so the outside of the window well is where the bathtub would be.
Outside the window well, as well underneath the slab. And you basically put in a working slab. You put down a waterproof membrane that sits on the concrete working slab. You do your work on top, you fold this is one option. You fold the membrane up the sidewalls of the roof of the tub, and we just got to thicken the slab enough to withstand the buoyancy of whatever we figure out once where the water table is.
So I've seen two of these done recently. One's on Cross Lane and the other one is Central Middle School. Mr. Wells, whenever you want to jump in, if somebody takes a breath, go right ahead. Okay.
Okay. Well, I'm not breathing just yet.
Well,
One second.
okay.
I don't like
Okay.
interrupting.
All right, go ahead.
Mr. Rydberg, the car lifts.
Yes.
They're not embedded in the slab or anything, or are they
No,
just sitting on top and bolted down?
They sit on top of the slab. Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
Okay. Now, so the tub, if you would, encompasses the foundation walls and the window wells, so the windows don't need to be watertight.
Correct. Well, they're going to be essentially watertight on the outside because that's where our point of water is going to be. If they fill up inside, we'll look at that detail. But
Okay.
I mean, we don't get a lot of rain into the window wells, and I don't think this is we're on the flood zone here. High enough, I should say. We're above it.
Okay. Great. Now, one last thing. Have you started specifying or looking into the car lifts?
Yeah, there are several out there. The one I'm using right now is a Vasari out of the Midwest. That one's pretty expensive, and we've had some heavy duty one. Put a heavy duty one because the guy wants to bring his Hummer down to the basement. The ones we've used typically in other spots are a little simpler. They're basically a lift that has 4 screws that come up the four pylons of the side, slide down or slide up. I've done them successfully on Millbank Avenue in a house. And I know last time I think I mentioned, but I'll mention it again. If there was that car goes on the top and the car raises up and then the guy pulls in the car into the garage level. So back to the thought of if there needs a repair, that would have the same situation. I wouldn't be able to get the car down from the top. So I don't think I think we can handle the the repair of that if something happens. We do a lot of car dealerships for Miller Motor Car. We use these and for Jeep Chrysler, and we use these lifts all the time. And they have very seldom had big problems with them. We have multiple lifts in all these garages.
Right. I think my concern is yes, you have a commercial use of a car lift. This is not a commercial use of a car lift, and it's actually being proposed as part of satisfying required parking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Previous experience, I'm sure we're well aware of. When we're looking at car lifts in required parking, it's one of those things that we always feel kind of a little bit uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as it doesn't work, then there's not enough parking. So it is what it is. So Vasari, you said, right? I'll have to look that up.
Okay.
Thank you.
VASARI is one of them. There's 2 other ones we're looking into as well.
And you
we've actually used car lifts for required parking. We did that for the Porsche showroom.
Right, outside. Yep,
on
remember that.
West Putnam Avenue, and that's outside, and it has stacked 3 cars.
These get inspected once a year, right?
No. I actually did a little digging and actually talked to the state.
Wow, Nick. And what did Mr. McRae, professional car lift expert, learn today?
Don't park your Bugatti in the bottom one.
All right. So they don't have to be inspected if they're on private property, car lifts?
No. It's passenger elevators, that kind of thing. That's
That
a
has
yearly
to be.
inspection. Yeah.
Okay.
But this
All right.
is more of a storage thing.
Okie doke. Mr. Wells, I think everybody's taking a deep breath.
Wonderful. Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a question for Mr. Rydberg. The EMAC was somewhat disappointed with the level of detail in the energy narrative. If I missed it, I apologize. Have you submitted a new one? Or is it, we've just got the one?
Well, that's the only one that we submitted. Okay. Tom and I talked about if I had to, I would advance it a little bit more. But again, the basic tone there was done based upon your earlier designs for houses over under 10,000 square feet. So our comments were broad, but certainly, the owner intends here to do everything he can. He's going to do the electric heat pumps, and he's going to do. We don't have. We have an EV charger for the cars. Again, like you said before, spray foams. We'll make all the spray foam walls. I think there was a typo either in my report or in the P&Z report saying that the exterior wall was R31. Well, that's not achievable unless I have 2x10s, which I'm not having. So, but you do an overall res check for the house. We'll meet the energy code. There's a new energy code coming out this year in the new building code. They are reducing actually the roof from 60 back to 49 the way it was for years. They're not having it high 60 anymore. Determined that it's pretty hard to get that to work. We have super windows, super good doors. We meet all the energy levels, the R values, the U values. So I think going forward, I guess if there's going to be more of a detailed analysis similar to one that I think Tom Hegney had shown me on one of their projects, which was quite intensive, we'll upgrade the information even more. But I don't have an MEP right now to do those, do the whatever that first rating was. It was a rating. I wasn't even familiar with it.
Yeah, the modeling.
Yeah.
So you mentioned electric heat pump. Have you decided yet whether it's going to be air or ground source?
I don't believe it's ground source, but we haven't really discussed it. I talked to the owner, and he said he's happy to do electric heat pumps. So I think I don't know if he's ever done groundwater or full wells or whatever. I just did 2 of them with full wells over on Field Point. He did them there. So I know they
probably
work.
more likely to be air. I think it's, more reasonable.
Yes, no, I'm pretty sure there'll be air. Yes.
Yeah. And then solar, I don't know what your orientation is. Are you going to wire it with solar or?
You mentioned that solar before about houses. Majority of the time, I have yet to put in all my almost 45 years worth of being an architect, I have yet to put solar on a house. And I think the 99% of the people don't like the look of it. Now, that being said, I just worked on a home, just an interior renovation where they had a Tesla roof. And it was extremely expensive, but they kind of think it's cool, but I don't think from an economic standpoint it made sense. But they bought the house that way. I think that's an improvement. If there are ideas coming down the road where you can make it look architecturally correct instead of these big piped systems on the roof. I don't know. A lot of people were doing it because there were some credits. I'm not sure the credits are still there. But we're going to be super insulated here. I think that's the biggest battle I find in these houses. I think you have to be super insulated. And then with the ERV, the houses are, you're tight and you're efficient. So,
do you know the heat source for your hot water? Is it going to be gas, or are you going to do a electric heat pump for that?
I haven't asked him. I have not asked him about that. Traditionally, what he's done in the other projects that I did with him, he was using condensing boilers, super efficient condensing boiler, Navion. Or what's the other one? There's another one out there, not Buderus, but that type of thing. And then there's a large storage tank that they would have, so they have all the hot water they need.
So that's gas?
Gas fired.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Let me just check something. I didn't do public comment yet, did I?
Oh.
Did you? I thought I had my hand up, but.
No, it's not up.
Well,
I mean, sometimes I zone out, but I wouldn't
Well,
possibly miss it.
it seems like you might have zoned me out. That's fine.
No, what happens is they come down by themselves based on how you move.
Anyway, I have a quick question.
Please proceed.
Yeah. One of my questions was just asked by my esteemed colleague, Professor Wells. And the other one was, have we determined whether the applicant has addressed the cut and fill volumes?
No, the applicant
still has not, right?
I believe not.
Yes.
Right.
So we need to put that on our to-do list, Mr. Hegney.
I'm listening I'm listening to Mr. DeAndrea and I'm not hearing anything. The staff report says no.
Right. So I thought maybe I missed
And
it.
I
Okay.
asked the question when Mr. DeAndrea first gave us his, Mr. DeAndrea, now I just did it.
Yeah.
Mr. Hegney just gave us his list. And the thing is, on the sidewalk, this idea of ours, Mr. Hegney wants to confer with the owner anyway. So we would have time to get
Yeah.
the
Okay.
numbers.
All right. That was it. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Hegney, yeah, you got to plop your thing down. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's difficult to, I'm sure my client would be willing to provide additional space in the front yard. I don't know to what extent. As Mr. DeAndrea indicated, there's already going to be 3 feet from the pavement to where the wall that we're proposing on our property line is.
Okay.
Is another
Okay,
3 feet
so-
going to be satisfactory to the town
Option-
engineer?
I don't
It
know.
puts me in a difficult position
I get it.
of offering something that they say, no,
No.
that's not enough. We want
Why
more.
not? Because what you could do is if we leave this open, you could talk to your client and you could talk to the town engineer. And you could say, look, this is what P and Z is suggesting. They're not crazy about this whole sidewalk idea because this is an undersized property. And they're not crazy about, and this is one of the things we said yesterday, you heard us, about, the town looking to expand its right of way off of an undersized property when they don't even have a developed sidewalk plan for the neighborhood. And we were all saying that. So maybe we just give you the time so we can craft something that works all around. And just talk to your client and say, look, they're trying to help us out here. They don't buy into this, but if we didn't have the wall, it helps. I don't have a wall in the front of my property. I have a narrow street. It helps if there are cars going both ways. People go on my lawn. That's fine. Right? It's safer. Right? And that's really, I think, what Mr. Macri is saying. So it works. And if your client doesn't have any objection, why not go in that direction?
No, if he doesn't have an objection.
Okay, so let's you ask him and talk to engineering and say, P and Z was very hesitant because it's an undersized lot. Or, that mean old chair, she was very hesitant, or that grumpy secretary, whichever way you want to go.
I volunteer. I'm good at that.
Okay, so
It's a Solomon-esque approach, Madam Chair.
that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to help you out with this because it gave us pause. All right. Public comment? Did I ask for it?
You did,
No,
and I
not
cut
yet.
you off.
Okay. So does anybody wish to comment on this application at 221 River Road Extension? Kindly raise your virtual hand. 221 River Road Extension. Kindly raise your virtual hand. Seeing no hands raised, there is no public comment. Seeing that there's 2 open issues, one of providing the conservation answers and 2 of figuring out how to find a Solomonic answer. And hey, Mr. Hegney, if you guys with, your team can come up with something even better than what's been suggested here, please feel free to return with it. All right. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, we're thinking, it's your second time here. We were hoping we could get the answers, but conservation wanted to cut and fill, so we'll get that done. All right, so this application on our consent is being continued. Thank you. Now, Mr. Hegney, do I keep you in the meeting?
No, this is
Mr.
it for me
Tessie.
today.
All right, okay, thank you. Bye. Bye, Mr. Rudberg. All right. Patrick, I didn't mean to get you guys. I hope that us trying to find an answer, but we've done this before when they've wanted us to get rid of historic walls. So this is the other way around. Okay. All righty. So now we're going to go to Cherry Valley, and that is Mr. Tessie, correct? Mr. Tessie, if you would raise your hand. I gotcha. Don't worry. Oh. You must already have him because it's not working right.
He doesn't seem to be moving yet, but there you go.
I am?
He's
Okay.
coming in.
All right, our next application is 66 Cherry Valley LLC for a final site plan and special permit to demolish an existing two-car garage, to construct a curb cut and driveway extensions, to reconstruct and increase the size of the existing cottage, and to construct additions to the existing detached garage, to add an accessory dwelling unit, ADU, where both accessory structures and the external ADU would exceed 1,200 square feet, and where the total building volume of all structures on the property would exceed 150,000 cubic feet, thus requiring a special permit. Property is 7.3741 acres, located at 66 Cherry Valley in the RA4 zone. Oh, it's long. Hello, Mr. Tessie.
So, nice to be on before 7 o'clock, right? Thank you.
Yeah, we get hungry around now, though.
Oh, all right. Well,
all right, go ahead,
I'll,
Mr. Tessie.
Try to be on point.
No, no worries.
Thank
no,
you.
Actually, just as long as Mr. Basili can capture what you say, you're good.
All right, I'm going to turn up my volume.
Okay.
That'll help him. Not sure what happened. Oh, somehow. Sorry about that. Okay, well, thank you. Obviously, I'm representing the owner of the property, located at 66 Cherry Valley Road. I listened to the commission's staff briefing yesterday with a high degree of interest, obviously. Is Mr. Brower?
Yep, he's got his hand. Yep.
Yeah, would you let him in, please?
I'm having trouble, Patrick. Can you try? Okay.
I think it's working. Yep.
Okay.
Thank you. So there were the major focus of the commission members, I won't say the entire focus, seemed to be on this matter of the relationship of the ADU unit and what I'll call the cottage employee housing building as proposed to be renovated to the main dwelling on the property, which I was aware of previously. As you know, we delayed our application one meeting to respond to comments from commission members during that staff briefing for the meeting that we did not make a presentation at. I provided the commission with a comprehensive letter dated March 28th, obviously through the staff, March 23rd, sorry, addressing the standards for the commission to take into account all the standards in 615, 146, 699, relating to either or both the ADU and the employee housing building. Provided the history. I worked with Sandra on going over that history. So we were able to clear up a number of, I'll call peripheral questions concerning the cottage, particularly in the history of the property. We noted in my letter that the property did have, prior to the construction of the main building that's on the property today, two curb cuts on Cherry Valley Road. As you know, we are proposing to install one new driveway access onto Cherry Valley Road, so that it would be a total of two, and explain the rationale for that, and pointed out that that driveway was important for these clients as owners of the property, that driveway being the new driveway onto Cherry Valley Road. In listening to the commission members regarding the buildings, and I'll just take them one at a time. So far as the ADU building is concerned, we are proposing to incorporate that building with an existing, or into an existing 3-car garage, 1-story 3-car garage, essentially building a second floor that would not exceed 21 feet in height. And converting that building to partially to an ADU, which would be essentially on the second floor only. One of the 3 garage bays was eliminated to allow for access to the second floor and to have storage. The building floor area was set out in both our application and also in my letter, in kind of chart form. The total of the building in terms of floor area and the ADU unit. Suggestions were made that the entire building should be considered an ADU unit. I believe that was made by Ms. Jenkins particularly. I really don't think that in terms of the ADU unit, and I know we're talking about at the end of the day, the overall size of these 2 structures under another standard under 699. But I think that the AD unit does stand by itself when it's put over an existing garage, particularly. That's something that I don't think should be really in question that in terms of the regulations. I think it's quite clear that that's the proper interpretation regarding the unit. And I can get into that further. But now I'll move on to the employee housing building. This is essentially a rebuild of that building. I think we clarified, as I said earlier, some zoning history. That building that exists today was built in the 60s. There was one addition a little later on, again, built with a permit and CO. And the CO specifically requires employee meaning worker on the property housing. It was suggested that should this be approved, that this application be approved, that there would need to be an affidavit on the part of the owner recognizing that condition, so that it's absolutely clear on the record. Whether it needs to be recorded or not is something that can be discussed. But we don't have any problem with that because it's a statement of fact. On the issue of relative size of these structures on an individual basis and cumulative basis, I addressed that in my letter. If we get right down to the issue here of this idea that you you basically turns into a numbers game, I don't see obviously where that is in the regulations. What I mean by that, you just take the total floor area of accessory structures on a site, and if they add up to, I don't know, we come to 70 something. If you do it 70% of the house or so, that eliminates subordination in and of itself. And I don't believe that the regulation states that. In terms of, in fact, this particular regulation that you cited under, I'm just going to read the regulation specifically, but the regulation that was cited under section 695A2 specifically states that basically the commission shall find that the accessory structure, and we're really referring to the cottage enlargement in actuality, because ADU has a different standard, but it's still an accessory structure. Find that the accessory structure, by virtue of its scale, design, size, or location on the site, is compatible with its zone. It is, and individually or in combination with other accessory structures, maintains the appearance of being subordinate to the principal structure.
Mr. Tessie, can you read that again, please, from the beginning?
Oh, I can give you the section.
No. Just I want to hear it, please. From the beginning, Mr. Tessie. Thank you.
Okay. I'm quoting from section. Do you want me to read the whole section 95?
Yes, please.
Okay. Of the regulations provides that in connection with the approval of special permit for accessory structure over 1,200 square feet, the commission shall find that the accessory structure, by virtue of its scale, its design, its size, location on the site, or location on the site, is compatible with the zone and individually or in combination with other accessory structures maintains the appearance of being subordinate to the principal structure. So the sentence as written is actually referring to the particular accessory structure. You look at that structure and you take, you look at the particular structure. As I said, in this case, it would be a cottage. And in that case, you take a look at it and you say whether or not you determine whether or not it's compatible with the zone, which I believe it is, and individually or in combination with other accessory structures maintains the appearance of being subordinate to the principal structure.
I think you missed the word
Now,
scale in there someplace.
No, I didn't. I said it twice. Both times.
No, just now. But keep going, please. Thank you.
Okay, that's done. So it's scale, but its scale is fine. You take a look at the scale of that cottage, and we've broken down the scale and compared it, and it's well within the range that this commission and the Board of Appeals has approved consistently in history. Okay, if you keep it under 40% on a balance basis of floor area, actual zoning floor area, there have been approvals on a consistent basis. Now, you may be able to dig up something where something wasn't approved, having that scale. I couldn't find anything. Neither could
Yeah, on the other hand, there is that thing in 695A2 about the 40,000 cubic feet for the sum of all the accessory structures.
No, 40,000 is, I know what you're saying, Ms. Alvin, that 40,000 is for the certain zones. It's 150,000.
And it's for anywhere that, or it says 40,000 in those zones, or a total of 150,000 cubes where in all other zones. So is that for the accessories, Patrick, or is that for the total? Because we have an excess of 150,000 cubes. Before we go there, we got a bunch of hands up.
You could have 10,000.
Okay, we've got a bunch of hands up.
At the end of the day, it's a special permit issue. There are a number of standards.
Mr. Tessie, whom I just called Hegney, we're going to start with questions for you. Mr. McRae led, followed by Ms. Jenkins, followed by Mr. Lowe.
Sure.
So site plan special permit.
Yes.
Gives us a host of latitude actually reviewing this. And a lot of this is actually up to our determination in terms of looking at size, scale, appropriateness. I find that argument you just made is actually uncomfortable to me. The house is 9,800 square feet.
Correct.
The cottage is about 1,900. The garage is about 1,000. In terms of scale and the proposal, we're not changing the house, but the cottage almost triples in size. It goes to 3,000 square feet. That's a house to me, a full-size house. The garage goes to 4,000 square feet. That is a good-sized house. Well, it seems to me that as we look at accessory dwelling units, that word accessory is a critical term here, because in this case, they're not accessory. They're actually now, to me, new structures, new complete standalone structures. And that being subservient to the primary dwelling, we're really rubbing up against that in terms of just scale. I have a other question. You said that actually the ADU, there's some question of the ADU and parking, the garages. Is that correct? Is that how you're interpreting that?
The ADU is proposed to go over an existing garage.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I said.
And how does the garage space not be included in the ADU area?
Because
Can you-
because it pre-exists. And even if it didn't, that it pre-existed. And we proposed to put it on there. But as I said, that is the ADU percentage of it.
Is there a garage in the primary residence?
Let me finish. Let me just finish, because I'm not totally disagreeing with you. I was just pointing out that the ADU itself is in fact under the ADU regulation. Okay. The percentage reflects the percentage when compared to the house. And just in terms of its area of ADU, it's on the upper floor. The building itself is an accessory structure. And you would be right in saying, okay, its total area is 4,000 square feet. And you look at it under the overall right you have as under special exception criteria. I'm not arguing that. What I am saying is that when you look at that building from a scale standpoint, scale has to be relative. Every external ADU, whether it's 1,200 square feet or 4,000 square feet, is looked at it as relative to the building, to the main dwelling, but it's going to be as separate. It's an external ADU, so it's going to be external. It's going to
Right. And when we had developed the ADU regulations, we talked about actually scale, size as a specific, and we limited to 1,200 square feet with a little bit of latitude.
No, it says 1,200 square. Anything over 1,200 square feet triggers a special.
And here we are. So we're over 1,200 square feet because we were concerned 2,000 square feet might be a little bit too much on a piece of property. In this case, we're 3,000 square feet over. 3,000 square feet over. That to me is an issue in scale, and that actually that scale seems to be a little skewed towards the ADU and not the house.
Well,
so
again,
I presented this. I'll let my other commission members, run with this. But I'm believing that term of scale, as it relates to the ADU, the cottage, really is being stretched.
Well,
I wouldn't even use the word stretched. I think it actually. I can't think of another word, but I'll let my other commission members.
I'll respond to you. Where oh, you want? How'd you do that?
Because he lowered his hand, Mr. Tessie. It's okay. Just keep talking.
Okay. All right. Look, everything is relative here. You take into account, sometimes if somebody wants to propose to build a horse barn, the rules get, basically at the end of the day, you look more at the accessory use or the subordinate use.
And a horse barn is a big thing. We would understand that. This is an ADU. The residence is at 1,200 square feet.
Well, let me make the point. Everything is relative. Everything. If you look at the 12 standards in your special permit section 615, I think it's A, okay, they're laid out. I articulated every one of them, went through every one of them. Okay, I believe we comply with those. The commission has discretion, but it has reasonable discretion. I think that's well established in the courts. So, but you're entitled to take into account all factors. You certainly may. The scale of a 4,000 square foot building to, let's say, approximately a 10,000 square foot building is approximately 40%. Okay, that's not outlandish in the history of this town. You also have a situation where the house could be expanded 3,000 or 4,000, almost 4,000 square feet. Okay, ironically, if we added the
we very purposely wrote it. It's very interesting that you make that point because we very purposely wrote the internal ADU reg at 30%. And at the time,
30.
we exceeded we exceeded the state standards, what the state was proposing. And that's why we opted out of the state. We were very purposeful in that. And when Sarah Bronin, who wrote the state law, asked us about it, we said, because our houses are so big, we went to the 30%. So we were thinking of 30% as all of us here wrote that reg.
Actually, it's 35%. But the point is I believe it's 35. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I believe it's 35%.
I'm stuck on the 30 because it's the state. It's just the new state law is 30.
You don't look a day over 30, so I could understand.
Yeah, I know. Hold on. Okay, go ahead and I'll double check it.
Okay, but no, the point I'm making is that, the point I was making is it certainly there could be an addition to the main house. Okay, so you're making the house larger. And by doing that, your relative size obviously goes down in terms of the ADUs. But, and the cottage.
35, you're right.
Those are numbers. No, I understand. My point, I was just simply trying to make, you could incorporate it into the house, and it could be 30. And when you add the ADU space, if you have an addition and you make it 12,000 square feet, then it's 35% of that. But the overall point I'm trying to make is relative scale is important. Okay, so too are all the other factors that go into that. The design, the size, the location on the site, because the idea there is, okay, does this unit in combination with other accessory structures really reflect being subordinate structures to the main dwelling? And I think you look at everything. You look at the size of the property, the position. This is what it says. You look at the positioning, and the other standards talk about what kind of effect would this all have on the neighbors in the neighborhood, the character of the neighborhood.
Okay,
Okay.
so are
They
you ready
all
for
are
questions?
proper
Okay.
factors for you to determine. Okay, so what I was trying to say is, if we pull up the site plan, the rendered site plan, but we can do it after we speak. Okay, and it's not unreasonable to say these do reflect subordinate structures. They certainly don't dominate the house, either individually or collectively, the main dwelling. But it is understandable when you're in a RA4 zone, you're going to have a bit larger structures, obviously, than you're going to have in smaller lots. We have a double lot here.
No, you don't.
No, we have almost a double lot, as you pointed out. Okay, you can correct me.
So that does not give you a double lot. So don't
I
assert
didn't
based
say
on
that.
that.
I took that back.
Okay, take it back. All right.
focused.
Are you ready for questions yet from the commission? Because you got 3 hands up.
Sure.
Okay, Ms. Jenkins.
Yeah, just to follow up with Nick's points, there are two issues going on here. These buildings have to be looked at individually and collectively.
Yes.
And to the extent that currently if I can finish, currently the total of the 2 existing buildings represent 31% of the size of your primary residence, which feels reasonable, particularly since you've been saying that the ZBA uses 40 as kind of like, if it's 40, it's inherently reasonable. But what you're doing is you are taking 2 residential accessory buildings and increasing them at a very dramatic degree. The employee structure is going to go from about 1,900 square feet to 3,000, which is half again as large. The garage is going to be basically tripled. It goes from about 1,000 square feet to 4,000. And I'm sorry, Mr. Hegney, but
don't be at this, Tessie.
Oh no, my God!
Okay.
No, you know what it is? It's contagious.
It's all my fault. It's just like being married. We've been together so long that it's all my fault. Go ahead, Ms. Jenkins.
No, you know what? It's contagious.
Quadrupled. That's my claim. It's my addition. Not tripled, quadrupled.
Quadrupled. And he's our math guy now.
The increase is 3 times the size of the existing. So Brooks and I are getting to the same number. The point being that there are two ways to look at this, and you have to look at both of them. One is the individual buildings are becoming dramatically larger, not only than the existing buildings, but the now applicable 1,200 square feet. I know you're legally non-conforming because he's pre-existed that standard, but my point is, from the point of view of magnitude, we are not talking close. We're not talking 1,200 square feet. We're talking 4,000. So individually, each of these buildings is significant. Then, just looking at that and going, okay, we've got 2 significant size buildings. You have to look at collectively. And your collective total square footage is 73.8% of the primary residence. It is very hard for me to see that as being subordinate and incidental, when in fact, what you just looking at it in terms of the size of the structures, these are 3 significant residential uses. And to go back to your reference, and I think maybe Nick mentioned it as well, if this was a horse barn or an equestrian ring, it's not residential. But here you have residential structures that are getting very comparable to a standard house, and certainly collectively 73% of your primary. So to the extent that I have to look at it in terms of the collective effect of all of the accessory buildings, and the definition of an accessory building basically says, it's got to be small and incidental and subordinate. And I understand you've got a big lot. It's really great. You've got trees. The distances are nice, but I'm looking at square footage. And with all due respect, the ideas of net living area or don't count the garages. I have to look at the square footage of the building because people looking at a building don't know. So the 73% is really, really difficult for me to see as being subordinate and incidental, given the requested increase in the size of those 2 buildings. Thank you, Mr. Tessie.
Okay,
Got it right this time.
Mr. Lowe.
Okay.
Unless you want to respond, but I would let the commission.
I do want to respond.
Well,
Okay.
can we get our points
Yeah,
out?
I would let the commission, please, Mr.
Okay.
Tessie. Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Tessie, the regulation explicitly says 1,200 square feet for external ADU. And notwithstanding the discretion that the special permit provides, and the fact that, in your words, everything is relative, would mean this would mean that you could build an even larger house where a 5,000 or 8,000 square foot structure could be deemed an ADU. This seems to fly in the face of the spirit of the ADU. We're starting out at 1,200 square feet. Now suddenly we've got things that are 36, 3 times the size, 3,600, then 4,800. I have a lot of trouble with your argument that dismissively saying that, everything's relative. I don't think that you're addressing the intent of this regulation.
Okay. Mr. Harris's hand was up and came back down. Were you no longer interested in speaking, Mr. Harris?
My question was asked and answered.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr.
May I respond or somebody else?
Mr. Wells.
We're going to let one more commissioner go, and then we're going to let you respond to everybody.
Okay. Yeah, a couple of comments. I'm concerned. It looks like these accessory structures are pretty close to the property line, as close as you can get them. So I don't know what's on the other side of that looks like a private road, but or how close it is to the other buildings. But I would have thought if you want to be, I don't know what the word is, more friendly to the neighborhood, it would be more in the center of your property as opposed to, right on the border. That was my first point. My second point is you've got 3 separate septic systems on the property, and I just wonder if you could have combined them somehow. You're near a pond, and as we all know, septic systems can leach nitrogen into ponds, and the pond that you're near, I don't know what the name of it is pretty large, flows all the way down to the East Branch of the Byram River. Mm-hmm. Looks like, as far as I can tell, and then into Long Island Sound. So I guess the question is there a way to combine the three different septics that you have? And I mean, you're not going to comment now, but just my general comment, these large buildings are as close to the property line as they can be. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Tessie, you can respond to everybody now.
Okay, I'll do it in reverse order. Basically from a memory standpoint, more than anything. Yes, Mr. Wells, the setbacks, they meet the regular setbacks, these houses of 35 feet in the, so, because they're in the rear of the main structure. The reason they're there, right where they are, is primarily because that's where the cottage was. Speaking of the cottage, and that's where the three car garage is now. I shouldn't say it is now. So we're staying at those locations. They could possibly be removed farther from the property lines. I can tell you that there is substantial screening along that roadway. And these are 21, one's 21, one is 22 feet high. So I think there's substantial screening. There's one house, the closest house, and Erica, correct me, I believe it's the house, it's the house on Cherry Valley Road. So it's on a front lot. And I believe it's 150 plus or minus feet in distance from the closest building, which would be the ADU building. So far as combining the septic system, I know it's generally possible to do it from an engineering standpoint. I think you need state health department approval when you tie in the three structures. But I know there's another project I'm working on. This commission will see not too distant future where we did it. We do have the structures all utilizing on the property a common septic. So that certainly could be looked into. So far as the wetlands concerned, you're right. There's a very large pond. There's also significant wetlands, and this property has a restricted area. It did restricted area protecting that whole pond ecology, if you will. So it's well protected. We believe these buildings are far removed. So moving on to comments. Everybody's photo shifts. That takes me a while to catch up. So Mary's on the other side now. Okay, so I pretty much everything you stated I agree with in terms of the breakdown. In fact, I articulated it, one, the ADU, two, but I understand you look at the entire building. So focusing on the ADU. I had discussed somewhat with the team today the concept of, well, what in theory we could do is not build over the garage, but leave the garage a separate structure. Keep the three in or just separate them out. So we would actually have a 1 or maybe a 1.5 story building. So probably would be more compressed for the ADU. And that would probably get it down to more like a 2,500 square foot, just 2,500 square foot or so dwelling. Okay, it's possible because we don't need to build over the garage. The thought to build over the garage was it made some sense in terms of overall property development, but there's plenty of property to find a location and probably find it a little in to make Mr. Wells feel better. So that's one way to break up, if you will, the scale of that building. That could also apply to the cottage. So there's a way to redesign. We even talked about taking those garages and adding them to the main dwelling as a concept. We talked about concepts here. A client would like to proceed with what he has because this gets to the point of I didn't mean to say it dismissively. I said it dismissively, which I didn't fully understand, but the point I was trying to say, there are options. Everything is relative, is what I was
Good.
trying to say,
So
because it's a balanced approach. And if you look at, and I fully agree, the idea is not to build a 5,000 square foot ADU because you have a 15,000 square foot house. What I'm saying is that, to me, you look at the entire campus, you look at the entire, what's the word I'm looking for? But it's like when you're doing design, but basically the entire campus, you on a site plan, you look at the elevations of the buildings and you determine, well, how do you affect the neighborhood? What is this out of scale? Is it out of proportion? Are we to the point where this isn't residential in nature? All of those points are brought out, I think, very well in the regulations, and we tried to comply with them. But it seems the biggest point is that because these units are large, because we're building over garage areas,
no, they're just large. No,
No, I
Mr.
understand
Hickey.
that, but I'm pointing out they're
You're
less large.
3,000 square feet. The garage is only, I looked, we read the numbers yesterday. It's only a few hundred square feet that you would deduct. We're talking magnitude here.
Well,
The units are large. It's still
Okay.
way larger than anything that the commission conceived at the time for external ADU. And I love where you're going with consider revising this plan. Love that. Consider scaling it down. That would be great.
Well, it's a balanced approach. How we
That's a
would,
great suggestion. We'd love to have you do that. Reduce the scale.
but overall, client's comfortable with this project. We feel
Yeah, but the commission
feel
is,
it works on this site. It may not work on other sites.
but that's the problem, Mr. Tessie.
And
As you know,
that's why everything is relative to what we have here.
and so that's the thing. I understand that your client is comfortable doing it on their property. Most people usually are comfortable doing what they want on their own property. Our problem is we have to see where that leads. And now we set a precedent for a scale of external ADU that is not conceived of anywhere in the state, even under the new bill that is being proposed on ADUs that just came out of Planning and Development Committee at the State House. They are not conceiving of anything of this magnitude. An understanding that we have big houses. I'm repeating what everybody has said. We've tried to be generous. You are stretching the level of generosity that we are willing to apply to the whole town. For me, it's a precedent consideration. Your client has an extra big lot. The next one won't. We have to think about precedent. We have to think about being able to be fair to everybody, being equitable to everybody, and applying the same standards to everybody. And this is where I'm hearing the choking. Madam Jenkins, who exceeds my capacity on this. Ma'am, go ahead.
Not at all. You just summarized it beautifully, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think part of the issue here is you have to remember these are accessory buildings. It could be a beautiful house. It could be somewhere on a lot where no one would see it. That's terrific. But each of these buildings is an accessory building that's defined under the regulations as being subordinate and incidental. So we have the issue that we always have, which I think we also have to some extent with HO issues. It's going to be very fact intensive, and I appreciate the fact, Mr. Tessie, that you're pointing out the factors here. But the definition of accessory is when you drive up a driveway, you don't go, oh, look at that house. You go, oh, look at that cottage, or oh, look at that, what do they call them, grandmother suites or something. That's the point is, regardless of the individual buildings seeming to fit, the more residential uses you have that are oversized, and we have to define it here as anything more than 1,200 square feet. You now have two excessively large residential buildings that are supposed to be subordinate and incidental. And I think now at this point, I'm just repeating everything that.
No, I appreciate that. I mean, the word is excessive
we're not comfortable.
They exceed 1,200 square feet. That's not uncommon. Madam Chair stated that. No, what you stated, I understand what you're stating. You're stating that we You had a
So
good
you're
word.
going, let's
Right.
go through the numbers again. Let's just lay those puppies on the record. The cottage is currently 1,995 square feet. You're taking it to 3,044. The garage is only supposedly a garage right now, and it is 1,000 square feet. That you are taking that to 4,200 square feet. It isn't that you are exceeding 1,200 square feet. It's, as Mr. Harris and Ms. Jenkins have pointed out, it is the multiplicator. Did I say that word right?
Yeah.
By
Multiple.
which you multiple by which you have exceeded the 1,200 square feet that is giving discomfort to all those here. Now, with that, go ahead. So you've made your case. You've also said you might be willing to reconsider and rescale, and we would welcome that.
Well, what I was trying to say, no, I appreciate that. That's why I had to say everything is relative to a degree. Everything's to a degree, right? That's why I was using that phrase. I don't think it matters that what's there now. We could have, because we basically are demolishing those. We could have demolished the buildings and not have any accessory structures. We're still coming in with the buildings of the size that makes you uncomfortable.
Yes.
Whether compared to existing or whether we had nothing there, right? So I understand that. I just do believe that I was going to say the canvas. I guess the canvas and the campus. If you look at the picture, broad picture of the property and all its ability to control its environment, this, in knowing you're in the RA4 zone in a lot this size, you could one would anticipate that you're going to see it a bit larger.
But Mr. Tessie,
stretched it.
We already made them bigger in the RA2 and the RA4. In the RA1 and R20, they're 800 square feet.
No, I'm aware of accessory structures.
Okay, so we're just saying, hey, we already made it bigger. And even then, it was very funny talking to the rest of the state because they're like, oh, Greenwich, you really have big ADUs. Okay.
What you stated in the regulation, which is consistent with accessory use regulation, is that if you go above the 1,200 square feet, you have to come to the commission. And the commission will look at its factors, which is what we've been going over.
Yes.
Relative scale, size, location, et cetera, and determine whether or not they are subordinate individually and as a whole on a campus, taking everything else into account. How does the campus look?
Yep. Okay. No
argument. As Mary said, we're just repeating ourselves.
Yes. Okay. So let's let Mr. Lowe ask a question.
Well, no, I was just going to observe almost exactly what you said, Mr. Tessie. We are repeating ourselves, and I think it's fair to say that the commission has a pretty firm grasp on what your position is. You've made it very clear.
Yes.
It's also clear to me that most of us seem quite uncomfortable with what is being proposed and the rationale that you were providing for its justification. That's it.
Okay, so now, Mr. Coppola, I was about to bring him in and Patrick beat me to it. So we got two more questions, Mr. Coppola. I believe the commission wasn't quite ready. Mr. Harris has his hand up, and then Mr. Tessie, we will turn to public comment, beginning with Mr. Coppola, who is counsel for the neighbors or the opposition. Mr. Harris, go ahead.
I just wanted to observe, if you look at our regulations on ADUs, when we go from the R6, R7, R12 to the RA1 to the RA2, we go from 800 to 1,000 to 1,200. This is not a double lot, but it's substantially larger than the lots in this area. But even if you extrapolate based on, kind of what we've indicated the size parameters are relative to the lot, you don't get anywhere near these sizes. And maybe that's one of the drivers for the
that's a great point. You don't get 4,200 feet. Okay, Mr. Coppola, go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman and commission members. My name is Mario Coppola. I am a partner at the law firm Bircham Moses with offices in Westport and Milford, Connecticut. I represent Luis Lehrman, who is the owner of the neighboring property at 77 Cherry Valley Road, which is directly across the street from the subject. This is an interesting application. It's reminiscent of a law school exam question. The nerdy part of me enjoyed it. So let me take you through what I see as some of the most pertinent issues with
So
regard to
just,
this application.
Mr. Coppola, I know you know this, but I'm going to say it for the record. You submitted your letter at 5:35 this afternoon. The commission has not seen it. So you
Okay,
might want to
understood.
cover whatever is in your letter as well.
I was planning to do so. Thank you. I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did submit a letter today, and I understood and appreciated that the commission wouldn't have a chance to read it probably in advance, but I wanted to make sure that you had it. And one of the reasons that it took me a little while to complete the letter was up until today, I was trying to confirm various facts concerning this application, which were not clear to me. So and I hope that afterwards you have an opportunity to read the letter, and I think it'll hopefully be helpful in tying some things together with regard to this application. So first issue is that the existing cottage is a pre-existing non-conforming use, and it's a pre-existing non-conforming structure. I understand that the applicant's counsel in his most recent letter to the commission stated that it was not a non-conforming use and it was not a non-conforming structure. And respectfully, that's not correct. I want to explain why. So with regard to the fact that the cottage is a legal non-conforming use, Section 6-146 only allows an accessory building for domestic employees of the occupants of the main building who are employed on the premises on the same lot in the RA4 zone, where each accessory building so used shall have one zoning lot area unit for each such family house, but in no event may any such accessory house more than one such family. This issue, I believe, was discussed at your work session. I confirmed it with Mr. Leroux, your director, earlier today to confirm what I thought I heard at the work session was that the commission understands that for a dwelling unit that will be used for domestic employees, that the requirement in your regulation 6-146 clearly provides that for this property, where the underlying minimum zoning requirement is for 4 acres, 4 acre minimum lot size, that you would need 8 acres of minimum lot size in order to have a dwelling unit pursuant to 6-146 that would allow for domestic employees. That's not the case here. So we know that today the cottage does not comply with the current regulations. So if, and this is an if in fact it received zoning approval in the past to be approved as a separate dwelling unit to be occupied by employees, then, and then the second part of it is that it's continuously been used for that purpose over the years, maybe since 1962, then and only then would it be a pre-existing legal non-conforming use. I'm not stating that it's certain that it is a pre-existing legal non-conforming use. It may just be non-conforming. And so I think the commission should confirm that, in fact, this cottage was approved for domestic employees at some point in the past. I saw the building permit. That is not evidence of approval from zoning. That's a building permit that happens to have a notation on it that the structure is being used for by employees. That is not a permit from zoning. So I think you need to confirm that, in fact, it actually was approved at some point in time for that purpose. And then if you find evidence that it was approved for that purpose, then I think you need to confirm that from 1962 to 2025, actually we're in 2026, right?
Yeah.
To 2026, it's continuously been used for that purpose, and that the if it was ever even approved, that non-conforming use wasn't abandoned. And I understand non-use doesn't necessarily mean abandonment, but let's say you have a situation where at some point between 1962 and 2026, it wasn't used for domestic employees. In fact, a family member of somebody from the principal home was living there, or it was used as a studio. Then you have a situation, and that was done at some point in time after the regulations changed and it was no longer permitted unless you had 8 acres. Then if that's the case, you actually don't even have the right to continue to use this cottage today to be used by an employee as a separate dwelling unit. That doesn't even get into whether you could almost double the size of it. It may not even be a permitted use today. But let's assume that there is an approval, a record of an actual approval from zoning for it as a separate dwelling unit to be used for domestic employees. And let's assume there's evidence that verified evidence, sworn affidavits, et cetera, other records that establish that it's been continuously used from 1962 or whenever it was approved to 2026 for that specific use. Then you have to ask the question: could you increase the size from 1,900 plus minus square feet to over 3,000 square feet as far concerning the use of it? And the answer is no, because you're illegally expanding the use. It's not just an intensification of it, it's an expansion of it. Because when you go from a house that's 1,900 square feet to over 3,000 square feet, you're expanding the use of it. You're creating more rooms, which will allow more people to reside in it, and allow whomever is residing there to have more use of it.
Is that it, Mr. Coppola?
Yeah, no. A little
Lost
bit
your
more
place.
here. So
Okay.
now the second issue is related to the nonconformity of the cottage. Is that there's a proposal that the proposal also would increase the size of the nonconforming cottage, and that will also result in a legal expansion. The Connecticut courts have repeatedly found that homeowners cannot impermissibly expand a pre-existing legal non-conforming residential structure by increasing its size. When you have an opportunity to review my letter, I've given case citations to numerous cases in which the court clearly found, you can't put another floor onto a pre-existing non-conforming home. You can't do a big addition. You can't do an addition to it. And here, the square footage of the cottage is being proposed to be increased from 1,900 plus square feet to over 3,000 square feet. The cottage is currently pre-existing, non-conforming as to size because an accessory dwelling cannot exceed 1,200 square feet under Section 6-205 of your regulations, and potentially, and also maybe other provisions, but clearly 6205 provides you can't, as a right, be over 1,200 square feet. So this cottage clearly is non-conforming as to size. Whether it's pre-existing legal non-conforming, we don't know. It depends on what further evidence the applicant could provide to confirm that. But I will note here, with the proposed increase in square footage, the degree of non-conformity would be increased to 253%. Well, let me take a step back. The degree of non-conformity of the current cottage is about 60%. It's about 60% more non-conforming than what's proposed. Than what's allowed. So looking at the existing square footage, and there's some question if you look at the application records, whether the cottage is like 1,750 square feet or 1,900 plus, but whatever number you use versus what they proposed, the degree of nonconformity of the current cottage to the 1,200 square feet is around 60%. Then with the proposed increase in square footage from 1,200, so you're looking at 1,200 square feet to what they're proposing, which is over 3,000, the degree of nonconformity would be increased to 253%, which is an increase of 193% of the degree of nonconformity. Clearly, that is an impermissible expansion of a nonconforming structure. The proposed legal expansion of the cottage clearly violates section 6-141, subsection B, subsection 2 of your regulations, which provides that an alteration or addition to a nonconforming building cannot increase the degree of nonconformity. I don't think anybody with a straight face could say that if you look at what's being proposed here, it doesn't increase the degree of nonconformity of the structure. It clearly does. So my next issue is, and I think this is a really important one. The application seeks a multifamily property with 3 dwelling units. And I want you to think about what a judge is going to do. Okay, if we get into court, judge is going to look at your zoning regulations. So the application letter that's dated September 10th, 2025. Again, it's the applicant's letter, describes the cottage as an existing accessory dwelling. There's no doubt that the existing cottage meets the definition of a dwelling unit as set forth in the definitions of yours for your zoning regulations. If you look at 6-5, subsection 18, it defines dwelling unit. It says it shall mean one or more rooms in a structure, which room or rooms is arranged, designed, used, or altered for one family. Said room or rooms containing a kitchen, a bathroom, a bathtub, a shower, a toilet, and a sink. There's no dispute that the cottage, the new ADU above the garage, and the principal dwelling unit, each, not just together, but each of them separately contain the elements that constitute a dwelling unit under 6-15, subsection 18 of your definitions. I think, again, if a judge looks at it, I don't see how you could make any other finding here. Approval here would result in the use of not 1, not 2, but 3 separate dwelling units. I understand also that your regulations after 6-5-18, the next one is the definition of an accessory dwelling unit. So you go on to give specificity as to what is an ADU. And I would posit with you that the cottage is actually an ADU. Maybe it could be approved for some other use, which is for employees, but it isn't. It doesn't meet the definition of ADU. But regardless of that, it clearly meets the definition of dwelling unit. And if in fact you intended for it not to be treated as a dwelling unit, that in your definition of dwelling unit, it should have specifically provided a provision in there that said that under the section of your zoning regulations that permit you to that permit a structure for an employee to, a dwelling unit for an employee working on the property to live in, that your definition of dwelling unit accepts that use, but it doesn't say that. So in the future, if you want to amend your zoning regulation definition of dwelling unit to exclude a dwelling unit that would be used for an employee living and working on the property, you could do that, but that's not what it says right now, and that's not the way it should be applied. There's no doubt that the approval of this application will result in the use of 3 dwelling units on the property, and your definitions 6-5 subsection 19 defines a dwelling multifamily as a building containing 3 or more dwelling units. I think it's simple. I think a judge would think it's simple. All 3 structures meet the definition of dwelling unit. And next definition, dwelling multifamily, a building containing 3 or more dwelling units. That's what you have here. You have 3 or more dwelling units.
But it's not one building.
The application, so I believe the application must be denied as a multifamily use, which is not permitted in the RA4 zone. I have a question, I believe, Madam Chairwoman.
Yes, Madam Jenkins, if you go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Coppola, thank you so much. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to read your letter. You've clearly gone into a lot of depth and a lot of analysis of this, as have my fellow commissioners. The the issues that I have, and this is in light of the fact that I have not read your letter, but I respect the information you've given us. You can have multiple residential units on a property, whether they're dwelling units or not, because as long as they are not within the definition of a principal residence. So with respect, for example, and again, I'm filling in a lot of blanks here. So this is really just the vaguest possible response to your excellent presentation. The employee use of a property, you're absolutely right. It was built before there was a limitation on the size of employee residences. And I think we stopped calling them servants' quarters. But they were permitted to be built and they did not require a separate lot, a separate full size lot, to the extent that the regulations at that point really set certain limitations about where it was located and how far it would be from the primary residence. So I agree with your approach. I think the problem is that this predated any sort of limitation on the size of a domestic employee dwelling unit. You're absolutely right. So again, the 1200 thing that would apply if it was a new building now didn't apply at the time it was built. So it's legally non-conforming. It beat the regulations. It was built at a time when it was not oversized. And again, to the extent that we need a representation, I don't know. I'm sure we could probably find out how we get comfort for the fact that for the 50, 60, 70 years that it's been employee housing, that it's been used and it hasn't been misused, if you will. So at the point that the cottage was built, there was no limitation on size. There was limitation on location, and it did not require a separate full lot size. But your analysis is dead on. It's exactly the same analysis I did. And I think there's room for different conclusions there. The point about the dwelling units is that these are supposed to be accessory. In other words, yes, it's a dwelling unit. People can live in it. It has a bathroom and it has a kitchen, but there are requirements that it not compete with or seem to be a separate primary residence. So you can have a number of residential structures as long as they meet the requirements. So yes, it's going to look one way or another, regardless of the regulations. It's going to look like three houses on a piece of property. And the question is, how do the two smaller units, currently smaller units, that are dwelling units, satisfy being subordinate and incidental? And again, there can only be one ADU. So if the cottage fails to meet the requirements as employee housing, you definitely have a problem, because you're going to have two ADUs and that's not permitted. So again, the critical thing from my point of view, and again, this is not denying your conclusions, merely stating the things that I was focusing on are, you can have other residential uses, but they have to be accessory individually and collectively. And again, I thank you for your presentation. Obviously, you've looked into this carefully, and I look forward to reading your letter. Thank you.
If I may just respond.
Oh, yes.
Can I just respond to Commissioner
Yes.
Jenkins, and then if I could then get to Commissioner Harris's questions.
Please.
So Commissioner Jenkins, I understand that the cottage may in fact be a legal non-conforming structure, and it may be a legal non-conforming use. Again, if there's evidence that it was in fact permitted by zoning, number one, and number two, that there's been the continued use from whenever that may have taken place, possibly 1962, and keeping in mind, by the way, that the unit was actually constructed in the 1940s. It was renovated in 1962. It wasn't constructed in 62. Let's assume that's the case, and evidence comes into the record to establish that. The commission cannot approve to expand the structure so significantly that it becomes then it's an illegal expansion. It's not an intensification. And if you look at the cases, there's significant case law on this. I mean,
we know that.
I mean, I've given presentations over the years on this at Bar Association meetings over the years. I mean, there's a lot of case law on this distinction between expansion and intensification, and this clearly falls within the line of cases of expansion. So just so we're clear, I recognize that it may in fact be a legal non-conforming use and structure, but that to the extent that it is, it can't. Not only could the structure not be expanded, I don't think the use could be expanded, because basically almost doubling the size of it significantly increases this use to the point where you expand the use so much that it's not just an intensification. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And I think that my response to that is that I'm not sure it's a non-conforming use. It would be a non-conforming use if there could be evidence that at some point it failed to qualify as an employee, failed to meet all the requirements for an employee.
And we don't have that information.
Yeah, and I frankly, since it's 85 years or whatever, I'm not sure how we get that information. And I absolutely agree. And Madam Chair is laughing because heaven knows I've spent my time doing expansion intensification analysis before. But taking on the face of it, the fact that it is an accessory residential use that's permitted. I agree about the structure, the increasing the structure, which is why we're discussing it in terms of how permitted it is. It was fine because there was no limitation on the size at the time that it was constructed. But the use issue, again, lost in the fog of history, but it is in fact an accessory residential use that was permitted. So I don't quite jump to the non-conforming use quite as quickly. And I absolutely agree. If it was a non-conforming use, expanding the area devoted to a non-conforming use would definitely be an additional problem. And again, I look forward to looking at your letter, but I really was focusing more on the structural issues here and giving at least some presumption that something that was created for this purpose was used for the purpose consistently. I have no idea how we prove or disprove that. But
Commissioner Trigg, just one thing. It actually, respectfully, it is a non-conforming use. It's not conforming because just if I could just walk you through it really quickly.
Please.
And you may also want to confer with Ms. Kolakowski and Mr. LaRoe at some point in a work session about their opinion on this as well. But I would just say
actually,
that
we did. I don't know if you were listening yesterday. I saw your name there, but we turned to Mr. LaRoe and Tracy and we said, in your mind, then the applicant is entitled to the domestic quarters as well as an ADU. And I believe Patrick said, yes, Patrick, this is your moment to step in, because we did ask yesterday, and if you've changed or you weren't clear enough to us, go ahead.
Well, no, you've stated exactly my position. I think the regulations do contemplate the ability to have a domestic quarters or employees residence and an ADU, but I would just go on to say that there clearly is only the ability to have one ADU.
But if I could just pause it with the reason it's non-conforming as to use is this: the use is permitted. The use for domestic quarters is permitted so long as you have double the size of the lot. That's when the use is permitted. The use here is not permitted because you don't have double the size lot.
May I weigh in on this? Because
hold on. No, you're not on board. No, you're not on board right now, Mr. Tessie. You can opine later. Okay. Mr. Coppola, and I think you may have missed this discussion. Patrick said this to us yesterday. When this went in, the requirement for a double lot, Patrick,
did not exist.
I'm not 100% positive. I'm saying if that came in.
Okay. We are assuming that the requirement for a double lot did not exist at the time. Therefore, where we went yesterday was that this was a legally non-conforming use because we subsequently changed the regulations for a double lot. That isn't something we need to research because we don't know. Now, Mr. Tessie did send us, I believe it was Mr. Tessie, sent us a series of old regulations, and they're in the public record. So you can look at them and see But again, we have to compare that to building permits. But in our minds, this is a legally non-conforming use. Now you hit the point about what about the structure?
Well,
And
Madam
is
Chair,
the
we said the same
structure-
thing, right? So we're
No.
saying the same thing.
No, legally non-conforming, you are saying it is not an allowed use. We are saying it's legally
No,
non-conforming.
that's not what I.
Okay, go ahead.
Just so we're clear, pre-existing legal non-conforming use is a use that was permitted at one point in time,
And
and
can
then has become no longer permitted because of an enactment
Correct.
of zoning
We-
regulations.
we all
I think
take-
we're on the same page.
Now,
I
so
heard
Mr.
what
Capola, you
yeah.
don't have to repeat that to us because you know there's training requirements for commissions and you can look us up anytime you want and see how trained we
Yeah,
are.
I think
We
you're the
do
best
go-
commission in the state. I've said it.
We go
throughout the
to
state
the
of
Bar
Connecticut.
Association training every other year. And if you want to replace Mike Ziska, feel free, but we do love him. So what we're saying is it's legally non-conforming. We heard you say it was not a legal use, and we're just saying it's legally non-conforming. I also disagree with you now that I have the floor for a second on this is multifamily. Multifamily is in a single structure. I would go to you that it might be cluster or something like that, but it is not a multifamily because it's not in a single building, and our regs are very specific. It's single. However, we are just as stuck. We're glad to hear from you because, and you heard us, we are struggling with the expansion of the structures, and you didn't touch on the whole concept of being subsidiary.
I didn't get there yet.
Okay, so we interrupted you. Accessory being subsidiary. Okay, now before I do all that, are you and Mary are done and we can go to Brooks?
I'm
Harris?
done.
Okay, so Mr. Harris, go ahead.
There was a point made in the discussion, and if I heard it correctly, it was the assertion that if this is a legal non-conforming use, it still can't be expanded. And I had thought, based on some earlier discussions we had today, that if you have a legal non-conforming use, you can expand it as long as the expansion is permitted by right.
A non-conforming building may be altered or permitted to expand, provided that such alteration or addition meets the standards, blah, 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 and shall not increase the degree of nonconformity.
Okay, so
and he mixed, if you heard him combined use and building, I don't think he meant to say that. Mr. Capola, you might want to clarify whether you were talking about the structure or the use.
I meant to whatever I said, I did mean to say it's pre-existing legal non-conforming as to use and as to structure. And so and I'd ask you when you get a chance to read my letter, and you'll see the standard in Connecticut is the ZAC factors. And you have the 4 ZAC factors, and one of them addresses non-conforming use, another addresses specifically non-conforming size structure. So if you read my letter, you'll see the case law references there, and I summarize the ZAC factors for you. You could intensify a non-conforming use. You cannot expand it. And so based on this proposal, this is an expansion of the non-conforming use. You really don't even have to get there, because at the end of the day, it's clearly an expansion of the non-conforming. From a size standpoint, it's clearly non-conforming as to size. So we could all, I think, agree it's an expansion. It's an illegal expansion of the size of that non-conformity. With regard to the use, it's sometimes, I think, for something like this, a little bit harder analysis, but I think it's pretty clear that it's an illegal expansion of it. It's not an intensification. And just for the record, just so I want to make sure I was clear before. I believe it's probably a legal non-conforming use. Okay. But I think we could all agree that today, if somebody proposed to build a 1,900 square foot cottage today for employees on this property, you wouldn't permit the use because you don't have 8 acres.
Double up.
And therefore it's non-conforming SU. So just
okay.
Just for the record, so we're all clear.
All right.
Okay,
Okay,
I'll
you-
go back and read the letter. There are a lot of different ideas there, but I want to make sure that I understand the concepts so I can do a good job going forward, even though I'm not seated on this case. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
No,
Thank you.
it's deeply geeky. It's one of the most fascinating topics in zoning. Well, at least we think so. Okay, except for trying to figure out how we're going to do more housing. Mr. Capola, you are not finished yet?
I'm going to try to go quickly because I know that
We're starting
hopefully
to
we
get
can
hungry.
finish this application before dinner break. So
Yeah.
the project also violates section 695 subsection A subsection 2 because it's required, which is a request for a special permit for an accessory structure over 1,200 square feet in the RA4 zone. It only allows that, permits it under 695 subsection 2 subsection B if the board makes a certain finding that in residential zones the accessory structure by virtue of its scale, design, size, or location on the site is compatible with its zone individually or in combination with other accessory use structures, maintains the appearance of being subordinate to the principal structure. Here, the proposed activities would not be compatible with the RA4 zone. Again, if anybody walked onto the property and didn't know your Greenwich zoning regulations, they're going to say, you got 3 different houses here. You could have 3 different families living in those homes. If it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, here it looks like you got multi-family use, at least 3 units where separate families could reside in separate buildings on the property. With regard to and again, I know all of you may not exactly agree on that point, but I think we could all agree though that the proposed cottage and garage consisting of over 7,200 square feet in comparison to the principal dwelling, which is 9,800 square feet, are not subordinate to the principal structure. I think I gleaned that from some of that the commission feels that way based on some of your comments in the work session and today. And so I think it's important to just point out the percentage wise, the accessory structures represent about 73% of the size of the principal dwelling. And in the applicant's letter, it tries to just reference the ADU above the garage and neglect to mention the other accessory structure, which is the cottage. And I think you have to, in determining whether the accessory structures are subordinate to the principal structure home, you have to consider the size of both of those accessory structures. And in fact, by the way, if you look at the actual exact text of 695 subsection 2 subsection B, it specifically says accessory structures in the plural. So you got to consider the size of accessory structures, not just the proposed new ADU. The applicant's letter also stated that municipal boards in Greenwich have historically approved special exceptions for structures containing floor areas more than 1,200 square feet in the RA zone, which do not exceed 40% of the floor area of the principal dwelling. There wasn't any further records to confirm that submitted, but assuming that is generally that is generally the history of what the ZBA has maybe done over the years. The accessory structures here are over 40%. It's 73% of the floor area. You only get under 40% if you decide to ignore the cottage, which is over 3,000 square feet. And I don't think that is proper. Lastly, 2 quick things. One, my client has a concern about the second curb cut driveway, which would happen to be located directly across from her property. She said there's already issues with traffic on the street. Now you're adding another entranceway curb cut that is concerning to her. And I think that it actually violates 699A3H of the regulations, which says no additional driveway shall be created for the primary purpose of serving the ADU. I understand that the proposed new curb cut would be actually closer to the house, but the only reason it's being done is because you don't want to overwhelm the one entrance you have which really was previously just for the principal residence in the cottage. And now you're going to have 3 separate dwelling units using it. And so you don't want to overwhelm it. So you're creating another one. So I do think that the proposal to for a second curb cut actually violates 699A3H. And by the way, I'll just say, I think the regulation is intended for the purpose of not creating extra curb cuts when you're creating another ADU. And you're creating another curb cut because you have another ADU here. So I think that should not be permitted as well. Lastly, I don't think the application meets the requirements for special permit approval. I could go through your standards for special permit, but I don't think I need to with this group. You know how to apply them, and you know why it doesn't apply here. I thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Tessie, you very much wanted to speak. So before I go to the rest of the public, why don't I let you respond to opposing attorney? You need to unmute, sir.
Oh, you did that to me. I forgot.
Wow.
Well,
I let you interrupt me. I let you interrupt me, but
no, I wasn't trying to interrupt you. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
No,
Mr.
it was
Capola's
just
client-
Capola. You just had to let Capola finish. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Fine, let him finish. Mr. Capola's client does own property across the street, a very large property with looks like a horse ring on it. Their driveway is not across the street. Their driveway is they have a very large piece of property. Their driveway to their property is at the south, Eric? I think to the south, and it's about I would guess 500 to 700 feet away from our property. I'm not really sure why she's objecting to this, but he's hired and
Don't go there, sir. Just if you would go to the facts that Mr. Capola.
no, that's all I'm saying.
stated.
But he's hired. No, I'm seriously not sure why she's objecting to this.
Okay, but no, sir,
Okay.
you don't
No,
need to
that's
speculate
okay. I
about
mean,
the behavior of others. Just if you would go to the
Well,
assertions,
he
Mr.
speculated
Capola.
as to what it's interesting. He speculated as to why we have the proposed new driveway on Cherry Valley, and I answered that question. There's nothing that the client wants that driveway irrespective of this particular application, which he has a right to do. There's nothing to do with the with what he speculated to be the case. Now we're going to do this one more time. Be very clear here. The use of that cottage is legally conforming. It's not legally non-conforming. The only reason the non-conformity is that you don't have enough lot area. That's the same as saying that you built you have a lot back when a particular zone was R7 and you had 7,000 square feet and it got upzoned to R12, so you needed more land area. But sorry, you can't live in your house because you were trying to sell it for 2 years and didn't use it because you have a legally non-conforming house. No, it's a conforming house. The land, the use of that dwelling is permitted as a matter of right. The non-conformity he's talking about is irrelevant to the point of a continuation of that use as of right. It's not non-conforming. You can't lose it. You have a CO, period. And I think that was what Mary actually surmised, but I don't want to put words in Mary's mouth. That was basically, if it's not, my position is it's legally conforming. Okay. So I just want to, make that very clear. I think in terms of our overall analyses, we have a difference of opinion about the regulations and the import of the regulations as to this property. If everything was supposed to be 1,200 square feet without the considerations that were discussed, then we wouldn't be here today. But there is flexibility under the regulations, and I do believe it's a relative situation. You take into account all the issues we talked about previously, that I talked about, and the commission members talked about. We have a different way of looking at it in certain regards. And I can appreciate your concerns in terms of precedence, but I think this property should be looked at in terms of what it consists of, how it's protected vis-a-vis neighbors, and the relative scale on an individual basis of those units. You can accumulate them, but the regulations make clear it's an appearance. It's not a numbers game. It's the appearance of being subordinate. And they appear to be subordinate. I don't really understand, why it has to be parsed anything beyond the plain language that they're subordinate. The word incidental isn't used, but you can arguably say incidental and insubordinate mean about the same thing. Because the ADU is not meant to be incidental in terms of use, because it's not like it's a barn. It's not like a garage and it's incidental. It was meant to be a freestanding dwelling unit. Then it's a question of getting into size. You wanted to be able to look at it when it got over 1,200 square feet in a zone to determine whether or not we crossed the line. I know you, on a consensus basis, appear to all believe we've crossed the line. We respectfully don't think that's the case.
Yes, we're asking you if you would consider a revision. Ms. Jenkins, you had your hand up for a second and you took it back down?
I did take it back down intentionally this time, Madam Chair.
Okay. With that, Mr. Tessie, I'm going to turn to the public for comment. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on this application on Cherry Valley? That is 66 Cherry Valley. Please raise your virtual hand if you wish to speak on this application. Kindly raise your virtual hand. 66 Cherry Valley. Oh, okay. Looks like Mr. Capola did the job for everybody. Okay, so
I don't think there are anybody other than his client, but that's me.
I'm waiting to see. Okay, so nobody else wishes to speak. Mr. Tessie, I believe you just did your close. Did you want to add anything to your closing statement?
No, I don't want to go in any more circles. I think everybody would appreciate that.
Okay. That being the case, this is going to be surprising to everybody. Are there any other issues the commission would like to raise on this application? No, I'm not seeing anything. It is fundamentally hinging on this issue that we've been discussing. So with that, what do you guys want to do? Do you want to leave this open and consider what we've heard and what instruction, if any? Now, I would like to leave it open. I'm just going to say, because I have repeatedly asked Mr. Tessie to consider revising his proposal. And I would like to see if we can come to something that allows that we can all live with and that works for the community. Anybody else? I'm willing to.
We also need to read Mr. Capolo's letter.
Yeah. Yes, I would like to go through it. Also, although not seated, some people are not as familiar with all the case law references. Mary's making that face where she can at least nobody talked about baby elephants. It was I breathed a sigh of relief. Patrick and the baby elephant. All right. So we will then continue this application, Mr. Tessie. We have time on it, and we would love to have you consider revising the magnitude of the buildings and considering what our regulations and coming closer to our regulations. Does anybody want to add anything to that?
Eliminating the ADA.
Well, here's the thing. Yes, it's a possibility, but on the other hand, I've got people saying, why aren't we getting more ADUs in town? So if it was something, if Patrick's advice to us is that you can have employee along with an ADU because the employee quarters is legally non-conforming because of the lot being less than a double lot, then we might want to consider this because we are supposed to be encouraging ADUs. However, that is up to the commission what you want to do given the size. Mr. Yeski, did you want to add something else?
No, I'm the one that said eliminating the ADU. I thought that was something along the line. He suggested it as a willingness. I think that would clear up one
Okay.
issue, but not all
All
the
right. So Mr. Tessie, I apologize because Mr. Yeski picked up something that I did not that you'd said, so that's a possibility.
No, let me clarify. I don't remember saying that.
Okay, well, it was
I am
good.
getting older, but I didn't mean to say that.
Oh, we liked it. It was a good idea. It was
No.
it was an idea.
No, I appreciate it, and
Okay.
I'm glad you clarify it. No, the
All right.
client definitely want the ADU.
All right, you definitely want the ADU. So there's going to be your question of how you can revise the plan to bring it more into the scope. And when we wrote this regulation, Mr. Tessie, and I'm trying to remember, in the room were Yeski, Lowe, Macri, and I.
Mhm.
Okay, I don't think Arn was there. We kept talking about not, when you come onto a property, we didn't want to make it look like it was multiple units of housing on that property when we began to enable ADUs as of right. Our step in enabling ADUs as of right was the fear that they would be of such a magnitude that you would come onto a property and you would say, wow, this has 4 houses on it, 3 houses on it, whatever. We were afraid of that, and we had some pretty fierce arguments. So because we wanted to be open, and yet on the other hand, we didn't want to let the horses out of the barn completely. We didn't want to lose the single family character. Okay. With that, we will continue this application. It is 7:38, 8:08.
Okay.
Anybody else? No, we're good. I'm pausing the recording.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm done.
Okay, you're done?
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
So pause as soon as we get, oh, you've got it already, Tracy, or someone beat me. Okay. And there is Mr. DeAndrea, but somebody else was joining him, right?
I will let Mr. DeAndrea. Oh, there, Parker. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, there
that's
could be
yeah,
Parker, there could be Jeff, and there could be Lillian. There's a team.
Yep, I know. When we last time we saw them. Okay. All right. Wait, you went home?
I'm home. I can't stay there all night. I lose a lot, but when I leave the office, my mind goes blank.
Okay, so hello, everybody. Hello, Mr. Eng and Ms. Fong. And let me just read it. All righty, so TPF Home Builders, Mr. Basili, I'm assuming you're back.
Back. I'm back.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
TPF Home Builders LLC application for a final coastal site plan and special permit to consolidate the parcels known as 368, 376, and 382 Davis Avenue, 8 Home Place, and 18, 20, and 22 Home Place into one lot to construct 9 residential buildings and renovate 2 existing residential buildings to create 18 dwelling units, including 4 affordable housing units in single family and 2 family buildings with associated driveways, parking, stormwater management systems, site work, retaining walls, landscaping on 6 parcels totaling 1.87 acres located at 368, 376, and 382 Davis Avenue, 8 Home Place, and 18, 20, and 22 Home Place in the R6 coastal overlay zones and flood hazard overlay zones. Recused on this application are Ms. Jenkins and Mr. Harris, as they were both members of the trust at the time that it appeared before the trust. Also, Mr. Macri was absent the first time we heard it, and he is now seated for himself. Ms. Jones will continue to be seated for Mr. Wells, and also seated is Alban Lowe and Yeski. And with that, I beg you to proceed.
Thank you very much and good evening. I know you've had a long evening so far, so I think I could take the Tom Hegney approach and just hit the high points. But after our first meeting on February 3rd, we met with the DPW to iron out those issues that were outstanding. And we did a little extra digging on the property, and we were successful in identifying how we could reduce volume of runoff while still reducing peak rates of runoff. We also made some minor adjustments to the engineering design, some extra details on a trench drain and a few things like that. We know for the record that we had good report from the fire marshal. He has all the access he needed, good water supply, a new hydrant. Conservation reviewed the revised landscape plan. They found it to be acceptable. There was some slight modifications to what they would prefer to see about seeding on slopes. They made some comments about the amount of rock that was proposed to be removed. We did note in our volume computation that there'd be about 2,700 yards of material to be removed. Some of that rock will be processed on site. Some of it will be taken off for off-site processing, typically up in Norwalk. The reason for some of the volume to be removed is due to our proposal to create a new driveway designed to town standards, a relatively moderate slope to get to the top of the hill. The location of that driveway enables us to create that moderate slope rather than up the abrupt approach that it currently is used to service the property. The location of the driveway has proved to be ideal and appropriate for this development. We did get favorable comments from DEEP relative to their overview in the coastal zone. We did have another issue about the number of trees, which we are removing somewhere between 14 and 23, depending on who's counting. But the landscaping plan is proposing to install a number of trees listed as about 81, done by the very qualified firm of Conti and Conti. After our meeting with DPW on February 11th, we responded, as I said, we created a new drainage plan and a few adjustments to the design, and we received today a positive response from DPW dated March 31st, that's today. They did say very clearly that the drainage report is acceptable. They noted a couple of issues that are of concern to the engineering department relative to the wall that identifies the northern boundary of our property, which encroaches into the right-of-way. The question that could be raised by the commission or our side is who actually owns that wall. The wall is historic by virtue of its age and its function, which is to support the hillside. That wall existed prior to the realignment of what's now Davis Avenue and Bruce Park Drive. Right now it's Davis Avenue. There used to be two roads that were then combined into one, along with the construction of I-95. We did submit a request for a waiver as requested or indicated by the DPW Engineering Division. That waiver request was to have permission or to maintain the driveways onto Home Place. Under existing conditions, there are 4 driveways that serve the property. We have proposed a design that will eliminate the southernmost driveway, relocate the main entrance to our main driveway, relocate one driveway to serve the single family unit, and then maintain the driveway serving 382. The DPW reviewed the waiver letter and sent a note to us saying basically, okay, you hit the high points, but we thought of something else. You have 3 driveways now, but they're too close. Well, they're not too close because they maintain the same separation as the original 3 driveways that are going to continue to intersect Home Place. Again, the southernmost driveway will be removed. So I question how you can approve, so to speak, except for the final signature, the fact that we can retain 3 driveways and not accept them as appropriate due to their separation. So at this time, we're going to have to send yet another letter to DPW requesting a waiver of the existing driveways so that 3 driveways may remain on Home Place with separations that don't meet our highway design specifications. And that was a document signed a long time ago by Lloyd Hubbs. It may or may not need some revision, but that's the document that I'm referring to. When we submit the request for the waiver, I want to put it on the record, just so the commission is aware, if you aren't. The waiver committee is comprised of the Commissioner of Public Works, the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works, the Highway Superintendent, the Highway Division Permit Reviewer, and the Engineering Division Reviewer. I'm not certain that I know all of those names, so that I don't know exactly who's identified as the Engineering Division Reviewer. But I think it's worthy of note that there is no
that's gotta be Kiselak.
Problem, Mr. Kislak, yes, I agree. But I just wanted to point out for the record that there's no representation from the Planning Department or the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Not supposed to be us. It's their authority by charter. I hate to say it, but yeah, the charter is very, right, Patrick, wouldn't you agree with that? The charter is very clear where the lanes and, where our lane ends. I have to explain that to people a lot, but that's their authority. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry, but that's why.
Well, that's it. So I wanted to make
I would love to be involved in everything, but okay, go ahead.
You would be a worthy participant, I'm sure.
Mr.
I don't think I have any more to offer on that. We're going to submit it, yet another waiver request.
Okay.
We've submitted 2 so far. And the issue is going to be relative to the number of driveways. And I'll repeat again for the record that the driveway that we have designed for the primary entrance into the property cannot be located elsewhere in order to be able to meet the design standards in the highway design manual for slope leading into the property. It does not work coming in from Davis Avenue. It does not work closer to Davis Avenue because we need the length of driveway in order to create the appropriate slope. So those are the high points that we have. We believe strongly, we hope that the commission agrees that the wall is not an obstruction to traffic. It's not an obstruction to sightline. If the wall were to be removed, the natural topography behind the wall would still be an elevation equal to the top of the wall. If the DPW felt it should be removed, then perhaps they should share some of the cost. There's not a codified policy, to my knowledge, that requires any wall that encroaches into a right-of-way to be removed. It would be an exorbitant expense on the client, applicant, owner, and also on the town if they're obligated to participate in the removal. I've spoken to our clients about the issue. They're willing to apply for a license agreement, which would cover maintenance and repair or removal in the event that the wall were to fail. The traffic report done by John Canning and Kimley Horn indicated that there are no accidents, collisions, problems with sightline over the last 10 years. Beta responded that that was a very positive factor. We don't usually go that far, I think was the conclusion. So that's an indication that there are no problems. When you approach the intersection of Davis Avenue, heading north on Home Place, you can see all the sight line that you need it's a little tight if you do it at 10 feet back from the curb, depending on where you strike the line for the curb. So in our opinion, and in the opinion of Kimley Horn, the sight lines are sufficient for the conditions and they don't warrant the removal of the wall. So we're going to submit a request for a license agreement, and hopefully the conditions of the agreement are satisfactory to DPW, since they seem to be the one in control on this design. And with that, I'm able to answer any questions or provide additional information that is of import to the commission members.
The leadoff batter is Mr. McRae.
Yes, staff, can you bring up page 86 of the staff report? Mr. DeAndrea, while they're doing that, quick question.
What would that document be? It's easier for me to find it.
L500 is the landscape plan.
Got it. Yep. Let me get the new one. Hang on.
Something simple for people who, like me, who can't read a plan. It's in color. Mr. DeAndrea, 830G application, just want to make sure I understand. We're taking advantage of the number of units and the heights that do not conform to zoning regulations. Am I missing anything else?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Are we talking height of buildings?
Yes, height of buildings in number of units. Because it's trying to get a sense of we're looking at an 830G application here. Usually, I'm looking at a multi-story apartment building. In this case,
no.
it's not.
No. I was missing the theme, but yes, these are
There's
small units.
There's a couple of setbacks that are non-compliant. Did you mention that, Nick?
That's what I'm trying to find out. So
Yes, sir. Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay.
Building E, for one, if we were taking this as a solid R6 zone, and you were applying the R6 setbacks, you would expect that all buildings would be more than 25 feet from all side lines. We don't have that condition on E, and depending on the height of the walls for the patios behind C and E, we may not match that. We don't match it on the western side of G, and we don't match it on all sides of F, which is in the southwest corner of the site. So yes, there are some inconsistencies with normal zoning of the R6 zone.
Oh, okay, great. Looking here at the landscape plan, from north to south, top to bottom, the first driveway is to the existing residence that's remaining, and that driveway is existing?
Yes, sir. We're not changing it.
Okay. Then we have a new single-family residence, building 1, I guess it is.
Building I.
Building I. Is that relocated? Is that new? What is that curb cut?
So the main access into the property today, which serves the majority of the buildings, which would be numbers 376, 368, and 14. That little driveway is in a right of way. It's called the home place right of way. And when you look at the proposed plan, the wall that's on the north side of that narrow driveway will remain. Okay. So we're taking that narrow driveway and moving it a little south to provide the access to building I. So
okay, great. I
okay,
see
so
that there. Yep. Okay.
That's the second driveway. So the main driveway existing to 382 and 8 Home Place will remain as is. The driveway that's serving the majority of the property today will be moved south. It'll be a single driveway. One of the things that I point out in the waiver is not only do we keep the same number, if you will, well, not only do we reduce the number, we maintain the same 3 driveways on the northern part of the property, but we also allow vehicles to drive out forward. Right now, under one of the conditions on building number 18, it's a driveway where you back out. There's a garage from which you back out. So we've made improvements in that regard. In addition, the existing driveway that provides the access to the top of the hill is just very narrow, so it's not two-way traffic. Our new design our new driveway is designed to have two-way traffic for all but 3 buildings.
Okay, Ms. Kulikowski, can you zoom in on building 1, please? I have a question. Is something that I don't know if you had considered, but maybe you can take a look at it. So, building 1.
Building I or 1?
I.
Building I.
I?
Building I. Yes.
My mistake.
Yeah, it's an I. It's the new building.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I can't read a plan. Building I. Would it be possible to move that to the west and then combine the access to that building's garages with the new main access? So you'd come off Home Place, do a U-turn, and then into the driveway of that building, getting you one less curb cut and then more of a landscape buffer along Home Place?
I will say very emphatically, truthfully, honestly, we did a lot of study for that building I because of the way the topography rises and because that building is, in a depression now. So we thought it appropriate to try to match that like a step down from the main roadway to the building I and then farther down into building number 8, which will remain. See,
so there's a great change. Right, 23 at the main driveway and 19 at the building I driveway.
Right. When you, if I may, we go over to our development plan. Bear with me for a moment. I'll get to the elevation. So the proposed elevation of number 29, of I is 29. And our driveway as we approach up the hill is 25 at the bottom and 32 at the top. So we have a retaining wall to maintain the driveway or elevation down at the same level as what was building number 18. In fact, we made it a little higher on the first floor so that we could access the garage from the roadway elevation of Home Place. So you also look, Mr. McRae, if you would, as the ground rises from around 18, as you move west, the natural topography rises very abruptly.
Yes,
so
I see that.
Yeah, the western side, we're up to 27. So what we've been able to do is make the living floor at 29, which relates well to the driveway, but provides the access to the garage at the existing ground level. And again, I think it does translate well as you move from south to north across the property.
Okay. Same drawing, Ms. Kulikowski, if you can slide to towards building H and G.
Yes. H and G are set up on what's now a very significant knob of rock. So,
okay. So behind H and G, we have a very large asphalt area. I'm assuming garages underneath the buildings.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
That common property line there at the bottom.
Yes.
Is it possible to push that curb line closer to building G and building H to get a little bit more of a landscape buffer along that edge?
I think the short answer to that is yes. We'd have to maintain some of what we have already shown in order to provide access and backout area on.
Yes, I understand that.
F. But there is truthfully a little more room and maneuverability to the south of building H and G. We do show a proposed wall to support the marginal wall, if you will, on the condominiums to the south of us at the 24 Home Place development. Right. So yes, let me just check something here for you to give you the actual number. The setback on the building H to the south property line is about 34 feet. We proposed that there would be a wall about 2 feet. So we'd have about 32 feet. In your own garage, if you can have 30 feet, you have ample room. So we have a couple of feet more than absolutely needed. And I understand what you're saying. Adding a little landscaping along that side might solve two problems. A, would get a little more green. B, it may make the construction of the wall a little bit easier, but we still want to have at least 30 feet because we're making a 90-degree turn into the garage. So
Okay.
backing out would be.
That's great, because actually kind of belt and suspenders landscaping on your side, there's already a row of, I guess, arborvitae or something on the opposite side against the back
Right.
wall of that.
But it could be ground, shrub type.
Yeah, something just to buffer the sea of asphalt there.
Yeah.
Great. Now, is Mr. Conti with you?
Excuse me?
Is Mr. Conti with you?
No, not that I'm aware of it. Lillian, I don't think John was coming.
Ms. Fong, maybe you could answer some questions. I'd like to talk about lighting around the site.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes. So I don't know if you're aware, but Mr. Conti passed away.
No, the son.
Oh, the son, John. No,
we worked with
Amy
Tim and
from
Ken.
their office.
Okay.
Yep.
So lighting. I know you're going to need code lighting for at your doors, those kind of things. But what else is proposed on the site?
We were just going to do the walkway lighting.
And what is that?
We have not gone and planned that
Designed
yet.
that.
Designed that yet.
Okay. Because I think you'll have some kind of a sconce on the buildings at your doors. I would say if you're still discussing and working on pathway and wayfinding light.
Right,
maybe-
but it's not going to be, we're not trying to make it look like a, high
Yeah.
school parking lot.
No, it's good. I was going to suggest that actually use ARC's got a standard. I think it's a 30-inch height bollard,
Right.
that
right.
kind of thing.
Yes.
Understanding if they're trying to fit into the the surrounding neighborhood.
Right. That's what we're trying to do.
right.
Low lighting for safety, so that you can walk along the sidewalks,
Mhm.
and in the drive, in the driveway.
Right, and no spotlights or anything on the those,
No.
or no pole lights. Okay.
No pole lights at all.
Okay, great. So, and I just want to make sure I've got this. It's the number of units, a setback, and some heights that are outside zoning, and that's the reason for the 830G. That's correct?
Yeah.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay, great.
Well, we're also keeping within our FAR as well. We're only 0.52, and by right, we're 0.55.
And also, Mr. McRae, we have green area at 53%, in excess of 35%. And we have 2 parking spaces per unit. And we have a total of, was it 40? So we have 4 extra, if you will.
Okay. One final question. I just got to check something here in my computer. Okay. Ms. Kulikowski, if you can go back to actually the landscape area in front of building I. Okay. I'm sure you're all well aware how we always have issues with parking in the front yard. Building I, to me, as parking in the front yard. Possible suggestion, instead of having just turf along the home place, that you possibly consider some kind of shrubbery or something,
Isn't
just
that
to give it a
kind
little
of-
more
That's
consistency.
really, okay. I don't.
I'm just saying,
think-
I'm making a suggestion as just something
Yes,
that
got it.
possibly
Okay.
consider.
Yes, okay, go right ahead.
Trying to
I'm
make it
sorry.
the best we can, because as an
Yep, I
830G
gotcha.
project,
I
our
gotcha.
issues.
Go right ahead. Sorry.
So,
I
so that area,
also think
just-
building I might be a single family house.
Family house.
that's fine.
Yeah,
What I'm suggesting is, instead of just
Gross.
lawn, definitely on the street, could you possibly consider some kind of a shrubbery, tree, something else other than just lawn? Just give home place a little bit more of a residential presence. It's my understanding, looking at now, there were some trees and stuff in that kind of area. It would be great if we could actually put some more trees back, something with a canopy.
Right.
Thank you.
I think that island can hold a tree or shrub, as long as it's low profile at the driveway. Yeah.
Right. You've got overhead wires, so it's nothing too wild and crazy, because you want to avoid those. But
Correct.
just
We have-
something to give that particular barren area, just other than flat lawn, give it something to grow, to be a focal point. Okay,
Well noted.
thank you.
Okay, so Dennis is next, Mr. Yeski. It's not unmuting for you.
Hang on.
There you go.
Could somebody bring up, there's a table showing the, all the units, the number of bedrooms. Is there any way to put that up on the screen? That might be the easiest way. I want to just clarify some numbers. It's one page. Home place.
I
Davis-
know what table you're looking for. Yep.
Yeah.
The zoning location survey.
No. He's looking for the data table.
He's looking for the size of the units, right? Number of units, size
Yeah, I
of
just want to make
units.
sure I got the numbers. I mean, I've got a couple questions.
Yep. All right, hang on one sec.
This is an 830G, right?
Yes.
Correct.
What's the 830G percentage of affordable?
22.
That's what this is. What should it be?
30. But because of the trust, because they worked with the trust.
Okay. And that's kind of the clarifications I want.
Yeah.
Did you find him, Tracy? Is it?
Yep. Hang on.
Okay. Take your time. Take your time.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, she thinks I'm hyper.
Just hang on a sec. I'm also working off a laptop screen instead of my bigger screen.
There you go.
That's it. Is there any way to get it? Mine is kind of like, can you see the screen? Mine's like a very small corner.
You know,
of it.
there's a pretty one you sent to that. Well, it's fine. This is good.
No, yeah, I didn't have the pretty one.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I can ask the questions. Mr. Dandry, as I understand it, you're giving us affordable in building D, which are 2 1-bedrooms, about 774 square feet, D1, D2. They're both 1-bedrooms. They're the only 1-bedrooms in the project, right?
I have to yield to the designer of the affordability plan, which is Parker and Lillian.
Okay.
Ms. Fang, Mr. Ng, if you want to go ahead and answer Mr. Yeski's questions.
Yes, Mr. Yevsky. 2 1-bedrooms in building D.
Right. But they're the only 1-bedrooms in the project, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then you're offering in, I call it 382 Davis. You call it, building. All right.
Yeah, we call it 382 Davis, building 1.
And that's very generous because you're giving us 3 bedrooms in 2 different units for, I don't know what the square feet is. You have it for the garage, not the total.
Right. It's down here. It's 1312 for unit 2 and 1515 for unit 1.
But that's with the garage, right?
That building, I don't know that it has a garage.
That might
No
answer my-
garage.
Right.
Okay, so that's the actual unit size.
That's the unit size, yes.
Okay, good. That answers one of my questions. The other 3 bedrooms, though, the one right below it in building 2 is 2,960. So they're both 3 bedrooms. That one's, and it's a single building. It's one of the ones you're renovating, building 8 home place. I just want to make sure I understand it. So that one's significantly larger than the other 3 bedrooms right above it, right? And when you go up to scale, and I see other 3 bedrooms like building I, that's about 2,000 square feet, 1989. And other 3 bedrooms all the way at the top, building B, let's assume it doesn't have a garage. It's 1740. Is that right? Are these 3 bedrooms? Is that
Correct.
Okay, got it.
And that building does not have a garage.
Right. So there's a disparity on 3 bedrooms, and they're awfully larger than our 2 3 bedrooms, unless I'm misreading the numbers. Is that a fair assessment? You got one at 2960, one at 1740. That's close. And a couple, one at 1989, which is larger too. It's only that one building, 8 home place. It's much larger. It's like we call a penthouse. It's a unique.
Right.
All right. I just want, there were some blanks in here. I didn't quite follow it, but I get it now. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, so building on what Mr. Yeski is asking you, what the law asks of us, and you probably read in the staff report, you've heard us on the topic before, is comparability in size and workmanship for the affordable housing. And it's Tracy's got the citation in her staff report, comparable size and workmanship. And when you first came into us on the pre-app, I thought they were all the same size. And now they're very different square footages. And we've been trying to get people to come to closer, on some basis, come to closer numbers. And we've done it different ways. We've compared 2 bedrooms to 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms to 3 bedrooms. In another case, we took the total average square footage of all the market rates, and we compared that to the average square footage of all the affordables. And we tried to get something that was closer than what you have now. I think you're about 50%. Does somebody else ran that number? 50%, the affordables come out. We totaled them all. I think when we were talking, we were asking Tracy for this yesterday and asking her about this. So if you could find a way to get the average size of the units, on the one hand, conceptually, it's a good thing to have 3 bedrooms, even if it's a small 3-bedroom, because there's a lot of demand for it. But on the other, to have 3,000 square foot unit, I'm just rounding, versus 1,500 square foot units, it's a really big difference. It's half. So you've still got open items. It's not just, Tony talked a bit about the whole thing with DPW highway, and, they're reviewing, but you don't have comments back from DPW engineering with the newly submitted information, or sewer. I think you're still missing the Aquarian will serve. And so while you're waiting for all that to come together, could you look at to get closer comparability? And is that where you were going, Dennis?
Yeah, I wasn't in that review session, but I zeroed on this because it has been a consistent issue. I was trying to go a little bit further and talk about how maybe we could help them, but I'd rather hear them respond to this first.
Well, they have to do it right. I mean, yes, of course, it's great to help, but it's really up to them how they can keep this. I think Ms. Fong, Mr. Eng, it's how you can keep this working for you financially. We want it to work for you financially, and yet give us more comparability. You have your hand up, so we should stop talking and let you answer, right? Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate those comments. Mr. Yevsky, if it helps to add some additional background to the mix of the units and how we came to those for each of the bedroom combinations. 8 Home Place is an existing modular that was built roughly 20 years ago. So
we got that one.
It was built as a single family house, and the 3 bedrooms as they are of that size. So with the creation of the 3 bedrooms from 382, we opted to create the 3 bedrooms instead of 2, which would make it more comparable to a 2. So we thought 3 would be better, and hence why we're at the 3. But
no, but I mean, that makes sense to have 3 bedrooms. But so that's why I for one was thinking, I'm sorry, I interrupted you, but that's why I was thinking, so maybe not focus as much on the number of bedrooms, but on the total, on the average affordable unit size and the average market unit size, and to get them closer together. Because we know that in the affordables, and we would put this in the record as we're doing now, there's a lot of unmet demand in low-income units for more bedrooms. So it's a good idea to have 3 bedrooms. So what if we just looked at your average square footage without counting bedrooms? Now, in other cases, we have counted bedrooms, but you're trying to get to 3 bedrooms, which serves a market need, in that income group. So I'm sorry, Mr. Eng, go ahead.
Thank you. That makes sense. So outside of, just so we're clear on our marching orders, outside of 8 Home Place, for the
Mhm.
other market rate 3 bedrooms, is the goal to then see if we can get those closer to more comparable to the
Mhm.
size of the 3 bedroom of the renovated units in 382, which is what we're limited
Yeah.
to
I,
make with
I
those.
would say that the best way to approach this is to sit down with Tracy
Okay.
because she really has a lot of expertise in this and she can help vet different ideas, which is harder for us to do because how do we ask, she knows the background, she knows what we're looking for. Throw out an idea. What if we switch this one that's currently an affordable 3 bedroom for this other 3 bed, can you make one of the big ones an affordable 3 bedroom? And what does that do to your economics? That would be awesome, but maybe that's not something you can do. So if you could talk to Tracy while you're waiting for the rest of your stuff to come together, my sense is you leave the modular out of the averages because it's already existing single family. So you take that out. Does that make sense? And we have, it's very hard. I've got to talk in generalities because there's stuff that's still pending. We have, in one case, we excluded certain units from the calculation. So we said, here's the average size of the markets without this in it. So for you to take the one that exists now as a single and pull it out would be consistent with what we've done. And we'd like to approach every applicant consistently and fairly. So if you could work with Tracy, we would be very grateful. Tracy, are you okay with that? I didn't mean to throw you under the bus.
Sure.
She doesn't sound too happy. Be nice. Be nice to her. Kind of throwing her under the bus here and adding to her workload. But what we're looking for is just closer comparability. Anything else from the commission on this issue?
Yeah, can I dive back in?
Yes, of course. I'm sorry.
I agree. I wasn't meaning to focus on building 2, the 8 Home. It sounds like a standalone. I got it. However, you put all the affordables in. The issue is you got a lot of buildings, right?
Yes.
Usually you have one big building and an apartment building. You've got what, 8, 9, 9? You put all the affordables
11.
11, yeah.
Really 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I don't know. It says
Got it.
it's-
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
You put all the affordables in two buildings, each separate. The building D and building 1, 382 are the affordables. I don't know whether it does anything about putting one of the affordables in one of the other buildings and what that could do to square feet and what you could do to level it out or something like that. That would be a thought. Did you have a thought why you put them? You just wanted to group those into those buildings?
Well, for the 1 bedrooms, they were able to fit better in that size module. And we know that there's a need for 1 bedrooms. So
Hey, there's a need for everything. We know that too.
No,
And so
and I want to emphasize, we approved an 830G, and a large part of it is they gave us a very large number of 2 and 3 bedrooms, and that's definitely a big need in town. So I think
we do need ones.
well, yeah, we need everything, but to my knowledge, we only have one 830G project with a 3 bedroom in it. And maybe there's more I missed, but that's very attractive. So I think the commission is willing to work and bend and do what they can. As the chairman said, we want to help. We want to make this work because this kind of a project. I mean, if you wrap the whole thing where it is and everything you're doing, it's a very attractive project. It looks, by the way, from Google Earth, you've ripped down all these other buildings, right?
Well, they're switching the number. They currently have 9. They had 9 buildings, and they're going to 11. All right.
And they've ripped everything down except 382.
I think it's 7 to 11, and they've demolished 5. The 2 remaining buildings are there.
Got it. I see it now. I added it up real fast. So in 2023, there were 7 buildings. Right now, there are 2. Got it.
There were 12 dwelling units on the property before the proposal is 18.
Got it.
And the last point I want to get to, you mentioned workmanship. We also have had an issue where the fit and finish inside the units are radically different. And we know they may not be exactly the same, but they've got to be in the spirit similar. I mean, maybe you put a Sub-Zero in one and a GE refrigerator in another one, that's similar, but you can't have, low end. And I don't know what your intent is, whether you got that far or not, but we would be looking at the fit and finish inside the units also.
Absolutely. Same fit and finish.
Yeah, and it's just got to be comparable, okay? All right, and that's a tricky word, but it's just, we're not asking you to do marble.
Right, but I would take, if they want to put a Sub-Zero in that one building and they want to put GE in the rest, I think that's comparable.
Yeah. So,
But the difference in price is 20,000 to 3,000.
Right. So that was on that. Now, Mr. Wells, is that good, Mr. Yeski?
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Wells?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a couple of questions for Mr. DeAndrea, if he's still on the line.
Can we take down then the chart on the units?
Sure.
Super helpful, Tracy. Thank you for putting that together.
Yeah, understand DPW seems to be pretty pleased with what you've come up with. Just had some follow-up questions. And first is...
No, we haven't heard back from them actually yet.
Oh, all right. Well, I thought I understood from Mr.
We actually
DeAndrea
did hear back from them later this afternoon with
This-
additional comments on the revisions that were submitted last week. Both DPW engineering and DPW traffic are still resubmit prior to final site plan approval though, but the list appears to have gotten shorter.
Good.
Okay, well, that clarification. First question, does all excess water flow into Indian Harbor? Because there's that one pipe, outflow pipe. Does everything, excess water from the project, does it all end up in Indian Harbor?
Yes, after treatment. One of the comments after our February 3rd meeting when we met with DPW on February 11th was to see if we could do more in the way of infiltration. And we did. We were able to do some more extensive digging now that the job was pretty much designed. And we found 2 areas where we could infiltrate, thereby having more water quality improvements. And as a result, we were able to actually reduce volume. And just to add to the record that was just stated, we did receive comments from DPW. They were dated today, and they do state very clearly that the drainage report is acceptable. The only issues that are outstanding are the issues relative to the waivers that we discussed, relative to the number of driveways on Home Place.
Oh, okay. So I'm reading
That's
the
what-
old, yeah. So
That's what I read into the record.
Yeah, there are
Okay, yeah,
new ones this afternoon.
And so there are new ones the new one this afternoon, drainage is now okay?
Drainage is all okay. Very clear statement. I underlined it in yellow. Drainage report
Got
is
it.
acceptable.
Okay, good. Sewer?
And sewer is the same thing. We have
we
no
got
issue with
we got
that.
traffic. We did not get sewer.
Okay, we got traffic and we got sewer. We're
Not
still-
sewer, not sewer.
No, we're pending sewer. Okay, but you guys gave them the flow data, right? So we're just waiting
we gave
for
them the
Mr.
flow data
Feminella
and
to
they-
answer. Okay,
They have suggested that we might be asked to trace another part of a line. We're willing to do it. We just need to know what it is.
okay. Mr. DeAndre, I think you've heard us say this a couple of times on the Aquarian will serve.
I can say, and Lillian and Parker can support this. They've been working on that aspect from day one. And
See this mouse that had not finished a sentence, Mr. DeAndrea?
what's that now? I'm sorry.
Okay, so let's start this over. Mr. DeAndrea,
Yes.
on the Aquarian will serve,
Yes.
I believe we have shared this with you, but I'm going to share it just in case. Not only are they slow to give it to you, but we have had 2 instances where after the fact,
Yes.
okay, you guys are aware.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so you need, if there's any way you can get clarity on that, because it is a surprise cost that they will suddenly spring on you that they don't have enough water pressure and they want you to have cisterns.
Correct. We're aware of that.
Okay,
And there's one more factor to that.
which is?
Their commitment is only good for 1 year.
Oh, don't even tell me.
Wait a minute, what?
The Aquarian
Wait a
will
minute.
serve. No,
What do you mean it's only, whose commitment?
Aquarian,
Their will serve letter is only good for a year.
no. You
Mhm.
can't make this up. I'm sorry, I shouldn't be saying
Let's
those
say
things.
it's a test at the time of the water that's available. It could be more next year. It could be less next year, but they can't say what happens in a year.
Correct.
Well, as you know, the Attorney General is trying to stop the sale. Mr. Yeski is next. No, he is.
I'm back again?
No, I
Yeah.
didn't finish.
Right.
Oh, okay. I'm
But
sorry,
go
Mr.
ahead,
Wells.
Dennis.
No,
No,
I'm
It doesn't
sorry.
matter. You get interrupted so many times anyway. It doesn't matter.
Oh,
Come
I'm
back to
sorry.
me.
Sorry,
No.
Mr. Wells. Don't be
No.
mad. I'm sorry.
I'm
Please
not.
go ahead. Please go ahead.
Just two more questions. I think your comments indicated that in the 10-year storm, 25-year storm, volume is reduced except with coastal flooding.
Correct.
So does that mean if there is coastal flooding, the volume increases?
Now, what we pointed out in our summary, which was agreed to, was that we're good up to a point, but once the elevation hits tidal influence, which is elevation 13 for base flood, all bets are off. You know, we can't help you there. That's all. But keep in mind, our property is way up in the air. We're not subject to that flooding. So we're pushing the water through. And when the tide comes in and fills the road, it's full.
And does that mean that it backs up so the water?
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't back up.
Okay.
That's the point. And now we're just all in the same, pardon the expression, we're all in the same boat.
Right.
Our water will get out. It'll be, infinitesimally thin on top of the existing water, which is salty and heavier.
But it won't be slow enough to back up onto your development.
No, absolutely not, sir.
Okay,
Absolutely not.
that's all I wanted. Thank you,
Yes, sir.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr.
And-
Wells.
That's all right.
I thought we were still on Mr. Yeski. Mr. Yeski.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the PERT chart on construction logistics. But on Google Earth, it looks like you're pretty far into this thing in terms of ripping down most of the buildings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Huh? Yeah. Well, this Gantt chart just starts right now. So I was just wondering. And it looks like you think it's going to take till September, October of 27, right? So it's about a year and a half, a little bit more than a year and a half, right?
For construction.
Well, let me just see what we got. Bum, bum, bum. Is there something after that? Let's see here.
Well,
You build out Go ahead.
Well, the issue is we never know for sure when and who's going to start. So maybe I can understand what your concern is, so we can.
The neighbors have expressed that they're concerned, and this happens everywhere.
Oh, yes.
This project will go on forever. And you got dump trucks, you got the fill, you got the cut, you got construction vehicles. I was just trying to understand the length of time in construction and the various phases. And
Okay.
I was looking at Google Earth, and it looks like you're pretty far into ripping. Now the buildings come down quick, so you've already started all that. But this Gantt chart or PERT chart just starts. So I was just curious. They're gonna react to the total project time. And that's what I was after, beginning to end.
In comparison, some of our very good builders can build 10,000 square feet if they're well financed and as experienced. They can barely make it in 10 months if they're really going at it. So it's hard to think that any building would be done in a year. So a project like this should be more. And if you're aiming to be in 27, I think that would be a little aggressive, but it could be done.
No, I'm just asking the time. So when the neighbors
Yeah.
start complaining about hey, this is going to go on forever. I want them to understand if they look at the Gantt chart, everything is involved in building, and you're going to
Yes.
stage it by building. You got it by building type, F, G, H, A, B. There's a sequencing to this, and you're going to do it in the order that you have here. It's not like a random, oh, we're just going to build when we feel like building. I've seen spec houses that take years, because the builder starts and stops and starts and stops. And I don't think that's your intent. That's what I was getting at, the total construction site on it.
Obviously, or apparently, understandably, everyone wants to move quickly. The fact that they're modular homes,
right?
A good contractor comes in, and we're going to work from the outside in. The walls that go up on the perimeters and the foundations get constructed. All the infrastructure is done. A lot of that's simultaneous, but the staging is really going to rely on who is actually retained to do the site work. And the faster we can get the foundations up and in, because now we're working on the inside. And it can be a neat site. And once we've got the perimeter done and the rock removed and the foundations underway, we're not bothering anybody on the street. And the location of the property close to Davis Avenue is also a benefit. We're not affecting any of the neighbors and their passage down to Davis Avenue. So the objective is start the job, get up to the top, create a foothold. You'll have your ability to park and work and store your materials and your workers on top. So we're going to cut that driveway in, and that'll be temporary and short-lived. Remember, we have the existing access way to provide access up to the top of the hill during construction of the main driveway. So I think it's logistically a good site because we have access in now and we have the ability to do the road separately. Once that driveway is done, we have plenty of flat area up on top to work with and park on. We have all that center. They can leave building D to the end.
They do leave it to the end. Yep. Okay. I appreciate the chart, and I think when we have questions, you can show it. Are you really on this time frame right now? This shows like a lot of heavy site work this summer, June, ledge removal, construction, new driveway, all that. Is this representative, or is this, if you're moving ahead, this is a realistic time frame?
Mr. Ang?
Everything is dependent right now on approval so that we can file and then start work. So that's the truth.
Well, not only P&Z, but the building department too, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
The fact that the modular buildings are up, that's a different design review. It should be faster and more efficient. But the trick here is to get the excavation going so we can get the foundations in and then work our way out.
Right. Just trying to help you with the neighbors. Okay, thank you.
You are. It's well considered.
Ms. Jones?
Okay, so I have a couple of questions related to the conservation comments that they had, and I know you addressed one of them with the fact that the driveway, I guess you have to do, to meet driveway standards, you have to do what you have to do. But they had also asked whether it might be possible with the buildings E and H, the basement, so that you didn't have to remove as much, do as much cut there. And then they also talked about between C and E, they talked about the fact that obviously you've got sort of working to get a nice level grade there, but whether you could work more with the topography and would have less sort of site disturbance from those. And I wanted to just see if you had a response to those.
Yes, I do. And I read those respectfully. So between C and E, we purposely proposed a wall to provide some space. We want to have usable, livable area. And yes, we thought about it, but we wanted to have that. We're going to have material that could be used to fill. I think that's a great amenity. So that's an appropriate thing. It also provides some dirt to absorb some water. So those are all, I think that's a good thing that we decided to do. The issue on buildings G and H are that, as I pointed out briefly in the beginning, there's a large knob on top. So when you look at it, we're not taking it down to create a basement. We're working with the elevation of the natural ground. So to that end, we have an elevation of around 40. Well, I guess in the area of the garage, we have an elevation of about 40. We are cutting down to about 35 for the lower level garage. And the first floor is walking out close to the top of the existing ledge. So the ledge at top is around 41. And we have a proposed elevation for H. When we go to the other plan, which is at elevation 45. When you start at 45, you have to drop the dirt around the house to around 43. The ground on the outside of the building is around 41. So we have a minimal amount of grading, to get from first floor to the knob at the top. So we're not doing excessive excavation there. So that's really the response. We have building G hitting the existing ground level of, right now, that's elevation 34. We're proposing the garage on building G to be at 35.5. So we're working with the existing grades in the area of those two buildings.
They actually mentioned E in theirs, or did they mix that up, or is there also a fair amount of excavation going on with building E?
E, the proposed elevation for E. Proposed elevation for E is going to be at 37. The existing first floor of the building that was there is 43. So we're lowering it. The ground to the west side of the proposed building is at 36.7. So proposed grade of the first floor of building E is 37. The existing grade to the west side of that is 36.7. And we're proposing our patio to be at 36.5. So there's very little earthwork on that building.
All right, so maybe it was
Between E and C, we are
There's-
filling because the
Right.
existing ground is at elevation 30 and it continues to drop westerly to 25. So we want to bring up that wall to match roughly the elevations of those two buildings, C and E. So yes, we are filling between. Otherwise, there's a steep ravine. It's not attractive. It's not safe. It's not functional. So that's why we did what we did.
and you will need to blast for this. This will
The appropriate way to handle this is to, in my opinion, and based on what I believe will be appropriate, is to line drill, perforate, if you will, the rock, and in a controlled fashion, a combination of blasting and banging to remove that rock. Yes, when you look at it in person on site, and we tried to point that out to staff when we all walked it one Thursday or Friday, I think it was, but there are seams in this rock. So we believe that a lot of it can be ripped with the equipment that is available today.
Good.
So that's the idea, but it will be line drill is the idea. You get yourself beyond what
Yep.
you hope to be your finished face, and then build the wall to hold up the loose when it happens. Ideally, you might find a seam and it becomes its finished product, but we don't anticipate that will be the case here.
Okay. And then I guess and they had noted that to identify the limits of the disturbance on site. Was that done since have you updated anything that does that, or it's essentially the whole site?
It's essentially the whole site because it's surrounded by wall.
Right.
So we've created the walled city, which is
Okay.
not a bad thing here.
It's just, it's a strange.
I don't
choice
know,
of terms.
given the topography, we're going to be, living on a nice high, arid plateau.
Are you going to be living there?
I say we
It's-
generically. I wish I
Kimasabi,
could.
yeah, it's all, Mr.
The royal
Deandra's
way.
retirement destination. Miss
Okay.
Fong, you're
Lillian, I
gonna
think,
be,
said something to me like, not so fast.
Miss Fong is wondering if she really wants to be.
Oh, yeah. So I think the only other question I had from the conservation was just to make sure that there is a reconciled and accurate account of the trees that are there,
Yes.
that were previously removed, and those that are proposed. I see that, and I
We'll
guess
come
that's
to it.
not- I know somebody else who has to address that, but maybe you do as well, I think.
We'll come to an agreement on that, but as I said, the Conti and Conti plan has, what did I say, 81 trees proposed. That's a lot of different sized trees.
Right. No. Okay, I think that's all of my questions for now.
Thank you.
Everybody else questioned out? Mr. Macro, you had your hand back up for a second, then you lowered it.
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okie doke. So the big question is that I can ask you now, since you have a timeline. Mr. Leroux, if they can get all the answers from the departments, you don't have much time because you have to post the tentative, we're closed on Good Friday. So when do you post the tentative?
Thursday.
We're posting on Thursday.
So you would have to know on Thursday if you've got everything in order. I think you may have to go to the meeting after that.
We
Okay.
believe that we have everything in order,
Okay.
other than an acceptance or approval of a waiver that we don't think is necessary. But we've
And it
written
will,
it
sir.
and we're ready to submit it, so we're going to submit it ASAP, most likely Thursday.
The unit sizes you could do pretty quickly because, we don't need drawings. We just need to know where you're going to go. Patrick, we usually, have we ever done one without having a will serve?
I can't answer that, not off the top of my head.
I mean, I know we held up CMS until we knew we had this will serve.
Right.
I know we did that on some of the other multifamily. Okay, well, I leave it to you guys. I mean, we're happy to have a long meeting if we can accommodate folks that can move forward. Okay.
I don't want.
Yeah, Mr. DeAndrea, anything else? I need to
I was
turn
going
to
to
the
say
public.
Lillian and Parker and I will discuss it in the morning
Okay.
and see.
Hold
I
on
think
a
we're a
sec.
lot closer than
I've
everybody
got
thinks.
hands up for the public comments, so let me go do that. Okay, anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this application at Home Place and Davis Avenue, kindly raise your virtual hands. And the first speaker is Terry Angoto. I believe Terry has also submitted a letter. She will be followed by Frederick Nam. And those are the only two speakers I'm seeing right now. Ms. Angoto, if you would unmute and you'll be ready to go.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Can
Hi.
everyone hear me?
Yep.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As I spoke last session where this application was in process and discussed, I, since that meeting, have reached out to several of you without reply.
Really? Not to me.
Well, yes, ma'am, to you.
I'm so sorry because I always answer.
Ma'am, ma'am,
So sorry.
please don't interrupt. Let me speak, okay?
That's what Mr. Wells just said. I'm so sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. So I reached out to you, to Tracy, to Mr. Leroux, and I did not hear back from anyone but Tracy, who kicked me to the fire marshal, who took 2, maybe 3 weeks to get back to me and said this is not his department. His concern was specifically about the blasting, and he said that's not his problem. We have gone through over a year of this team of developers decimating our neighborhood. It is impassable. It looks blighted. I spoke to Mr. Leroux over last summer, and he told me that the blight concerns were the concern of the first selectman, that he had nothing to do with it. I find that the humor that is exchanged here and the timeline you're pressing to ensure this gets passed is concerning to me. It is also concerning that one of your committee members doesn't even know if the houses were knocked down yet. So that means that a property that's less than 2 miles from Town Hall hasn't even been visually reviewed by this committee. And I'm really getting tired of this. Your talk about extensive blasting, which was my primary concern last time, and yet the developer has not reached out to us to let us know what their thoughts are on providing an engineer who will view our properties, examine them prior to blasting, and then again post blasting. You're leaving us in an unbelievably incredible disadvantage. This development is ruining our neighborhood. You're now telling us it's at least 18 months with folly and laughter before this will be completed. And I'm appalled at the way this is being conducted. I don't take the laughter at all in kind, and the giggles and the lack of concern about what this is doing to our neighborhood. I hear about trees, and we all love trees, and I hear about flooding, but so where Mr. DeAndrea tells us there's no concern for the flooding for the actual property, but what about the things around it? I don't understand yet. I've asked and no one has answered, including you, Chair, whether these are all to be rentals or they're to be sold. We are being excluded from this process. I don't even know if you all understand how narrow this road is and what this is going to do to this neighborhood. And it just seems like you're just trying to beat the clock here and get this through. And for the life of me, I don't understand what your investment is here to make sure it happens without taking into consideration what this development is about to do to this neighborhood for the next 2 years. You asked Mr. DeAndrea if he's going to live there. Well, guess what? He won't, but we will. So I'd like some courtesy when you're discussing disrupting people's lives to this level, when you don't even have the courtesy to exchange emails addressing our concerns. I'm appalled.
Thank you, ma'am. I don't have an email from you. But
I will send you the email tomorrow that I sent to you. It reached you because Gracie responded to it. So you all received it.
Ma'am, if you would let me finish a sentence. I'm going to try to find your email and I will reach out to you, because my best bet is that you could have had a misspelling of my name or something, because I think most people will tell you that we pride ourselves in answering every email. And we do.
I appreciate those thoughts. But if Tracy received it, responded to it, and kicked me to another department, wouldn't it have been prudent in her responsibility to address some of it? She addressed none of it. So in council, you are failing us as owners in this community. You all seem to be huge proponents of this development happening. And for the life of me, I don't understand why.
If I may, I can answer that. State law requires us
to be enthusiastic about it?
Yes, ma'am. State law requires us to advance housing affordability. It's a state statute. And
we haven't even been told what the affordability is. We don't know if
22%, ma'am, it's 22%. It's at 80% of area median income. Or 150% of state median income, if I got those numbers correctly. And it is, as I understand, it is all rental. However, it is not within the commission's authority to inquire of an applicant whether they're renting or selling. It is just not within our authority. It's not a zoning issue.
You do realize you live in Connecticut, you live in Greenwich, so I know you must be familiar with how much rentals cost in my neighborhood.
Yes,
they
ma'am.
go anywhere from 18,000 down to maybe 5,000 for a one bedroom. In no area in the universe is that affordable, even at a 22% discount.
No, so ma'am, it's so that ma'am, the affordable rents are charged at what is equal to 1/3 of the income of a person who is earning 80% of the area median income. Okay, and so the affordable is not the market rate. There are 22% of the units are affordable. That's
22% of 18 units.
Yes, ma'am. Yes. And
can you tell me how many that is?
It's four.
Four units.
4 units are affordable.
So 4 units out of 18.
Yes, ma'am.
Are
And
going to
that
be
is-
affordable
yeah.
units.
Yes. And so we are allowed to work with that number under state law to advance affordability that works for developers. And our mandate, and this is very tough because we all live here, our mandate in the state law is that we are to advance housing units in general under a new state law, and we are to advance affordability as much as we can. That is state law. So those are the travel lanes in which we are assigned. So by my showing them the goodwill of trying to move forward their project, I am complying with state law. You listened tonight. You know that where we have different discretion, we will continue to work it. Here, it is a very different legal situation where we can only deny this project if it is a threat to health and safety.
It will be a threat to the health and the safety of the people around it to the extent it will be drilled and hammered. And it will be a detriment to my property. It will be a detriment to what is a prized piece of land in the town of Connecticut. And I didn't see one question from this panel that was deeply probing about what dangers or what situations could we incur from this extensive piece of property being blasted from side to side. I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand why no one addressed my concerns about the blasting. I don't understand why I haven't heard from the developer, even though they know how to reach me because I spoke to them last summer about blight. I don't understand why we should absorb what is a benefit only to this developer. There is no benefit to the town of Greenwich. We do not need this.
I have to follow state law. Now, to answer your questions on the blasting is governed by code, and we get sign off on whether the blasting represents any risk to health and safety. When we discuss the blasting, we have sign off from departments. The same thing with flooding. Flooding can be considered a risk to health and safety, and that is why we get the sign off on the drainage plan.
But you're almost jovial about the threat of flooding.
We have a
I
sign off.
don't understand where this is almost like you're enjoying the aspects of what this could potentially do to our community. I'm extremely disappointed.
Ma'am, you asked me not to interrupt you, but you are interrupting me all the time. Again, our drainage people have responded, and that's one of the things we asked, that they are comfortable with what is being proposed. We have not heard yet from the sewer department. Sewer, we asked about it and we said it was pending. Did you provide the flows? We ask a very long list of questions. Did you provide the flows to the sewer department? Yes, we did. Have you heard back? No, we have not. We need to hear from the sewer department whether they have any issue on that. Until we hear, we don't know. Sewer is a reason that is health and safety. That is, so we have that list and we go through it. So we're doing our job. We really are. The fact that
you're doing your job to the benefit of one particular party and not the best interest of all people considered here. I'm sorry, I'm entitled to my opinion. And
yes, you are. And the only thing I can tell you is that the state law requires us to advance housing affordability. And so the burden of proof on health and safety is on us. It's on us in this case. It's a very different situation. And yes, you're right. I make a point of making our meetings a little bit cheerful because we work for 7 hours straight and we are volunteers and we work solid. And we come into these meetings after having worked all weekend and all day Monday. And we then hit 7 straight hours in these sessions. And we try to not make it really gruesome for people because I don't want to lose any of these volunteers because they're all brilliant. and our staff is fabulous. So I know you have a different point of view. I'm doing my best to do my job.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I hope that someone will reach out to us.
We will do our best. I'm going to try and find you now. I looked real fast as soon as you started talking and I didn't see it, but I didn't want to distract from what you were saying.
I will forward it to you,
Good.
but you can turn to your colleague Tracy, and maybe she recalls dismissing me and sending me to the fire department, as she did other people who've had these similar concerns about this development. I won't take up any more time. I know that you're tired. I know this is volunteer. I volunteer too. It's sometimes rewarding and sometimes it's thankless. But if we don't stick up for ourselves as a community, we really feel like no one will, and this will be railroaded through.
With you. I agree with you on that.
Needlessly. We do not need this development in Bruce Park. We do not, I promise you. With the overflow of water in that area already with rain, and that ground is saturated all the time, this community does not need this development. I need to impress upon you, we can find 4 affordable housing units in another location in this town easily. This is a lot for 4 units. Thank you. Appreciate
Thank you very much. Okay, Mr. Nam is next, followed by Wendy Lean. Mr. Nam, if you would unmute.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Madam Chairman and the commission, thank you so much for giving me the time to talk today. I'm here with my wife, Juliet. So I sent in a kind of description of some of our concerns for the neighborhood as well as for the property, which is owned by Wendy Lean, and she's going to speak after me, I believe. And I just wanted to start by giving some local flavor of what it's like to live here. We've been here for 8 years now. So we know the good and the bad and the ugly of what's happening on a home place. And Mr. DeAndrea earlier commented that as you pull up to Davis Avenue, there's a clear line of sight. Now, when I pull up my Escalade and somebody is turning in, I have to back up because there's no room for that person to turn onto home place if I'm pulled up enough to see traffic coming from the other way. So this is the reality. This is the real world experience that I want and ask that you really take heart and listen. Because as Terry said, this is where we live. And I'm talking about 8 years of experience here where we've had no construction, but we've had a lot of other things. And I'm going to go into that. Now, I'm just going to kind of review some of the things that I did kind of write about and just run those by. But when I conclude, I'm really going to go over issues related to safety and the environment, because I think those are the top 2. Now, since we've lived here, we have seen all kinds of wildlife. We have wild turkeys in our driveway. We have owls that we hear regularly. I don't know whether they're barn owls or I think they're probably great horned owls or screech owls, but I know owls come under the protection of Connecticut law. Has there been any assessment of the wildlife impact from this development? And I didn't see that I didn't see that there.
Of all the trees that have already been removed.
There is, as you know, a bald eagle that lives over in Bruce Park by that inlet there. That bald eagle routinely flies on the driveway by our house, and we run out to get our cats because we're worried that it's going to come and swoop down. Now, when I saw this thing for the first time, I said, I think I just saw a bald eagle. And that was about a year ago. And my wife was like, "What? You're nuts." Like she calls me nuts a lot. "You're nuts. They don't exist here." So we looked it up, we got online. Lo and behold, bald eagles are permanent residents of Connecticut now. And I know where this one lives. So we've seen that in the area. We have seen woodchucks, wild turkeys, hawks, red foxes, and deer, much less now since they took all of the buildings down, which, again, to emphasize Terry's point, the fact that the town didn't know they did that, and looking at that Gantt chart, which is what is highlighted, this has been already 2 years down. They started taking the trees down, and I provided pictures of all the large deciduous hardwood trees that have already been removed from this property. And the buildings are already down. So we've already been living with this for 2 years. For 3 years. For 3 years or 2 years, there's been a chain link fence with a lovely green plastic flapping in the wind that gets blown over when it's windy out, that sits on the property and goes into the edge of home place. Okay, so that's already 2 years. And now we're talking another 18 months or 2 years or how much longer. So the environmental impact is real. The tree removal, the loss of the canopy is real. And I provided pictures of what it used to look like from this side of the fence and what it looks like now. And it's clear sky. And as much as I like the blue sky and getting the sun air, the reduction in the privacy has impacted kind of our experience here. Now, traffic I'm going to come to with regard to kind of what impact that is, and as well as the Davis. So let me just turn to then the traffic situation right now. As you drive down Home Place and you're meeting another car on the way, you sometimes have to go onto the edge of the properties of Home Place because people routinely park on Home Place. Terry, I believe, lives in 28 Home Place. I think there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units there. They have one garage, one parking space. If they have guests, they will park on a Home Place. And the other residents of Home Place, also with guests, have cars that park on a Home Place. If there's a car or two, which there always is, then no two cars can pass at the same time. If you have an Amazon truck or a Federal Express truck, then you have to pull over to the side. Now, this is important from a safety reason because the developers of this property have just said, we want proper lighting on our property to assure the safety of the residents who are going to live there. Where is the proper lighting or sidewalk on Home Place with the increase of this traffic? It's already an issue now. We have young families who live here, who have children. We have people who walk their dogs routinely. You have to pull over or stop to let people pass. We have young adults who live around here, who walk and commute from the train station, both during the day and at night. There's improper lighting as it is. There's no sidewalk. Now, there was a discussion of putting some trees along the line of that building I. So now you can't pull over there. So how am I going to let the Amazon truck pass? How are two trucks going to be able to pass if neither of us can pull off to the side? Again, which we routinely have to do on this street. And it's been like that from day one. And it surely is going to be much, much worse with 40. I believe there's 40 parking spots on the new development. So adding that is for 100% certain going to increase the congestion. And I would ask, based on kind of that, what I've described, that traffic and safety analysis be repeated. A big question I had on that was, what time of day was that done? Did they come at
anybody, Tracy, do you remember? I need to go back and check.
I will need to go back and check myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
If it was done at 11, it would be different than it was done at 8 in the morning or at 5 at night when everybody is coming and going. So I think that really needs to be kind of.
So if I may.
Yeah.
So here's the place, the thing I was trying to explain to Miss Agnoto. Agnoto. I don't know if you pronounce it. Okay, the intent. Okay, I have to be more respectful. When we get a traffic analysis for an affordable housing application, this is an 830G under state law, we can only impact those things which raise an issue about life safety. Life safety. Now, so it's really tough because normally we would say, oh, not enough parking, you can't get the UPS, it can't pass when it's parked and it's delivering. We would address all those things in an application. However, it's got to be life safety. So if you think we missed life safety issues, I'll go back and reread that traffic analysis, because I think a lot of us here live on narrow streets. We'll take a look and see if there's anything we missed. I didn't see anything when I read it. This application's been out there a while, so we will go back and check. Go ahead on the points you were making.
Great. That was great. I appreciate that. So, I think, and I'm going to finish up with just a discussion of what Terry had mentioned already, which is the impact of the construction. So we've already had pre-construction, let's call it that, for 2 years. Now we're going to have construction for 18 months from again, border to border kind of earth moving project that's going to involve blasting and banging. Now, both of those present a real issue for my business. Now, I'm not familiar with the law in Connecticut, but I know that there must be something about how construction affects neighboring businesses. So I'm a physician. I worked at Greenwich Hospital for 15 years, and now I do kind of, my business is domiciled here in my home and home place. And I do monitoring of surgeries all across the country. I also do telemedicine. And I have spoken with my wife, as well as the owner of this property, that I was thinking about probably I would need to retain an office off this property now, because to conduct my business with that kind of just noise throughout the course of the day is going to be near impossible. Now, this gets to the other issue, which is the utilities that we receive. So we recently got the Verizon service people out to look like where our internet is coming in. And internet is 100% required for me to conduct my business here. Now, our internet line drops down from a telephone pole that's outside of 22 Home Place. And it is, they think, buried under the pre-existing driveway. So one of the big issues I had, and one of the requests that I actually have for the developers is, how are we going to be informed of, for example, if they needed to take that pole down? How are we informed of when the blasting is going to occur? How long it's going to occur? For what duration it's going to occur? How long is the banging going to be? Is it going to be for 1 day, 5 days, 1 month? Again, it doesn't sound like they have an answer to that. And that seems a reasonable request. Now, the owner of the property, I'm going to leave this to her to talk about damage from that. Now, Oneida Drive has been blasting from December, January. I think they stopped now in February, but they were doing blasting for about 3 months. And we didn't know what it was. Because the first time it happened,
I called the police.
We called the police. We were like, we heard an explosion. And the policeman said, oh yeah, they're blasting on Oneida. So when that blasting occurred, and this is 2 or 3 blocks from us, the entire house shook. We had things come off the wall. We had a painting come off the wall.
Cracks in the wall.
And we had cracks. We noticed there were cracks in the ceiling, and we took pictures of those and we provided those to the owner, Wendy. And I think she's going to talk about that. So if we have blasting going on that's basically 10 to 20 feet from the property, I don't know if you would call that a safety issue or not, but it's clearly a disruption of an ongoing business here. Now, my wife wanted me to say this, and I didn't want to bring this up. But if it's,
I don't know about this. I don't know, Mrs. Nam. Are you sure this is safe?
I don't know what he's going to say, so I don't know. All bets are off.
She wants the European vacation.
Right.
No. If it's an issue of safety, the traffic is a real concern for me as well, because I run a concierge practice in town. Now, let's say they're bringing their modulars in on the street, and I get a call from one of my patients that says, I'm in the hospital, and the emergency room doctor says, I think they're having a stroke. And I go out in my car, and I can't get by. Like, what are the chances of that? Can any, Mr. Dandridge, the developer, what are the chances that my egress, in order to conduct my business properly,
There will be when
is
something like
going
that.
to be adequately monitored?
Okay.
Is there going to be a policeman posted there during that?
Yes. So Dr. Nam, to answer your question, yes, when there's a vehicle, when there's something like that happening, there will be police posted, and you go up and you say, I am a physician with a medical emergency, and they will clear it for you. They don't do it when I have a planning and zoning emergency, but they will do it for you. All of this is heavily regulated by the state. All the blasting stuff is heavily state regulated, and it's not a zoning matter. All we've got to do is keep asking the questions. Mr. McRae, did you want to say something to
Mr.
Dr.
Nam,
Nam?
Mr. Nam,
Doctor.
Dr. Nam, I've heard a number of times that we were blasting on Oneida Drive. Do you know the address of where they were actually blasting?
I don't.
I don't. I just know it was on Oneida Drive, because when I called the police, they said they were blasting on Oneida Drive.
It was kind of the home place, the back, that drive, like 28 home place abuts, that whole, what's it, harbor,
Indian
Harbor. And so it was clearly kind of coming from that side of the 28 home place. But
okay, thank you.
Okay.
yeah. So I think, really, that's all,
I mean,
I think we
one
have
of
to
my
say.
questions is
And-
on the blasting would be, okay, so we have a lot of paintings. As I said, when they blasted, one fell off. I have a ton of glass art in this house. So I called my insurance company, and they said, you have to talk to them, because if they're blasting and something breaks, that's not your fault. So, there must be some sort of safeguards here. And I actually went into the town hall to ask about the blasting, and was also told to go to the fire commissioner, who just told me he had no idea about any sort of blasting on home place. That was my answer. I have an email. I'll be happy to share it, to forward it to you.
You would send that to Patrick, or send that to Tracy, because she's the deputy director in charge
Okay,
of this.
because I asked, I'm curious, I live here, when is blasting? He said, I have
She'll
no
see-
knowledge of any blasting.
She'll see what. she
A quick
can do.
question for Mr.
Yes.
Ang. Mr. Ang, have you applied for blasting permits yet?
We have not applied for any blasting permits.
Okay, well, that will kind of
it-
solve a lot of the issues that everybody has. The fire marshal's unaware of blasting because there's no blasting permits applied for it with the fire marshal's office.
Right.
And I want to make sure that's very clear to everybody who's on this meeting. The fire marshal's office is in charge of blasting. Blasting companies have significant insurance and are well aware of potential damage to other buildings. And at your behest, we'll be conducting a inspection of your building just to make sure
But what
that
about
they're
like stuff
seeing.
that's inside the building? Do I
Yes.
take
They
everything
do.
off the walls?
They
Building
do.
itself.
That's kind of
Because-
ridiculous.
To get back to
Okay,
what I was saying, they have significant insurance. Their significant insurance basically said it is very expensive, and they had to make sure that actually they're not causing damage to anything other than the rock they're blasting.
Okay,
Yes,
but-
you'll
but
feel
I'm
it.
curious if it
I
still
felt
doesn't answer my
felt
All right,
blasting
so-
in my own home from things miles away. Welcome
Okay.
to the bedrock of Greenwich, Connecticut. So I think the blasting, yes, it's a concern of yours. If you have the concern, it's not zoning. Talk to the
Well,
fire marshal's office.
But that's why, to respond to something Ms. Agnoto raised, that's why Tracy sent her to the fire marshal, because it's not
Exactly.
within zoning authority, and she referred her to the fire marshal. And that's what, we'll make sure you're in touch with them, and they do what's called the pre-blasting survey, and they will do it inside your house, and they will check your foundation, the whole thing. So we can fix that. Ms. Jones, did you want to add something?
All I was going to say is that they do offer that, and if it's offered, you should definitely take it. They will send you a
Make sure you're
video.
home.
Right, make sure you're home, schedule it with them. They will do a video and they will send you
All
that
right.
information.
Wow.
Okay,
Um,
Can I
Mr.
just finish? Like, I'm
Oh,
gonna,
I'm sorry. I thought you said, and my last thing. So
I'm gonna let Lenny talk.
I was about to demote you.
We're not in any way anti-development. We understand kind of the need for housing in Greenwich. We applaud the developers for providing some, so-called affordable housing. We really just kind of, I think, like Terry, want to be more informed.
Okay.
And about, on a really detailed basis. I mean, if the developers call me and say, we're removing the telephone pole tomorrow, that's going to be a real big problem. And I'm telling you right now that, because if you interrupt my business, then you're causing me financial harm. So I want to be informed in a detailed manner when these blasting, when the utility poles are coming down. And I think that's what Terry is saying as well. Give us information, because so far trees have been taken down, houses have been taken down. And the other day they were on the property and there was a backhoe 6 feet from my window. And I opened the window, I said, "What's going on?" And they say, "We're digging a hole on our property." Like to say, F you. So, I don't trust the smile on the developers that you're going to do the right thing. I want the commission to hear my concerns and to give us representation as members of the community for that.
So that is actually, we can do our best, but Mr. DeAndrea and the developers are hearing you say that. We cannot know what the day-to-day after we've acted, what the day-to-day actions are. And that will be Patrick and Tracy and the developers will have to make sure that there's no violation and that there's good communication. Mr. DeAndrea is aware of that. And I think we're hearing a lot of need for communication. And just to clarify, Ms. Angoto, the email that you sent in February to me, it did reach me. But when Tracy answered you, she told you the key, which is I am not allowed to answer any specific questions on an application unless we are in a public hearing. So I can only say to you, thank you for reaching out. We're putting your email in the public record. I cannot respond under the law. No commissioner can respond to you on anything that is open before us, and it was already open before us. So that's why, not ignoring you, but I can't give you anything useful because I'm not allowed to talk about it. And it's a very serious violation. Okay, Dr. Nam is done. Ms. Lean, did you want to add to that? He was eloquent, but maybe as the owner,
Yes, please. I will try to go very quickly. First, I wanted to say that, I got shuffled around a bit about the blasting as well. And when I reached to the fire marshal, I got a response via email, and I'm reading it. These are 1- and 2-family homes which the FMO has no authority on. So I was very confused about that. And then I also saw the report from the 2 letters from conservation, and they stated it, quote, "If it is not feasible and blasting is anticipated, the applicant should provide best management practices to minimize noise, vibration, dust, and air quality impacts to the surrounding properties. So I just still feel that there's not a clear, and also the fire marshal responded in my email that it was not his authority and that we should look into our insurance and ways to protect ourselves. And that just got me angry. Because, I've been trying to go through this 240-page document, and it's a lot. I mean, it's a lot for a person who has never done this before. And I apologize for so many emails, but every time I sit down and look at things, I have more concerns that pop into my head. And that's because I don't do this for a living, right? So I'm trying my best to protect our investment and fight for our tenants that we love, and we want them to keep them happy. And I'm doing my best here, just as I'm sure you are as well. But let me review a couple of things. So in those two letters, from the Conservation Commission, they suggested relocating the driveway to the north. And I don't understand exactly, you guys briefly touched on that. I don't understand the wall problem on Davis as to why that's not possible. But there's just, if I could just summarize here, I feel there's really 3 strong benefits to reconsidering the entrance on Davis. One is the pedestrian safety and the vehicle safety, which Fred went through, Dr. Nam went through. The narrow street, it's like 17 feet wide. It should be a quiet dead end street. Unfortunately, it's not, because I got UPS trucks and all that. And, these trucks have already damaged my Belgium block edging on the driveway multiple times. I was like, how many times do I have to repair this? But the big concern is you've got people walking dogs, baby carriages going down to the park, and they walk in the street because there's no sidewalk. And so this should be a quiet dead end street. And when that traffic increases, it's going to be difficult. And also talking about the traffic report, the first meeting that I attended, I was really surprised because it just seemed like that traffic report was completely dismissed, because the information I read, and I didn't seem like, I just reading what I'm reading, and it said, the 170-foot site distance does not meet the town required site distance of 400 feet. So I'm like, okay, does it or does it not? It does not. And so, there was talk, okay, you can trim back some of the bushes. Okay, well, that's still not going to make that 400 feet requirement. And I know, because when I try to turn left, sometimes, you can get it wrong because somebody can come flying around there too fast.
So they don't have sign off yet. So that's the area on which, again, the site distances, this is, everybody's got their specialization. The site distances, Mr. DeAndrea talked a lot about the driveways and all that.
Mm-hmm.
The Department of Public Works has to sign off on all of that. We are pending that. We asked about it. Mr. DeAndrea summarized where he was with the discussions, where he is with waivers. And that, again, if they say to us, they and our traffic consultant, not theirs, if they sign off, then we say, okay, because 2 experts have signed off. We are waiting for that now.
Okay.
So
well,
we haven't dropped the ball. If it sounds like, I know, we're waiting for stuff to come in.
Okay. I misunderstood, because I thought you thought, oh, everything is fine. That's
no,
what I
we're
had
like,
heard.
okay, you're working on it. We know it's still open.
Okay.
And then I summarized at the end, and then I stop and I say, okay, so drainage is actually all right now. They've come back because we don't catch up with the afternoon emails today. It's too much work. We just can't get through. We got 150 emails this afternoon.
Right.
So we know that there's stuff still pending from that division of DPW, of the Department of Public Works. We know that's still pending.
Okay. So back to, so the 3 benefits to changing the entrance to Davis, if this problem with the wall could be resolved, is that maybe you wouldn't have a site distance problem anymore. Maybe that problem would go away, and then we wouldn't have all the baby carriages, without sidewalks and all of that, and the commuters coming back in the dark on the train, from the train walking up home place in the dark, and we wouldn't have all this traffic. So I just feel like that's a huge safety thing that could be removed if we could switch the entrance to Davis. The second thing is, which is what the Conservation Commission was gearing towards, was that it could minimize the blasting. Right. If we redesign this a bit, it could minimize the blasting, and then that would take away a lot of Terry and Dr. Nam's concerns and my concern too, with the damage possibly to the home. And then the third reason that I really would love to revisit the possibility of the Davis entrance is just changing up the layout. This is my opinion. I'm not an architect, but it seems like the largest, tallest buildings should be in the center of the development, away from the existing homes. Because currently the two largest buildings are the ones right on the edge of my property. And these buildings face the side of our home. So it just doesn't seem to make sense to me. So I would think of these two great big buildings, the two biggest ones, I feel like they should either face each other, or they should face the center of the development, or they should face the street, like the home place, not the side of our home. You know, so the side, so the front is facing into, you know, the master bedrooms of my home. And there's no front yard, so there's no curb appeal. And so it looks more like a medical office building to me, the two tall ones that are right by us. And, you know, one of the commissioners brought up, you know, yeah, we can add some trees. I would love some trees. I would love some, you know, there's all this beautiful landscaping everywhere, but by our property, and our property is the most exposed because it's the full length of the southern part. And also those two largest buildings, which one is that? That's G and H, you know, those are completely southern facing. So they did a whole lot of great work with energy efficiency, but with no trees and no awnings, they're going to bake in the sun, and they're going to be having huge AC bills because that southern facing is just immense heat. And so I just think that, you know, we need to think about adding some privacy, and then I think we'll feel a lot better about that as well. So those are the three reasons I really think if there was some, you know, looking at the layout and maybe making some changes to minimize the blasting, and if that whole Davis thing could happen, then maybe everything would just kind of shift around and, oh, okay, perfect. We got this, you know, we got this. I mean, I think, you know, we're not against this from happening. You know, I know it's very important to the town, and I know everybody's been working hard, and everybody's working hard, and Parker's been working hard, and, you know, we're all working hard, right? We want this to happen in a good way for everyone. And I just feel like there's still some things that can be done to make everyone more happy. So thank you for your efforts.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lean. Folks, Ms. Agnoto has her hand back up. I'd like to enable her to talk one more time, just because I know she felt that she hadn't gotten enough answers from us. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, thanks so much. Again, really appreciate the time here. I know this is not an easy job. I know you're navigating state law and combining that with sensibility for Greenwich. This project is not sensible at all. Not only did my letter address my concerns about the blasting, but it addressed, as Fred suggested, it's a very narrow road. It is unsafe as it is. We don't have proper sight lines. And I encourage all of you at some point over this next week to get in your car and ride over there and see what we're trying to convey. There is absolutely no way this road will be free and clear of traffic while this development is going on. This development team has given us zero confidence that they will comply and be good neighbors. I'd like to see that happen if this goes through. I understand that in 7 weeks, this application is running out of time with regard to approval based on the affordable housing. Can someone address that for me?
No, we're okay. We have until the 14th of May.
You have until the 14th of May. So it's in your determination then, Chair, that by the 14th of May, you will have approved this.
Not necessarily, ma'am. Under the law, we have to close it on the 14th of May. And then we have a maximum of 60 days that the law allows us to consider it. That said, we have to have a good reason for taking those 60 days. We normally don't. We normally, once we have the facts, we try to, if we close it, we've normally got all the facts. Our anticipation is that we have to have all the facts by the middle of May.
Okay.
Because when we don't, we then have to say this application is incomplete and we got to go through the whole thing. But you
Last
guys,
thing, I'm sorry.
yeah, you've given me some action items tonight. So we're gonna, I think we've all heard you. And I think the other thing is, so if you have a specific question on an app, I just can't answer you once it's open, but, and neither can any
appreciate
of
it.
them. But
When-
Ms. Angoto, sorry, Tracy and Patrick can answer you anytime. I just can't, and neither can the
Okay.
commission. Okay.
Okay.
right.
Yes, but Tracy did not answer any of my concerns other than to move me to the fire department, where they in turn dismissed me. So the next time I send a letter, it just would be very much appreciated that the context of the entire note be addressed. I know your time is precious. I know I'm not the only
Not
one.
mine. I live for, no, I mean, this is my pledge to serve my town.
Okay, I do appreciate it. I appreciate all the work you're doing. I beg of you to give this a little extra scrutiny and get out there and look at this property. This is
I
not a
haven't been there in
property.
I haven't been there in a few months, so I'm gonna go back out there. That's one thing I'm telling you. It's been a few months.
Yeah,
So-
it's not a property for 18 units. I can promise you.
Mr. Nam, Dr. Nam is gone. The conservation people do look for whether there's wildlife and eagles, and they didn't highlight it, but we will ask, but they do look. They're always telling us about things that we need to protect. So we do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Angoto.
Thank you. Thank
Bye.
you. Bye.
Okay. All right. So I think we've got some action items out of that. Things that we can look into. Mr. DeAndrea, I've got some things I can help with. I think that the public has raised, and we've all heard. Okay, so we will see you when things are resolved, and we don't think they're going to be resolved by the next meeting, that you will have answers. And so we'll see you, and you're going to be working with Tracy. And I'll just leave it at that. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so our next application is going to be from the Planning and Zoning Department. And it is, Mr. Basili, are you still awake?
Oh, yes. How could I have gone to sleep?
How could you have?
Yeah, I
So
mean,
this-
3 minutes is a lot longer than it used to be. So,
No, we only had 3 speakers, so we didn't think to have them timed. And to be honest, they had a lot to get off their chest, so it's done. They needed to talk.
yes.
Okay.
They did that. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay. So the Planning and Zoning Department for a zoning text amendment. I'm not going to read you guys all the description because I think that staff is going to do that, but this is to our regulation 6110. We still have not heard from Westcog, so we will not be able to act on it. Correct, Tracy?
Yes, that is correct. We actually have to hear from both Westcog and we have
And
to hear from DEP because some of the business zones that are that allow the 6110 incentives in the housing in the business zones are in the coastal area. So I have to go to DEP as well. And it is there too.
Okay. So is there anything you would like to tell us? We mentioned Scribner's. There was the way it's bulleted, numbered. Patrick will pass that on to you. It's just a numbering thing that we discussed.
Right. Well, I have at this point, because there have been so many versions of this document, and there's some embedded coding, Kim in our office, who is a Microsoft Word whiz, handles all the formatting now. So
Perfect.
Patrick will give me the formatting and we will give it to Kim.
Okay.
I'm basically not letting anybody else touch the document at this point because the formatting gets
Tracy,
messed up.
Again, my compliments. I think this is outstandingly well done. I say the same thing to Madam Jenkins and in absentia to Laura and Crystal. It is just compared to what we had, it is just so much clearer, so much easier. And I am not good at, when it's big, those paragraph long sentences make me crazy. So thank you very much for all the fix.
We tried to break those up so that we tried to shorten the language. So yeah, basically because, just to do a quick summary, so it's all in the record. The staff report outlines the intentions of the proposed text amendments. These are administrative and procedural changes. We did not change any of the kind of the core policy of the document in terms of incentives, setbacks, or anything like, or other waivers that the commission may grant, such as the waiver of the first floor residential in certain zones with certain findings. We didn't change any of that. It was really just to what I call English it up and shorten the sentences, put the nouns and the verbs in the right tense, use the same words all the way through. Make sure we had the big thing was to add the definitions that we needed that are specific to this section. As I tell people, this is a zoning regulation mixed with a community development program, so it's a little bit different than what we're kind of used to seeing in the rest of the book. And to address some issues, frankly, that Crystal was having and Laura we're seeing in terms of drafting of the current affordability plans and the declaration of restrictions, and making sure the language in the section was consistent with those. So that's kind of what was driving this, was really the law department wanting consistent language and practice.
And you've got two hands up. Look at that.
Yep. I'm done. So whoever wants
So
to
Mr.
go.
Mr. Brooks,
I didn't see
Mr.
whose hand
Harris,
went up first. Sorry.
We did have a Brooks on the commission for the longest time, and I still get stuck. Mr. Harris.
Okay, thank you. The first question is, you said that there weren't changes, but I thought that our original version did have some priority for local workers. I'm not sure exactly what the formulation was.
1987 reg did.
Yeah, there was a sentence in the regulation that referred to if there were any priorities, that those would be set forth in the affordability plan. I frankly went back into my notes because we've been working on this regulation for over 2 years now, and it's sometime at some point in the summer of 2024, I have notes basically stating that we couldn't do priorities anymore, and we weren't going to do that, and so I took them out. We did not have a great lengthy discussion about it. I believe that was also discussed at a planning meeting we had a year ago now. That is certainly an issue we can go back and look at, but that's why they were taken out, is that was something that was from not only the housing specialist, but from the law department, that it was not a recommended practice. But we can certainly have a conversation about it and
Yeah, I mean, if
revisit
there's
that issue. It's certainly not we can certainly do that. The commission can do that. I can't.
If there's an opportunity to revisit that, I would welcome that for the reasons I stated before, which is I think that that's a very important part of a plan to achieve the objective stated in the POCD.
Yeah, but it's also going to be, and we said this at the briefing, so we're kind of rehashing the briefing for you, Tracy.
Yeah, no, and I'm sorry I had to.
No,
I had to take my mom somewhere, and she doesn't consult my schedule before she.
Tracy, leave it. It's totally fine. We're on board. We all have moms. We all have, family to take care of. Don't worry about it. But what we went over at the briefing is that this could be part of what we do for the housing plan that we have to develop for 25-1 for the new state law, and that we think about because this is a really big nut to think about how we reduce vehicle miles traveled. So this is the dialogue that we had, how to reduce vehicle miles traveled, how to reduce the, the commute in. Can you target certain income populations in your commute? For example, we know we have a lot of department heads in town hall and high-ranking people in the Board of Ed who commute. Well, they are not commuting because they can't afford to live here, many of them. We've asked them, and it's because they would rather live where they're living. But on the other hand, how do we make opportunities for the folks who would live nearby, whether they work for town, and how could we prioritize that? I see that as a very big project for which I'm figuring Mr. Harris may be kind of volunteering.
I am volunteering.
Okay.
That comes to fruition.
We like the sound of it. So, and you would enjoy, one of the things we don't know that we said in the briefing is we don't know if we're going to be part of the regional plan or do our own. There is, of course, some interest in having Greenwich remain in the region because we're the 7th or 8th largest town in the state or something like that. 9th, I don't know, but we're big. Okay, Madam Jenkins.
The only other thing I would point out is that one of the things that was clarified was a purchase option because that was creating some practical concerns. So the timing was tightened up. And also, I believe in the prior version, the town had the opportunity and it was just not seen as being a likely candidate. So the purchase option is offered to Greenwich communities and designated NGOs, with Greenwich communities being given priority. But that was just, again, to clarify it and tighten up the timing.
Mr. Yeski.
I certainly have been disappointed by that line being taken out about preference given to town workers and others.
We have 2 volunteers.
Times. I don't know whether the housing authority's ever done anything, but I always thought 6110 was great when it came to that. And when it was taken out, it was like, who cares? So if there's anything, I mean, is this really a legal restriction on civil rights and things like that? Or is
okay, so here's what, I know the people who stayed in the briefing, I'm sorry for the repetition. So the Fair Housing Act is silent. Oh, Tracy, help out because I'm going to say what I know. Fair Housing Act is silent on having preferences for your employees. Okay. Just note that the private schools in town, and again, they're NGOs and they're not getting government funding, so maybe that doesn't matter, but Fair Housing Act is silent on this whole preference issue. However, it is deemed of some questionableness because if you set a preference for a class of people, you may be violating the protections that are granted in the Fair Housing Act to minorities, the aged, and the disabled.
Okay.
So
how about seniors?
So the minorities, the aged, that's us, seniors.
Seniors.
So in other words,
not minorities.
In your mind, minorities, the aged, and the disabled. Minorities, the seniors, and the disabled. So if you will, if all of your town employees were white, and race, ethnicity. So if all of your town employees were white males, you would be putting at a disadvantage the protected classes under FHA. That's the theory. And that's the best I can say to you, because I did reach out to law that we would like, just among us, that we would like an opinion.
Right. And I talked to the law department about that today too. So we
want an opinion, because Brooks was concerned that we were being too conservative in our interpretation of the Fair Housing Act. And we need a read from a real, nobody's ever put an opinion for us. It actually was just that John Wetmore expressed a concern before he left that he wasn't clear we could continue to do this.
Well, in the legal world, there's often no certainty. And I think part of our job is to evaluate the risk and weigh that versus the benefit. And my gut is telling me that there's a lot of benefit relative to the risk, but that's something we can only find out if we peel the layers back on the onion a little bit and understand what those risks are and what those benefits are, and
So-
then make a judgment.
So we're going to get a legal opinion. And then we will have to discuss it in a public meeting because it won't be pending litigation. So we will discuss it in an open public meeting. And we'll also, I'd like to talk to the region about it and see where they come out, because I think I mentioned to everybody they're hiring people to do the regional housing plan. And I want to ask them, you know, hey, do you think we could look at the commuting patterns within the region and set some priorities there? Because I think we could do commuters, maybe, which is really what we want to get to in some ways. Right? As well as high value. The other thing is, is there a way that you can phrase public safety personnel as being a high priority for working locally, for living locally? I don't know. Only 17% of our police force, I believe it is, lives in town.
But doesn't this get back to economic diversity? It has nothing to do with what they do for a living. It's how much they make. And that's the idea, to provide affordable housing to people with different income levels. And we were trying to go one on top of 830G. And I'm not concerned that we specify firemen and policemen, but we were trying to add another layer to affordable housing. And, you know, it just seems like it became a generic thing that it hasn't worked. We haven't done any 6110.
Well, I think the thing we've got to do, and you know, we have to figure out, we've got to get the inclusionary zoning regulation written. It isn't part of 6110 because 6110 is only business zones. But you know, Ridgefield did theirs, like it took them 3 months. I mean, Ridgefield's small. They said, oh, we got to do this. Westport has one, Darien has one, Ridgefield has one, New Canaan has one. Everybody just goes out and does one. And we've been talking about it for 6-7 years, and we haven't gotten it done. And we really should have inclusionary zoning, mandatory inclusionary.
Lots of planning topics, huh?
Yes, we do. We have lots of planning topics, and we are fully staffed now. And I am hoping, I was mentioning to Patrick and Tracy, as long as we're on this topic generally, that I was seeing that the towns, not putting pressure on Patrick and Tracy, the towns are starting to convene their regulation subcommittees of their commissions to review the changes in their zoning regulations that they have to do for Public Act 25-1. I sent you guys the Paul Leibowitz, who's the Westport chair. He lashed out at 25-1 at his regulation subcommittee meeting, and it got published because, of course, it's a public hearing, a public meeting. So they're all beginning to do that. And so we do have some work ahead of us that we're going to have some meetings. Can we mute that person? Okay. And we're going to have some sessions, some work sessions, because we got to get the regs done for 25-1 that we have to get into place by July 1. And then we've got to start thinking about any changes that we've got that are coming out of the state this year, because there's also some housing bills, again, that may move forward. And then inclusionary zoning would be near the top of my list, even though there's a bunch of stuff we should be cleaning up in our regs. And that's the end of, I'll get off of my soapbox now because we can let Basili go home. So we have to leave this item open. I think we've addressed all the concerns, and let's just see if there's
Public
anybody
comment,
from the
Madam Chair.
public who, there's hardly anybody left. Does anybody from the public wish to speak on the amendments to 6110? Kindly raise your virtual hand. You know, it's funny because it's all basically technical cleanup. I was thinking we'd get a lawyer. Have you circulated it to our attorneys? Okay, so there's nobody here to speak. I
Yes,
wasn't.
Laura.
Yeah.
Laura and I have been
Okay.
going back and forth with drafts for months and months on this.
Okay, because they helped when we did the
Oh yeah, no,
last
there's
one.
there's definite some of this language is from Laura.
I don't mean Laura, I mean
The land
visual
use
stuff.
bar is what.
The land use bar.
Oh, no, we're not because this was.
I have spoken to several frequent flyers about it, and they know it's in the agenda. So
Yeah, I
yeah,
just think it just, if you want to just
They
email.
wanted more to talk about incentives and things, and that's not what we were
Yeah.
touching at this point in time.
Yeah, and not only do we want to, so the other thing we need to think about, you guys, is the incentive system that's in 6110, because it's not bringing us applications. And it's just not.
Yep.
And we are going to have to start doing that. But do we want to, I ask you guys this question without an answer. We are about to not require parking on less than 16 units. We are about to allow as of right conversions of office to residential. There's a lot of stuff that we're going to open up with the new state law. Do we also want to open up 6110's incentives more when we're opening the gates on other things? And that's just how much development can we handle at one time? So I leave you with that question. Okay, with that, shall we end the public hearing and continue this application?
Yes.
Seeing no objection, we will continue this application, and bye-bye, Mr. Basili. The public meeting is over. Public hearing has ended, and we go to our discussion item, which I
Bye.
assume, yeah, bye-bye.
See you next time. Bye-bye.
I'm sure you're gonna miss us. Okay, there she is. They're there. Okay, 31 Arthur LLC for a pre-app review for a new two-family residence on an undersized lot. This lot is 4,850 square feet, where 7,500 would be required in the 31 Arthur in the R6 zone. I take it this is not, it's just R6, right? Okay. All right, Ms. Orsi, just fill us in.
All right. Good evening, everyone, again. Rachel Orsi from SC Minor on behalf of the applicant for the pre-application review of a future final site plan special permit for 31 Arthur. Joining me tonight is Francis Sun, who is the owner's representative as well as the general contractor. And we also might have Duo U, who is
I
the
see
project
Duo
architect.
U, but there is no Francis Sun. I can hand you some journalists, but I can't.
Francis may be on with Duo.
Well, let's see if they're together. Mr. Yu is not accepting the promotion so far.
I think he's coming now.
Okay, there he goes. Okay.
Hey, good evening. Francis is not with me tonight. But I think he's on a call. I'm pretty sure. I just texted him.
It's Erica Kalper, GCTV, Leslie Yeager, and RM Marchant. There is no Francis, and there's no Francis here.
He was at least 20 minutes ago. I was, we're texting each other.
So sometimes we lose people.
I just left him a message, so hopefully
Okay.
he will.
Mr. Yeski,
I'm hoping we're going to remind the applicant they have 20
minutes,
and
we're
looking
dawdling.
we're looking for not every detail. We want to know their questions of us.
And also the major concerns we have, I'll tell you right off the bat, undersized lot, that's a very small lot. We're going to want to see this really works. Mr. McRae's going to jump right in, I'm sure. Okay.
Should I get into my presentation or let Mr.
I would not do a full-on presentation. You have 16 minutes left.
Oh, already? Okay. If I can share my screen, I do have some visuals that I think will help offset potentially some concerns in relation to the undersized lot.
You're all set.
Okay. So the proposed development is to construct a new two-family dwelling located in the R6 residential zone. Two-family dwellings are permitted. However, due to the undersize, we're here for the pre-application as part of this permit. It is a legally non-conforming lot. The proposed design will consist of 2 units, each with 3 bedrooms, served by municipal water and sewer. Building would comply with all dimensional requirements, setbacks, FAR, floor area. For these units, In relation to the parking, just to jump over to that very quickly, if my screen will go down. The site would provide 5 spaces total, including 2 covered spaces under the buildings, 1 per unit, and then 3 outdoor spaces. This would satisfy the 5 total spaces required, which is 1 indoor and 1.6 outdoor. So total would be 5.2. We are providing 5 spaces. In relation to this site with parking in the front, we understand that landscaping in the front will be necessary not only as part of the special permit, but also to provide screening from Arthur Street. This site also sits at a higher elevation than the neighbors, so the topography will also aid us in hiding the parking in the front. For this property and how it sits in the neighborhood, I have 31 Arthur here highlighted in yellow. It is one of the only undeveloped properties, or rather undeveloped. It has a small shed. And it is developing this site with a 2-family dwelling with parking in the front is very consistent with the neighborhood. What you have shown here are the adjoining properties surrounding, and all of the parking in the front I have highlighted in purple. A majority of these lots are of similar size in terms of lot area and are also 2-family dwellings. There are 2 properties shown here, one of which is directly to the left, which is, I believe, a double lot, and there's one across the street. But the other properties around this area shown with the purple parking, again, are 2-family dwellings that are undersized lots with parking in the front. So what we're asking for is consistent with the neighborhood. And again, would be conforming other than just the lack of lot area for the 2 units. In advance of this application, Mr. Sun, the owner's representative, conducted outreach to the surrounding neighbors as well to gather feedback and input as we're going through the pre-application part of the project. He was able to speak directly with several of the adjacent property owners, including 29 and 15 Arthur, both whom expressed support for our project. There was a neighbor at 30 Arthur, located across the street, that had no objection, but only requested that their driveway remain unobstructed during construction. We also had positive interactions with 37 Arthur Street, which is longtime resident who also expressed general support. Other nearby properties were either indifferent, they were tenant occupied, or we were unable to make direct contact with them. So overall, the feedback we've received to date from the neighbors has been supportive or have raised no significant objections. And we plan to continue outreach and keeping them abreast of the project as we move forward. So overall, this project represents reasonable use of a legally non-conforming property in the neighborhood, and it is consistent with the surrounding neighborhood. And we're, here to welcome the commission's feedback and look forward to refining the application.
Mary, and then Patrick.
Yeah, the lot plan that you showed didn't seem to have a lot of space for screening. It looked like the 3 spots at the front of the property were very tight. Particularly if you're going to have any sort of room to move around with those spots. So I was wondering about the screening in the front.
That's a great question. So what we have shown here is the spaces close to Arthur Street from a parking perspective. As we go through the final site plan process, we would need to show the turning radius. At that point, we'd be able to ideally provide more space in between the parking and the property line to propose plantings. But we're also, as part of this project, we would need to provide a new curb cut because one does not currently exist. So we would also look to coordinate potentially with the tree warden to install plantings within the right-of-way to also provide screening if that's something that they would be open to, because we're already going to be in that area when we're installing or cutting in this curb cut.
Okay, so there will be a depth of ground to put it in. That's not you don't have ledge or any sort of problem restricting that.
There is ledge on this site. As actually, if I can zoom in a little bit here, part of the curb cut, there is some ledge up front. But there are existing, I don't know if I have a picture of the view from the road. This is an aerial overhead, but there are plants that currently exist in that front portion of the property. So we would assume that there's enough viable soil for new plantings to be installed.
Great, thank you.
Mr. LaRoe.
Ms. Orsi, when you come back, could you just go through the history of this lot and how it came to be with a shed and if it was owned by anybody, any adjacent properties?
Sure, if that's something the commission would like to see with the final site plan special permit.
Yep. Okay, anybody else?
We have landscaping, turning radiuses, parking.
Yep.
Screening. Miss Orsi, I would say give us some sections through from street through the first parking spaces to the building so we can understand how that ledge and the elevation change between Arthur and the driveway.
Just to confirm, oh, my apologies. Cutting, that would be cutting through lengthwise through the lot, and then
Yes,
are you
please.
also looking
Nope.
for
Lengthwise.
horizontal?
Nope. Lengthwise from Arthur
That's lengthwise.
on either side of your curb cut so we can see how that ledge works. Is it ledge rises, but I think on the drawing in front of me, I don't have any topo. Be nice to know how far up off the street it gets to.
We can provide that.
Okay, Mr. Yeski.
Can you explain to me why this is not a huge increase in nonconformity?
So
it's a two-family right now?
But
it
it's non-conforming right now, right? And they want to, as I understand it, it's you're supposed to have 7,500 square feet. They have 4,850, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's legally non-conforming. And now you're going to build a building, a couple buildings in there. Doesn't that have a significant increase in the nonconformity of this lot?
Madam Orsi?
the regulations allow for a special permit to be requested if a lot in the R6 zone has less than the required lot area. As such, that we'll be filing for the special permit to construct the two-family, which is typically permitted as of right in the R6. But due to the non-conforming lot area, the special permit is required.
Okay.
All right. So you're actually looking at this as a de novo because they're going to tear this down and build.
Oh, there's nothing there, right? Mr.
Yeah,
Orsi,
it's a
it's just a
shed.
shed,
It's
just
a
a shed.
shed. Yeah, it's
It's just there. That's what's there. So they're going to tear all this down. They're going to build new. So they're not increasing the nonconformity because they're starting with having torn everything down, and then they come to us for a special permit.
Well, there's nothing to
And-
tear down. It's just that 200 square foot shed.
Right. Like I said, they're going to empty the lot completely, and it'll be empty. There'll be no footprint of anything when they start. It's de novo. That's
We-
key.
We have to design completely to today's zoning regulations for this lot.
Yep.
And the nonconformity at the end result would be the lot area. I believe the frontage is also non-conforming, but in terms of the structure, the structure we're proposing would meet to all of today's zoning regulations for the R6 in terms of FAR setbacks, green space, the drainage manual, stormwater manual.
Mr. Yeski?
No, I'm looking forward to when they return.
Okie dokie. That's it. Anybody else? Oh, you had 5 minutes. Do you want anything else, Ms. Orsi? No. All right. Okay, we're ready to go. Thank you, Ms. Orsi.
Are there any other items that the commission will be looking for when we come back for the final
Nope,
site
Nick
plan?
just summarized it for you. You know what we're going to look for. We're going to want you to have drainage. We're going to want you to have, your sewer, your drainage, your landscaping, your turning ratios, your parking. We're gonna not like the parking in the front yard, and we're gonna hassle you about screening the front. You got it.
Fix the cricket in the roof.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And all the special permit conditions.
Right. And all the special permit conditions. There you go. See, they're good, these guys. All right. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much,
I
Commissioner. Thank you.
hereby move approval of the March 3rd, 2026
Second.
minutes. Mr. Lowe has seconded. How does everybody vote? We can do voice.
Sure.
Aye. Aye.
Mm,
All righty.
mm.
We don't have any decisions, right?
I didn't see it.
No,
No. Okay. Yeah, Nick,
no.
We can decide this meeting's over.
we can decide this meeting's over. Okay, it's only 10:36. You got time to go to bed.
No, we're 36 minutes over. Come on.
Okay, you thought 11 was your official deadline.
No, I keep telling you it's 10 and you keep saying 11.
It was 11 when we started at 5.
All this levity.
Oh, yeah. Good point, Peter. It was 11 when we started at 5.
All right, everybody, thank you for all the great work. There were some great questions and comments from all those of you here. Thank you so much.
Thank you for accepting the beating so graciously.
All right, you guys. Bye-bye.
See ya.